good. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the July 28, 2026 Board of Trustees regular meeting. Hope you're having a good summer. School's almost around the corner. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 2:08 p.m. Clerk Cole, can I have the roll, please? Clerk Cole, you can't hear me? Okay. You cannot hear me?
Not really, not unless we're seeing your mouth.
Okay.
All right. How about that?
How about now? Testing 1, 2, 3.
No, wait, you're not on.
What's going on?
Try it now.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that better? Okay, good.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Clerk Hall, go on. Take the roll, please.
All right. Christine Hull, present. President Mayberry.
Here.
Dr. Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
Trustee Phoenix.
Present.
Trustee Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake is not here. Vice President Woodley.
Here.
And our student representatives have not started back to school. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Hall. We'll move on to item 1.03. This is our Pledge of Allegiance, and this is the first board meeting of our new superintendent, Tiffany McMaster, so will give us the honor of leading us in a pledge, please.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and again, sound check. Can everybody hear me? All right. Vice President Woodley, will you lead us, will you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Yes, sir. We acknowledge that Washoe County School District schools and communities are situated on the traditional homelands of the three major tribes of the Great Basin Native American peoples, including the Northern Paiute, Washoe, and Shoshone tribes. We honor their ancestors, past and present, and recognize these lands as a continued gathering place for communities. We express our respect and gratitude for the opportunity to live, work, and learn here in Nevada.
Okay, thank you, Vice Woodley. We move on to our consent agenda items. Item 2.01 is approval of the consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.41. We do have a few things we're going to pull and take out of order. Staff is requesting to pull consent agenda item 2.36 from the agenda, and we'll bring this back at a later time. We want to make sure that we have staff engagement on that. Trustee Hall has requested to pull consent agenda item 2.38, so we will take that out separately. Any other trustees want to pull any other items? Trustee Nicolette?
Yes, 2.28, please.
2.28, so we will pull 2.28. I also want to just acknowledge Mike Kazmersky that's in the audience today, and want to thank him and strengthen our community for their support for the JAG Nevada and a generous donation of $44,000 that helped expand service for students at Proctor Hug High School and Sparks High School. Just want to acknowledge that, sir, and appreciate your presence, and thanks for your continued support. Thank you. Okay, we're going to call for public comment on any consent agenda items other than the item that we pulled. Any public comment, JJ?
John Eppolito for consent agenda items 2.06, 2.07, 2.08, 2.11, 2.15, 2.23, 2.27, 2.37, and 2.40.
Okay.
Hi, John Ippolito, Protect Nevada Children. You can find 1,500 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children, and you can also find us at protectnevadachildren.org. Most of those items that JJ just mentioned, it's all a bunch more money for software. It's another $2.1 million for software. In my mind, wasted money. Student data has been placed for sale on the dark web. And again, you guys don't tell the parents. One time you had to because our bill, that was after our bill got passed, Protect Nevada Children's bill, but you downplayed it just like you do every time. So if people want to learn more about the Infinite Campus and the big problems with Infinite Campus, they can go to protectnevadachildren.org. Thank you very much.
Danielle Valancourt for consent agenda items 2.06, 2.11, and 2.18.
Do I just talk? Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
My name
welcome.
Thank you. My name is Danielle Valancourt. I'm a mom here in Washoe County School District, and I didn't really care or know about what was going on with Washoe County until I became a mom. I'm actually with the Washoe County Student Attendance Advisory Committee as well, so I do try to know as much as I can and ask a lot of questions, but my main concerns with those action items right now are why we are focusing so much funds on software when we already have Infinite Campus. We already have so many resources available to us in the community for us to be helping ourselves with a lot of the things that are already proposed in here. And I'm just curious if there's any real research behind why you guys okay this kind of funding when there isn't anything to back why it should exist. So with that, that's all I have to give for these action items, but I'll speak again later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donald Gallimore for consent agenda items 2.07 and 2.08.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, everyone. Long time no see. Donald Gallimore, as an individual this time, thank you, Ms. Smith. But we're concerned about some of these expenditures. Myself, as I said, as an individual, I've been coming up here for years and years, trying to make sure that we spend our monies wisely. And the main thing is reading, writing, and arithmetic. I've said it for years. What we need to do is go back to some of the basics. Science has proven that our children are not learning very well with this internet, with software companies giving us free internet service that we don't need. Who knows where they're going, third, fifth, sixth parties. We've had incursions in Infinite Campus. Edmodo has been sold to the Chinese. All of our children's information is on the dark web, and we can do better. All of these companies are in it for the money. We're looking at Norwegian, English, Saudi Arabia, companies that, Chinese companies that should not be in our records. They should not have our information on our children because it will come back and haunt them in the future. So I implore everyone right now to take the steps necessary to protect our children and make sure that we are safe. Also our parents. I helped start Parent University and Linked Learning with Action and a couple of my other organizations that I've been with over the years. And we've had these programs just sitting there. Linked Learning is an apprentice program. We didn't determine probably juniors would begin that. The problems were businesses were afraid of the liabilities that were necessary in there, but the programs did work in Clark County, and so we would like to have this board re-examine. In fact, in your agenda, you do have one item, I didn't mark it down, that was for apprentice programs. So I'd like to see some of those programs come back. and just make sure that we take care of our children, because that's the reason we're here. All right, thank you.
That's all I have for public comment.
Okay, thank you, JJ. So, looking for a motion to approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.27, 2.29 through 2.35, 2.37, and 2.39 through 2.41. Again, I'm pulling out 2.28 and 2.38.
So moved.
And I second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Vice President Woodley, a second from Trustee Phoenix. See no further discussion. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. We will hear consent item 2.28 per Trustee Nicolette's request. I believe we have Nicole Johnson and Rochelle Proctor are coming up to the dais for us. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Mayberry, Superintendent McMaster, and our Board of Trustees. I am Nicole Johnson, Director of Secondary Academics and Assessment, and I have with me
Rochelle Proctor, Charter School Coordinator.
and we're here to answer your questions about 2.28.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. This comes from previous experience, what I'm going to try and express to all of us, and that is our charter school agreements are very sacred. I mean, our side and their side, and we're asking now to approve something that I'm not exactly clear what the intent is and where we're going. And I do believe, as a sponsor and a school district who spends many hours, time, expertise, heart, and dollars, I would like more information about what the intentionality is, because I just don't want to willy-nilly revise a charter agreement. We went through this previously with Coral Academy when they wanted to add their most recent school facility, and it was very clear that they had not gone through the proper channels. And so we rescinded that, they came back, and they made it right, which is the way it should have been. They did a great job. I'm not so sure what's going on here, and I'm really very uncomfortable, and I'd like to hear more about their intentionality, their planning, because if I'm going to improve revisions to a charter, I need more information. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for your question and concern. So it specifically hits page 4 of the contract, section 8. And from what I remember, there was a request to add a term there too. And I'm going to probably defer to General Counsel on language if needed, why that word was added. In addition, there was extra language that was added to that section. So that was the only impacted section. And it had to do with how the contract was written when they are looking for property, and the steps that they would have to go through, how it was written. So that was the starting point. Ms. Proctor, can you fill in any gaps on that?
So Kendra and I, before her retirement, this is Rochelle Proctor, Charter School Coordinator for the record. Kendra and I had a brief conversation with FASE, questioning as to what their goal was. At that point, his reasoning for the change in language, they wanted the ability to engage in a real estate broker or a realtor to look at property. That's where our conversation began. From there, it moved in with our chief legal counsel along with their attorney for the legal ease of the contract. I can't pretend to be an attorney on that. So that is where the conversation began. My understanding, based on a conversation with Coral is they are looking at a piece of property that's located south of town, right in between their elementary and high school for possible middle school addition. Now, last year, the district drafted an amendment procedure packet to hopefully avoid any of those issues that happened in the past with some of our charter schools and their additions and expansions. I presented that to Coral in early June, and I have not received anything back. So that's where we stand right now.
Thank you so much, and I will say that that's worrisome to me. I want to preface what I'm about to say. I believe strongly in the right and the responsibility of parents to make the choices for their families, including education. Having said that, having worked closely with our charter schools and have a great appreciation for their work, I also know that it has taken substantial amount of time, effort, and work to fulfill our responsibility to them, as it should be. That's the right thing to do. I will say that I've never said this out loud in an open meeting, but I think it's about time I do, because I think it's a discussion that down the road we need to have. When we talk about new sites, new buildings, expansion, increasing, student enrollment, again, that's the charter school right to be able to do that. I'm not so sure that Washoe County School District should be involved with that anymore. We have a lot on our plates, and we're working very hard to do what is right for all of our students, families, employees, our community, et cetera, et cetera. And I wish anyone educating a child the best of luck and skill, because they're our future, they're our most precious gifts. And I personally can't approve this, because I need to have more conversation about intentionality and where they're going, and maybe how we need to reimagine our partnerships or even dissolve them for their good as well as ours. So I'm just trying to be very honest and forthcoming with you in my feelings for this situation.
Sarah Montalvo, Chief General Counsel. I do want to make sure we limit our discussions on the agenda item, which is just limited to the amendment of the charter agreement with the language in Section 8. And just to provide some additional background, the language is effectively, they requested that if they engage in a real estate agent, that wouldn't encompass the requirements that they come to the board in order to provide the board's approval of just retaining a real estate agent. And then it expanded a bit after some of those negotiations or requests. And they asked about what's called letters of intent in looking at properties. And the letter of intent, they wanted any kind of letter of intent. I personally felt that a letter of intent that had any financial or legal binding components to it would fall within Section 8. So we compromise on some carve-out language that the letter of intent is just if it doesn't have any financial or legal binding component to it. And so those are the proposed edits for the board's review.
Thank you, Council. Any public comment, JJ?
John Eppolito.
Good afternoon, Mr. Eppolito.
Good afternoon. Long time no see. As a real estate broker, that's my day job, which actually brings me money and doesn't cause me aggravation. It would be nice to take a hint from what Walt Disney did in Florida. It's probably too late, but when he was buying up all that land for Disney World, he tried not to let anybody know that it was him buying it. Probably the school district has already let on to the seller that they want to buy it, but if they haven't done that yet, maybe there could be a trust that's trying to buy it, and then you could transfer it to the school district later, because you guys are going to end up paying for it anyway. And I kind of agree with what Trustee Nicolette said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
That's all I have for this item.
That's it? Okay. Any other further comments on this item 2.28? Yes, please, Ms. Johnson.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that there is no, at this time, we have no knowledge of any purchase or any confirmation of anything like that. So just wanted to be clear on that part.
Okay, thank you.
Adam?
Yeah, Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you, and the deeper we get in, I think the more important it is that we have these conversations. And I hope someone from Coral is here because this needs to all be very forthcoming. It's very important. I would like to have some conversation about intentionality. Maybe I am requesting something that's none of my business, and I can respect that if that's what the ultimate answer is. But I think that we deserve collectively, all of us, to have a little more understanding about where this might be going.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Nicolette. That's a conversation we can have in the future for sure. Trustee Clerk Hall, please.
Yes, thank you, President Mayberry. I think I just need some clarification. So, Rochelle, you said that they were looking at the south end of town, so it kind of sounds like they do already have a property in mind. And I guess that's where I'm confused because this change is for non-binding agreements, but it sort of sounds like they're beyond that point. So, or maybe they're just looking in that area is what you meant. So if you could clarify that, thank you.
Based on, Rochelle Proctor for the record, based on our discussion with Faisy early on in May-ish, the question, he divulged that they were maybe going to want to open up a future middle school on the south end of town at some point.
So just a general, not a specific location. Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Sorry, while my mic's on, I just want to say that I think that it feels like maybe we do need to have a little bit more information, but that's where I feel at this point. I don't feel that we have enough information to understand really the purpose and the change. And then I think, to be fair, if this is something that we would change for one charter contract, then we would have to also then think about some equity across the board, and that concerns me as well, because we've been through a lot of charter changes lately, and I think that's a little concerning that we would be making these kinds of changes. So I don't feel comfortable with this either.
Okay, thank you. There are no comments, discussions. I'm willing to entertain a motion for item 2.28. Okay. So that looks like there's no motion, which means the item dies, correct? Okay. So thank you, trustees. Good discussion. Thank you for coming up to the dais. We will move on to item 2.38. This is our final consent agenda item that is being asked by Clerk Hall to pull. I believe you have the disclaimer you're going to make.
Yes, thank you. I asked for this item to be pulled because the person that is the new director of the Northwest Regional Professional Development is a close colleague of mine in my full-time job, and I feel that it is not appropriate for me to vote on this, so I'm abstaining from voting on this matter. So that's why I asked for it to be pulled. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Any questions, comments? If not, I'm ready to entertain a motion for item 2.38. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Clerk Hall, for that reminder.
I have no cards for this item.
Okay, testing. Okay. I'm sorry, Trustee Smith, go ahead. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm ready to make a motion for item 2.38. I move that the Board of Trustees finds that the Northwest Regional Professional Development Program Director position shares a community of interest with the Washoe Professional Technical Association, WPTA, and approves the revised WPTA Appendix C Occupational Series Groups with all actions effective July 1st, 2026.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor to approve item 2.38 by Trustee Smith, a second by Trustee Phoenix. Seeing no further discussion, All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, folks, friends.
Sorry, not
Yes.
unanimously because I abstained.
Well, for the record, we will note that trustee, or clerk Hall, rather, has abstained.
Thank you.
or
Sorry,
has
just want to
yeah,
make sure.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we're going to go on to items, 3 items for presentation, discussion, information, and/or action, public, and/or action. A couple housekeeping items. I know that we're getting a lot of public comments that are being emailed to us, so if you see all of us looking down at our screens and reviewing what's the incoming correspondence, please don't take that as a slight. We're just kind of multitasking. Secondly, I know there are some items on here that certainly a lot of our community members are interested in. Items for presentation, discussion, information, and/or action. I just want to remind everybody that public comment is heard on those items, posted as for possible action only. Comments on items for presentation and discussion may be provided during the general public comments period at the end of the meeting. And there are 2 items, 3.03, 3.04, that are presentation and discussion only. So we will not be taking public comment on those items, but you can certainly do it at the end of the meeting. Okay, I just want to make sure that expectations are out front. We good? Okay. All right, we will move on to item 3.01. This is a public hearing to adopt Washoe County School District Board Resolution 26-019. And with us is our controller, Kyle Rodriguez. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you. Kyle Rodriguez for the record. So this agenda item has 2 actions that have to be taken. The first is the public hearing. So we need to open the public hearing, have the public provide any comments, and then we will close the public hearing. And then after we have done that, I will be seeking approval of the board to initiate the issuance of the medium-term note. So with that, Mr. President, if we could open the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I will open the public hearing on Board Resolution 26-019 and call for public comment. As a reminder, public comments are limited to 3 minutes.
Hillary Ray.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Hillary Ray. I'm a special education teacher at Transition Academy, which is our district's vocational training program for young adults with disabilities, ages 18 to 22. We are housed on the Debbie Smith CTE Academy campus. I'm speaking today to address agenda item 3.01 in regards to funding being approved to purchase new vehicles for the district. Staff members from our vocational training program utilize district fleet vehicles daily to transport our students to their vocational training sites across the community. These encompass over 25 local businesses that we work with and have partnerships with. The vehicles that are currently allocated to our program range in make and model, with the majority of them being model year 2007 to 2009. In previous years, we had even older vehicles that were up to almost 30 years old in our fleet. Other fleet vehicles across the district are even older than ours, and they're all transporting the staff and students of the Washoe County School District each and every day. With these aging vehicles comes the difficulty to source parts for repairs and a lack of safety features that are required in newer model vehicles. Currently, in the district, we budget for transportation for community outings for our special education programs at the high school level, our strategies and CLS programs, so that those students can get out into the community and participate in different activities, but we do not have money allocated to support transportation for our vocational training, which is a crucial part of our students' education and the basis for our entire program at Transition Academy. I'm speaking today to advocate for not only my students and my staff members at Transition Academy, but to advocate for all of the staff members and the students of the Washoe County School District. I want to urge our board to consider approving the allocation of funds for district fleet vehicles, including school buses and other support vehicles, not just today, but on a regular basis. As I've stated, a lot of our vehicles, over a quarter of our vehicles in our fleet, are over 18 years old. We don't have an established annual review and budget for the vehicles as far as I'm aware of. And as a district, we need to prioritize the safety of our students and staff always, and our vehicles should not be an exception. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ray, for your advocacy. We really appreciate you coming forward.
Thank you so much.
John Eppolito, you know, you got people in the overflow room that are sitting on top of each other. What you guys are doing is not okay. We're already feel like trespassers jammed in this room. There used to be a time when the board sat over here and there were room for a lot of people in this room. Now you got parents that took the day off. I was in there 5 minutes ago. The IT guy was still trying to get the meeting up live. I don't know if it's an open meeting violation, but it's not okay what you guys are doing. And you might not have even
Mr.
been aware of it.
Eppolito,
That's
you
why I'm
know the
bringing it up.
rules. Do
Thank
you have
sir.
something to discuss on this item?
I just did.
All right. Any more public comments?
That's all I have.
Okay. We will, Trustee Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. So thank you so much for the advanced questions. For those that are following along, one of, I think, the neatest things that our board and district does is that trustees can ask questions about agenda items before the actual meeting. And so for those of you who wonder where those questions are or answers, you can see every meeting. It's actually located right where it says consent agenda items. So I'm going to ask some of the questions that I had previously submitted because it goes directly to our public commenter. So in general, I'm very supportive of this item. I did specifically ask about the fleet for the vehicles that are used for Transition Academy. I do see in the answers that I asked for an inventory of what we're buying. So for the record, if you can confirm this is right, in addition to the school buses, for the white fleet, which is the support fleet, those are 4 vehicles for school police, 2 to 3 vehicles for information technology, 2 to 3 vehicles for facility management, and then special education, new purchases, and reassignments under review. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay, great. So one of the other things that I had asked was, so in general, of course, I support the bond and us buying vehicles, but can you walk me through with our public commenter we just had with the vehicles that transport students? So I know from the answers that you gave that Transition Academy has been given 2 new vehicles, but those new vehicles are new to them and they're still more than 15 years old. Is there a place within this item that I can emphasize that the vehicles that we're buying, I believe that we should prioritize vehicles that are transporting students, and that is not because I would not want any of these vehicles to be used by staff members, but when I look at the prioritization of take-home vehicles or vehicles that are transporting staff, meaning adults only that work in the district, versus the priority of funding for transportation that transports students, I wonder why we're giving Transition Academy the vehicles that are 15 plus years old and why we are buying new vehicles for some of these staff-only vehicles. And again, I love you, IT, I love facilities, but why can't they drive the 2007 Dodge Durango?
So thank you for the question, Trustee Smith. I hate to defer to my colleagues, but I am not the expert off of the vehicle, the fleet, and who drives what. So I will defer that to Adam.
I appreciate that, and I really want to emphasize that I believe everybody should drive a safe vehicle, and I want everybody to have great vehicles. So this is definitely not intended to be any disrespect or slight to any of the departments that might be getting new vehicles. Thank you.
All right, we have Mr. Searcy at the helm here.
Hi, good afternoon. Adam Searcy for the record. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the district. Help support and provide leadership towards the Transportation Department. So just a brief overview, our Transportation Department not only manages the safe daily transportation of all of our students with our buses, but also the fleet refresh cycle and maintenance program for our school buses and what we call our white fleet. So think the mechanics, vans, and heavy-duty pickup trucks in our facilities department, as well as some of the vans that are being described, typically vans or larger vehicles that transport students from one program or another. White fleet meaning like sedans and non-yellow school bus vehicles. Just like any of our other programs across the district, we are constantly analyzing the entirety of our inventory versus our available resources to maintain an appropriate and healthy refresh cycle in the face of ever increasing initial costs. Simultaneously, we are also maintaining the safety of every vehicle in our fleet at a professional level with in-house resources predominantly. Of course, we vend out some of that work occasionally, but for the most part, we have commercial grade shops, equipment, and professional mechanics that repair and maintain the safety and functionality of every vehicle in our fleet. So I want to start there, that while vehicles to many of us at 15 plus years of age are certainly a bit long in the tooth, they're not getting put out on our roads if they are not safe to transport students and staff. And if there are ever any concerns with that safety or functionality of those vehicles, it is also a part of our safety and risk program to train the operators, the district employee operators of those vehicles, to operate the vehicles safely, to check the vehicles regularly, and to report back any concerns to our professional maintenance staff who maintain these vehicles. That said, there were really kind of two elements to this question with respect to this Transitions Academy, this specialized or special ed program that is receiving an increased enrollment basically next school year. That's something that's happening very quickly, and to respond to that need to provide additional seats for the students that will be participating in that program next year, the Transportation Department, in consultation with other department leaders, are redistributing our fleet. So, you know, in order to give them the tool that they need on an immediate basis, we're giving them additional vehicles through a reassignment process, prioritizing, you know, our resources as best we can to serve the immediate needs of that program. And then, pending approval of this item, we will be purchasing additional vehicles, which will then be used to replace some of the oldest and in poorest condition vehicles across not just this program, but you know, the many other departments who use our district vehicles on a regular basis. So I hope that's it in a nutshell, but I just really appreciate the opportunity to express this in more depth, because similar to how we distribute any assets and resources across our district, we try to do it in a defendable and documentable way, but one that emphasizes safety and service to our programs within the resources we have available to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That completely answers my question. So just to put myself on the record with this, safety, absolutely. From a personal values standpoint, I would say when we do the reallocation, it's staff transporting students, and then we have, of course, our staff and take-home vehicles. That's just my own priority order, and I really appreciate that answer. If there's no other questions, I'm more than happy to make a motion, or do we have to do public comment? We haven't done that yet. Okay.
Sorry, I don't think I've closed the the
okay.
hearing yet, so I need to do that. But having said that, I don't see any more lights on. So now I will close the public hearing on Board Resolution 26-019. And so now, Trustee Smith, yes, I'm certainly willing to entertain a motion.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I know, because we had done public comment, but I wanted to make sure we did those steps. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I move that the Board of Trustees adopts by a 2/3 majority and after a public hearing, Washoe County School District Board Resolution 26-019, a resolution authorizing the issuance of up to $3,500,000 of medium-term obligations to finance the purchase of buses and district support vehicles, and to direct the Chief Financial Officer to forward materials to the Department of Taxation at the state of Nevada.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Trustee Smith to approve item 3.01, a second by Trustee Nicolette. There's no further discussion. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, moving right along. Before we begin, I do the remainder of the presentations. As you can see, we have a lot of heavy items on the agenda. I'd like to ask my colleagues to please jot down any questions that you may have along with the slide numbers that you'd like to reference or revisit for all the presentations. We'll hold off on all the questions until staff have completed their full presentations. This allows our staff to present the information in its entirety, ensures our community members who are watching can hear the information in its full context, and respects the time and preparation of our presenters. In many cases, you may find that your questions are addressed as the presentation progresses. And then we'll open it up for questions and discussion at the end. We're going to move on to item 3.02. This is a presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the goals for the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission for the 2026-27 school year, and to consider the recommendations pertaining to bathroom safety and substance abuse prevention. Presenters are Dr. Paula Marca, Chief Student Services Officer, and Natalie Sanchez, the Chair of the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. So good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for having us. President Mayberry and Superintendent McMaster, members of the board, my name is Natalie Sanchez. I am a local marriage and family therapist in this community who runs a pretty large agency with folks who serve all sorts of kids and couples and families. And so this, the Safe and Healthy Schools is very near and dear to my heart, given my day-to-day work. It's a pleasure to provide you guys with an update of what we've been doing this last year, and I'm joined by Dr. Paula Marca, and he may be able to help me with some of the questions as we get into depth in some of these slides. So today I'd like to review some of our commission goals, which guided our 25-26 efforts, summarize some of the expectations regarding bathroom safety, as well as substance use prevention, and discuss some of our proposed goals for the 26-27 school year. As adopted by the board late last spring, we had 4 broad goals that were guiding our efforts this past year, including reviewing policy, regulation and practice, promoting mental health related trainings, continued work on the district's comprehensive substance use prevention plan, and continued development of safety related short videos. We met 6 times over the past year, 3 times in the fall, 3 times in the spring. I will say that those meetings, although it was only 6 times, they've really been so useful, and I think our members have really made good use of having the meetings, and everybody comes prepared, and it's just a small but mighty army of volunteer folks from the community who have so much expertise in different areas. I've worked closely with Dr. Lamarca to develop the agenda items, and in some areas, in some cases, such as bathroom safety, we met 4 times on this particular item. And we were so lucky to have folks from across the district come and give us their time, give us their expertise, from principals who were explaining their unique challenges to students, to principals who also engaged in informal surveys at our commission's desire, as we were really trying to learn more about what was going on, and reviewed, in addition to that, national best practices. And then finally, we put that information together in the form of some recommendations for you all. So in summary, our commission recommends regarding school bathroom safety, we categorize them as district level recommendations as well as school level recommendations. We fully understand that we are not committing anyone to any sort of budgetary expense or staff allocation, but we are only submitting these to your possible acceptance based on what you all believe to be feasible. The commission does hope, if you accept these recommendations, some action will take place before the end of the 26-27 school year, as this has been such a big hot item on our commission. Some of the things we're recommending are discipline changes. Staff liaison would work with the behavior department on possible changes. Advocacy materials. Staff liaison would work with student voice on possible development. Bathroom repair, vape detection. Bathroom retrofit, which I believe has already been underway based on presentations from Tammy Zimmerman to our commission. And we have received multiple presentations regarding substance use prevention. And here are some of them. So we'd like to move away from the current substance abuse prevention model, as we have no data that says that it's been effective. And we really want to promote things that take, an effective place within this district. Through a generous donation, the counseling department was able to purchase some Teen Intervene materials and provide training to high schools. Teen Intervene, if you haven't had a chance to look it up yet, is actually a pretty cool program. It's based on, in mental health, what we call SBIRT, which is screening, brief intervention, and then treatment. So treatment usually takes place with an outside community provider. That grant could be used to help find materials and teacher stipends, and we're hoping the counseling department can provide training to all the secondary schools and pilot the program in several schools with an eye toward fuller expansion if the model proves successful. So, some of our goals for the next year: we would love the chance to be able to continue to review relevant policy and training materials, specifically with physical and social emotional safety. This includes staff, this includes students, and we would also like to consider, even though we recognize they are volunteer, coaches within the district. We would like to monitor the implementation of district's comprehensive substance use program, including any sort of progress or problems with Teen Intervene. We would like to monitor the implementation of district efforts to enhance bathroom safety if there's other things that you might need from us. We are looking to incorporate the responsibilities regarding the student wellness as outlined in Board Policy 5600, and we'd like to support you all in the district administration by reviewing the best practices around student screen time. So that is our formal presentation. And we would love any questions, comments, or feedback, and the chance to adopt some of those goals or change or add anything that the board sees fit. Thank you.
Comments, questions? This is an item for possible action. Trustee Nicolette.
Sometimes timing is just so beautiful, isn't it?
It is.
I recently attended I don't quite remember the name, but it was a training for teen suicide prevention with Emma White and Taylor Morgan, and had a chance to give a hello to Missy Von Allen, who you long time served on Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. I think this is absolute, the timing is beautiful. We receive countless emails with beautiful suggestions from parents, administrators, community, teachers, and screen time is definitely a question that we need to really have some deep dive conversation about as a collective, a diverse group of people, including students at all ages. And then the suicide prevention, I just want to say September 15th at Grace Church from 8 to 2:30. We're going to have our 5th annual suicide prevention with Washoe County and Children's Cabinet. So if anybody is interested and wants to attend September 15th, go to Children's Cabinet website. This is very timely, and I thank you so much for your work as a former Safe and Healthy Schools Commission participant. This work never ends, and it's so very valuable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette.
Clerk Hall, please.
Thank you. I'm curious, on the bathroom safety, there's kind of a wide range of dates, and I know that we've brought this up before, but I'm just kind of curious, maybe Dr. LaMarca, this might be a question for you. So if approved today, what are the next steps? Like, where are we at in this process? Because this has been brought to us a couple of times, and it sort of feels like the goal is very similar, and I'm just wondering, are we just continuing to punt this down the road, or where are we at with this? And I do totally respect that Tammy Zimmerman has shared several updates, but it feels like there's some other pieces that are just kind of hanging out there, and they say, at some point, we'll get to this. So do we have some concrete steps?
Thank you. For the record, Paul LaMarca, Chief Student Services Officer. No, I don't think we're punting anything down the road. Last year, about this time when we were updating the board, actually it was in May, I think, of 2025, we did talk about recommendations around vape detection, and Ms. Zimmerman and her group had already worked on that. We did hope to be in front of you in May of this particular year to provide these recommendations. Subsequent to that, you've already voted on expansion of vape detection at the middle school level. They've already folded into their ongoing plans the bathroom retrofits when they can make those possible, as well as making sure that folks can actually access information regarding vape detection as needed. Some of our buildings are difficult.
Right.
So those aspects are underway.
Okay, great.
And we would have recommended those earlier in the year, but we weren't able to because
Got
of
it.
busy schedules and transitions. With respect to changes around behavior and discipline, as you know as well, that is a lengthy process of revising our district manuals. It was far underway at the time when we would have even been bringing that to you in May. But we will begin, if you approve this, we'll begin working immediately with Lindsay
Great.
Kendrick and Mike Paul around possible changes. Those you would probably see in a formal manner next fall as you approve a behavior manual.
Okay.
And then the additional recommendation around, what is it? I have to remember this. So it was student voice, yeah. Luckily, student voice is with me, and so we've already talked about this, assuming that you guys might be interested in hearing from students about student safety. Brad Rose and Caprice Young will be working with the district-wide team to make sure that that's a topic that the students are interested in working on, and I think they will. At least if they don't, I'm sure there'll be more than one school that would want to take it on as a school-based SAC, and we will take information from that and bring it back.
Great. I just have one more. So on the new goal, which is around best practices around student screen time, I'm just curious if there's been some discussion. Is this is the commission going to be looking at not just school issued devices but also personal phone use? I know that we obviously have a policy, but it feels like a really good opportunity to get some great feedback from our students on how it's working in year 2 and 3 on the Phone Away and Learn Today. It just feels like a really good opportunity to not only get some data and pull all that about our school issued devices and that part of it, but also that policy. So,
Yeah, thank you for the question. We do intend to,
wonderful.
yeah, to
Thank
hit
you.
all of that.
I appreciate that. That's all I have.
Trustee Smith.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to start with the student mental health. I believe that might fall under number 2 for those were the previous goals. The mental health and social emotional safety, which I think aligns to 1. So you talked about coaching. I believe Ms. Zucker is still your vice chair. Is that correct? Okay. I know she's been a big proponent of mental health training for our coaches. I also think, if I'm getting head nods, that there are some grants and some programs that some districts are signing on to. Can you talk a little bit about what role exploring those partnerships might look like? Because from what I understand and what I've learned from Ms. Zucker and others is that our children can be different and let their guard down around their coaches. And so coaches can be on the front line of noticing emotional changes, mental health issues. So can you talk a little bit about what role that might play in any of these goals? Because I don't really see it spelled out.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So in that first goal that we're looking at for next year, the idea is to be able to explore some of that as an option, and we're looking at, inviting different presentations. I'm not entirely sure what those presentations will bring because I'm not sure what grants or what things are available at this point, but certainly as a mental health provider, I am very curious and very interested to support anybody who has access on the front lines to kids and their mental health.
Can I elaborate just a bit too? This past year, one of the goals did have us promoting mental health training. We made efforts towards that, so I would say we met the goal in terms of getting information out. We don't have a mechanism for knowing who is taking advantage of that, but we did make clear where a variety of opportunities resided, and with some specific attention to coaches. I know we have a new athletic director. Depending on how you act in terms of these goals, if you want us to work with that director to get the word out more sort of efficiently to coaches, we can do that. I think Ms. Zucker is absolutely correct. Coaches are really in very intimate sort of circumstances with kids, high emotion, they're mentors, they're providing far more than just how do you throw a baseball or whatever it might be. And so it's critical. I also want to point out that most of our coaches are volunteers. These things take time, they take expense. We don't have budgets for that. There are also a number of trainings that coaches are required to do annually and biannually. So at least to date, these have been optional for that particular employee unit and really all employee units.
I thank you so much, Chief LaMarca. I appreciate that. So just a little bit in the way back machine, and I'm super glad to see all the attention on vaping and bathrooms, because when the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission came to our board for the first time in a while, that was back in 2023, and that was one of the goals that this board added to Safe and Healthy Schools. It wasn't on the list. She's not here today, but that was spearheaded by Trustee Colleen Westlake. So I just want to give her a shout out for that. Something I am contemplating is some specificity in the motion to allow that to be clear in the focus around coaches and mental health, because you don't know to look into it, to explore what's possible unless we tell you, and you're under no obligation if we don't spell that out. So I just wanted to flag that, and I look forward to the public comment. And Mr. President, I have one more set of questions. All right. So obviously, screen time is a really, really hot topic. I appreciate the interest in best practices. For me, though, I wonder if it is going to be hard to review best practices when we don't even know exactly what we're using. And so I will admit that as a trustee, I don't entirely know all the technology we're using. I don't know all the apps. I don't know all the digital curriculum. I don't know all the programs. I don't. I realized in the public comments that I don't even know what my elementary schooler uses. And that prompted some really important conversations between me and my youngest son as well, too. So I love the focus on the screen time, but as I listen to public comment, and I want to signal to my colleagues that, to me, best practices is great, but that's almost like step 3, okay? So as I'm thinking about specificity and emotion, I'm curious about Dr. LaMarca, you, Superintendent McMaster. What are your thoughts about actually helping us with an inventory of screen time, all those things, apps, digital curriculum, screen time, pre-K through 12? How does that feel to you as an idea, so that we can at least get a baseline of information? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that's a very thoughtful comment. That is absolutely the hope, and I foresee this as an item being around for a while with the Board of Trustees' approval and support. But I think you're right on. You know, we have to begin somewhere and figure out what do we know, what do we not know, and you know, we'd be happy to present on any of those items to you all.
Great, thank you so much. Oh, Dr. LaMarca, yes.
I just want to add just a little bit of context. So tonight we're just getting your approval on the particular goal, and I appreciate it as a very hot topic, not here but across the nation. The Safe and Healthy Schools Commission has long looked at digital safety. So I would say that the angle that the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission would likely take this is through social emotional health and safety. So in terms of digital tools, technology tools for instructional purposes, There is a nexus to that, and there's a relationship between all sorts of different media and that. But I don't think the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission can take on all of what we're proposing. So I see I believe the Office of Accountability as well as the Office of Academics will also have roles to play in this comprehensive evaluation where we're inventory and detailing all of our digital technology tools. We're looking at impacts around academic performance very specifically. And the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission would be looking at the effects on social emotional health and how that relates to academic learning. So it's a monster. And so I want to just kind of manage expectations.
I appreciate that. It is still our body's opportunity, though, to still designate that. So I like and fully support best practices, but as we think about public comment and I hear from my colleagues, how can they really be, I want you to look at best practices. I just don't understand what best practices you would know to look at if you do not know what the kids are already on. So you can't really look at best practices without knowing. And so while it's true that another department might help with some of this inventorying, I believe you need this information as you also explore best practices. So even if this body directs you to look at something specifically, which would still need to be by a motion, the work, I mean, I chaired a committee for 4 years, so did Clerk Hall. I know that district staff can do work in parallel, deliver that to you. It is processed by you to deliver something, and then it all comes back to this board. I know that that's how it works. So, but I'm still thinking about these ideas. I want to hear from my colleagues and the speakers, but I do actually believe that some level of you getting quantified information and an inventory being a part of this, and all of that is returned to the board through your committee, is something that I'm playing with. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I just to kind of piggyback on some of Trustee Smith's comments. Look, screen time is, it's an issue of our time. I mean, I think social media has just been so destructive on so many different levels, but it's here to stay amongst other platforms, not just at school, but at home. And I think that's important that moms and dads are reminded of. I'd like to hear from you, Madam Chair. What kind of practices, tactics you may use when you go down this path of analyzing best practices for screen time? Will the committee use? Have you thought about that at all? Any kind of outreach? Any collaboration with any groups?
Thank you for the question. We have just started, the very early conversations around this, but what it looks like so far is first relying on district staff to let us know what is available, what are the expertise, what can we lean on within the district, and then going from there to look at community partners or anybody else that we might be able to bring in.
Okay, great. And I'm sure you're mindful. I mean, this is, again, I think one of the items of our time, as Dr. Lamarca pointed out, it's not just a Washoe County issue, it's a national issue. I already have 25 public comment cards for this issue, so there's a lot of folks that I think can play a real valuable and productive role in the conversations going forward, and I'm sure that you'll reach out to them early and often as you go forward. So, Trustee Nicolette, you had some comments.
Just think very quickly. I learned through the Project Stay training that I received that Churchill School District, they have implemented a requirement for their coaches to do a moderate amount of SEL training so they can support suicide prevention. So you might reach out to them. And of course, we're much bigger than they are, and it's different, but at least they have some practice in this and some heart in this. And I just want to say that any motion that I think we move forward, any work that we might add should go through the superintendent, that the superintendent is directed to do this work and support it, because after all, you would have to bless employees giving their time and effort.
Vice President.
Thank you, President. I just want to, first and foremost, thank you for the presentation. This is all great information. And just want to focus on number 2, the goals, promoting training of WCSD educators in the area of mental wellness and suicide prevention. And I just want to piggyback on both my colleagues. And Dr. Nicolette stated it. I was going to stay, Project Stay. I know it's a 2-hour training. And to try to address it with all educators, I think that is a big bite. But for coaches, that they do spend a lot of time one-on-one with our with our students, our student athletes. And I do know that there are individuals in the legislature that actually want to make it statewide. I personally would like to see WCSD be one of the districts in the forefront, in the front, like similar to Churchill, that we take that on and we initiate it, and that is something I would like to see. But I do think that it's very valuable, especially with the influence that coaches have with these student athletes. I would dare say that it's even stronger than sometimes what the teachers have with the students. So that is something that I would like to see under this goal that we already have here, number 2. So, but thank you very much for everything. We really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before we move to public? Trustee Phoenix? Sure, please, go ahead.
You guys all hit it up already. But the bottom line for me is having that, the data that shows, that our work is working. That's it. And I know you already alluded to that, and I heard everybody ask that already, and give you good recommendations. So, but in the presentation, it was recommendation heavy, data light, but really looking at that really distinguishes, what we're doing is working, and that's really what I'm looking for. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Phoenix. Thanks, colleagues. I appreciate everybody's engagement, and we're going to move to public comment. Just as a reminder, comments are limited to 3 minutes. Must pertain to the agenda item. If you have comments not on the topic, they can be provided during the general public comment period. I know we have a handful of community members in the overflow room. They can hear their names being called? Okay.
I'll call 3 or 4 names so that gives everybody a chance.
Okay, thank you, JJ.
Stephen Shane, John Eppolito, Chandra Zass, and Emily Avers.
Good afternoon, President Mayberry, Superintendent McMaster, and other trustees. I am Dr. Steve Shane. I'm a pediatrician in Reno for 28 years now, a resident in District E. I'm a former member of the Student Wellness Advisory Committee, and then following that, the Student Wellness Stakeholders Committee. I run the renowned Children's Hospital Healthy Lifestyles Clinic, which helps children and adolescents with excessive weight and weight-related illness. Approximately 1/2 of our students in the school district currently suffer with obesity or are overweight. My comments that I am providing today regarding technology in schools are my own personal professional opinion. I am not representing any organizations such as Renown that I'm affiliated with. Digital media use is a very significant public health concern for our youth. As already mentioned, it is an important topic that I discuss with all my patients and families. We know that the cumulative exposure to various digital media can have negative consequences on emotional regulation, social relationships, learning, attention, sleep, eye health, cardiometabolic risk, and weight status, just to name a few. I witness these concerns in my patients daily. We know that not all digital media is harmful, but we are still learning what is appropriate and constructive for the healthy development of our future generation. Some educational research supports the use of digital media as a positive tool in our students, while other studies favor non-digital media formats for educational tasks, such as reading, as an example. When comparing comprehension and tools like functional MRI and electroencephalograms. So today I ask the board to please support proper evaluation of digital teaching formats to determine if what we're doing for our children in the Washoe County School District is the right thing. So please approve the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission's review of best practices around screen time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Doctor, for coming out and giving us your perspective. We appreciate it.
John Eppolito, Chandra Zass, Emily Avers, Nathaniel Hansen.
John Eppolito, Protect Nevada Children. Over 10 years ago, I first brought this article to the board from Psychology Today, The Hidden Agenda Behind 21st Century Learning. I also posted it on our Facebook page, Protect Nevada Children. There's 1,500 people on there. It's the third post from the top, if you're looking for it. This is the photo that goes with it. Under this post, you'll find almost 500 articles and reports about screens, student data mining, and the harms of both. Unfortunately, the district has been ignoring us for 10 years. Swedish schools just completely eliminated screens in K-8, and other Scandinavian countries will soon follow with strict limits. Because what they say is, quote, screen use has, quote, impaired reading comprehension, reduced sustained attention, and contributed to declining test scores. I don't think they ever used it for math. Last month, LA Unified banned screens before second grade. And in second grade and third grade, max is 20 minutes per day of screens. Fourth and fifth grade, max 30 minutes per day of screens. And by middle school, it's right around an hour a day. Last month, CNN published an article titled, "Students Learn Less When They Use Tech, So Why Do Schools Keep Giving the Kids Devices?" In addition, numerous students have been harmed by screens and district-issued devices. In November 2018, we sent this board an email from Dr. Kadaris' book titled Glow Kids. Quote, excessive screen exposure can neurologically damage a young person's developing brain in the same way cocaine addiction can, end quote. A year and a half later, Jessica came in here and told this board that is exactly what happened to her son. He ended up overdosing. Luckily, they had the means to get him into treatment. January 2020, My News 4 ran a story titled, Reno Mom Says App Used in School Contributed to Her Son's Suicide. That's the Forever 14 mom. We know WCSD elementary school students have used district-issued devices to watch XXX pornographic videos on Pornhub.com. And now students are using AI to write their papers. It's time to get rid of screens for quote-unquote education and go back to educating kids. To learn more about the student data mining via Infinite Campus, go to protectnevadachildren.org.
Chandra Zass, Emily Avers, Nathaniel Hansen, Jennifer Campbell.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sass.
Thank you. Chandra Zass. Yeah, my name is Chandra Zass, and I'm a parent at Roy Gom. My daughter's going to third grade this year, and I just want to start out by appreciating that this conversation is even happening. I feel really relieved to hear your voices and to hear that there's 25 comment cards. I'm a health-based coach, and one of the things that my clients pay me for is actually to help reduce their screen usage. A few years back, I served on the green team, and that got styrofoam out of our hot school lunches district-wide. So I've worked with parents before, asking this board to change something that seemed too baked in to change, and you did it then. Beth Smith helped us. Thank you very much. As I'm speaking to you, my daughter's on a play date with two children who were just pulled out of this district, not for curriculum, but for too much screen time and not enough movement. I'll be honest with you, I'm considering to make the same decision. My mother was a public school teacher, and she watched No Child Left Behind come in, and she'll tell you that the quality of education dropped sharply. Everything bent toward the test. I think we're doing it again. The test is on a screen now, and we're calling it personalized learning. I want my daughter to learn how to interact with other children, how to learn, how to think critically, how to solve a problem. Kids already use screens better than all of us in this room do. They don't need school to teach them that. They need school for the things a screen can't give them. And when we talk about screen time, I don't think we're counting all of it, which I'm happy to hear you guys are already clued in on. There is the time she's on a device, iReady or Epic or whatever it is. But there's also the time she's watching a screen the teacher's running and the time she's looking over another kid's shoulder at their device. Nobody's measuring those numbers, but it sounds like we're going to start to, which I'm really happy to, but she's still spending them. I'd like to know that number, and I think it sounds like you guys in the room also want to know that number. There's a book called The Anxious Generation that if you haven't heard of it or read it, I really recommend it. And it describes what's happened to my daughter's generation. We traded play-based childhood for screen-based childhood. His recommendation to schools isn't more structured activity, it's unstructured free play. And this is the part I want you to hear. Movement doesn't cost us academics, it buys them. A meta-analysis of 26 studies found physical activity improved classroom behavior and math and reading achievement. CDC reviewed research found more activity during the school day does not take away from academic performance, more play, better outcomes, better behavior, better test scores. I'm here to support what I believe you've already heard or are going to hear from the Washoe Parent Coalition. 3 things: a minimum of 45 minutes of protected daily recess. I would love to see more. And never withheld for academics or discipline. Published by grade, how many minutes a day our kids are spending in front of a screen, including the passive time, and cap screen minutes, period. Not just in the early grades, but in all the grades. My mother watched a generation get optimizer on a test. I don't want to watch my daughter get optimized at screen. I'd rather stay and help you fix it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Emily Avers, Nathaniel Hansen, Jennifer Campbell, Sally Brinkerhoff.
Hi, I am Emily Hours, and I wanted to start just by thanking you guys because I as well appreciate that this conversation is happening, and I know you guys are truly public servants. I have 3 children. One is in 2nd grade, one is in kindergarten, and one will be in kindergarten very shortly. I am also a speech-language pathologist. With that, I have specific interest in childhood development, and I love following research. And one of the things that I have seen through my studies and also my professional work, which I did work in a Title I school as a speech-language pathologist, is that the most meaningful learning doesn't happen behind a screen. Some of you may be familiar with the work by Teresa Ukranets. You have Hugh Katz, you have Reese. More recently, there's been, I believe her name is Caroline Fitzpatrick. But some of the most meaningful learning happens in these naturalized environments, and they're contextualized. As a speech pathologist, that's also something that really shaped how I give language intervention to my students because it is so powerful. Additionally, not only do I feel like the screen is not the most meaningful form of learning, I think that there's possible very harmful consequences. I do understand that it's 2026. We do at some point have to learn how to navigate technology, but is our intention to teach these kids how to navigate a device in kinder and 1st grade, or is it to teach them reading and math? I think we need to isolate the goal. I would say that we're losing really important things. For example, empathy is so important, developing in the early years, problem solving, curiosity, just a general love for learning. And these things require human reciprocity. And while it may not seem like it's that significant amount of time, it truly is. When there's only 6 hours a day, and out of that 6 hours, only some of that is instructional minutes, it truly is significant. I think that we may not even see the ramifications immediately, but I do believe we're going to see them in the years to come in their relationships and in their love for learning, in their language, their literacy, their social emotional development. I think we're taking a very addictive screen and we're putting their malleable, spongy brains in front of it, and I believe it's going to change the chemistry of their brain, and I believe that's supported by evidence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Nathaniel.
Okay, folks, I hate to tell you this, and it breaks my heart, but I can't have you clapping. I really can't. Just like I can't have you booing. Okay, this is a business meeting. I need to be neutral, and if you want to compliment one another, certainly do it during your public comment time. Again, I hate to be the bad guy on that, but I just can't have the clapping. I apologize. Thank you.
Nathaniel Hansen, Jennifer Campbell, Sally Brinkerhoff, Courtney Parks.
Hello there. Greetings to the board and my fellow community members. My name is Nathaniel Hansen. This is the first time I've participated in a meeting at this level here, and I'm excited to continue to do so. My kids are in Washoe County School District, And I'm a product of Washoe County School District. My father, my mother, my grandparents, I'm like 4th or 5th generation coming up into Washoe County School District. So I feel really strongly about it. And this particular item at hand, I think it's 3.02, the screen time, I feel super strongly about because there's several layers. And in this 2.5 minutes I have left, it's really hard to find good data on what systems like iReady have been doing. I really appreciate the candor from the trustees who are mentioning things like we need some data. To paraphrase, we need some data to know if it's working or not, like Trustee Phoenix said. And it troubles me that this same organization, the same board can vote to approve huge expenditures on things like iReady and yet sit here and say we're not sure if it's working or not. How do we know if it's working? Maybe I'm misunderstanding that a little bit, and I don't mean to make a mockery of it, but in anything, if we're deciding how we're spending our money, which is hugely important, but the more important part is how are we spending our kids' time? I've watched my children in interacting with both their teachers and the principal, and I want to back one step there to say, I don't just speak for myself. We're part of this Washoe Parents Coalition. My business partner and I are working on a bigger campaign to get more voices here because it's really hard to make it to these meetings. And it chokes me up to think about the single moms on my kids' baseball team or the dads that are working 2 jobs to pay the rent. I wish that he could come to this meeting. So I feel obligated to speak for those people. There's dozens and dozens of them. I'm kind of a loudmouth, and I talk to a lot of people, and I ask very pointed questions. When I'm standing at my kids' baseball team, I'm asking all the parents, how do you feel about iReady? The resounding answer I get is, I don't know how it works. I don't know what it is. I tried to talk to my teacher that she wasn't really sure. But the most troubling one that I've heard from at least a dozen parents, face-to-face, that the school told them to not pay attention to the iReady score because it's such a complicated system and your student's not doing very good at it, but he's doing really well, or your daughter's reading really well, or she's learning her letters. Don't worry about the bad iReady scores because she's doing better than what iReady is showing. And that's a problem. That's a huge problem. And the tracking, in my own experience, I've tried to go through the teacher and the principal to see how much time are my kids actually spending. It's really hard to find that number. So I commend you in your efforts to say, what is the data? Whether it's iReady or any of the other programs that we're paying for and we're sticking our kids in these classrooms, it's troubling that the general question is, does it work? How does it work? How do I find out if it works? And I'm just reiterating that point that these trustees here in this meeting who voted to pay for iReady are asking for data to see if it's working. Maybe we should find the data to see if it's working before we pay for it again.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. We appreciate it.
Jennifer Campbell, Sally Brinkerhoff, Courtney Parks, Brandy Vesco.
Good afternoon, Ms. Campbell.
Hello. Thanks for listening to me. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here. Just a little bit of an introduction. I'm a single mom of 4 kids. Their ages are 13, 15, 17, and soon to be 19 in a couple days. They've been in Washoe County School District since they were in kindergarten. I'm a tax accountant. I'm very concerned about where our tax dollars go because it's my profession. And I'm also a business owner and own my own firm in Sparks. Long story short, I am one of those single moms where it has been super difficult to leave my business aside and show up at 2 o'clock on a Thursday to voice my concerns. And I'm a little bit self-conscious because I feel like maybe it's a little bit too late. My oldest son is struggling with mental and physical health problems. He is not prepared for college. Out of my 4 kids, 3 of them have struggled with mental illness and being overweight, and I have seen a strong correlation between the results of my kids and screen time. And I am here just because I've realized that it's time to stand up and do something, because if we, and I'm a part of the parent coalition as well, do not speak up and voice our concerns, then how can people hear the real stories of what's happening? And I'm super grateful for you, Trustee Smith, for pointing out that we don't even know what apps and things are being used. And step 1, can we please just find out what is going on, how much screen time there is, what apps are being used, and if there's even scientific evidence that it works. Just because with my own firsthand experience, I've seen it fail my older kids. And to be completely honest, my 2 younger kids have moved in with Dad in Irvine to be with a more progressive and scientifically backed school district. So I'm just begging you to please make the best decisions for our kids with the information we have and start gathering the information. Like, let's get some real, some real studies in place and actually know what's going on. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
Sally Brinkerhoff, Courtney Parks, Brandy Vesco, Andrew Jorgensen.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Sally Brinkerhoff. I'm here today to ask the board to take meaningful steps to not only review and audit student screen time and tech use, but to also ask that we completely remove the devices from K through second and never allow screen time to be used as a reward. Last year, during the 25-26 school year, my first grade daughter was Star Student of the Day. As a reward, she was given a special lunch inside with the teacher and a few friends. She was allowed to choose a special activity, and of course, they all chose iPad time. While at lunch, one of the students showed everyone how to access any video they wanted to see by asking Siri. So my daughter, very innocently asked Siri to show her a love video. What Siri decided was a love video was a naked adult man getting out of the shower and cursing out a woman. This story was verified by the multiple students who were present at the time. When I brought the incident up to the teacher, she was completely shocked and claimed she had no idea that Siri was even enabled. When I requested a meeting with the principal to discuss the matter and ask for more protections, I was told that internet safety is the responsibility of the student. These are first graders. She is 7. And she doesn't even have access to an iPad or YouTube at home unsupervised. Sorry, I'm nervous. And I don't think there's any reason that she should have it at school either. The school couldn't recreate the incident and see the exact video, and so they told me there was nothing else they could do. When I brought up the possibility of restricting access to devices and YouTube content for our K through second graders, the principal informed me that they couldn't remove any apps because this is how devices come preloaded from Apple. And they couldn't remove YouTube because 5th graders need it for their projects. This is completely disappointing and unacceptable, and I believe that our school district should be doing better to protect our children. There is no reason that a 1st grader should have access to the same devices and content as a 5th grader. We need to do better, and we need to remove them completely. To make matters worse, and this goes back to the comments made by Beth Smith, I didn't even know my daughter had access to the internet, let alone with a Siri-enabled device. Nor did any of the other parents I've spoken with whose children were either involved in this incident directly or simply fellow classmates. I sincerely don't understand how the burden of internet safety is the responsibility of the child, and if that is the case, it is completely inappropriate and wildly outrageous to assume that K through second, I'm talking 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds, can carry this burden. Not to mention, how on earth is lunch inside with a screen a reward? Let's get rid of these devices and get back to funding music, art, PE. Let's get that money back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brinkerhoff. Good job.
Courtney Parks, Brandy Vesco, Andrew Jorgensen, Andrew Yasso.
Hello, everyone. I'm Courtney Parks. I've never had a chance to speak in front of the board, so thank you for your time. It's hard to follow that presentation because I think it speaks to what so many of us as parents are concerned about, which is this unmitigated access to the internet that kids, as being kids, seem to find a way around firewalls and the protections that are supposed to be there to give them that safety. So I do ask that as part of these recommendations that are developed, we figure out a way to restrict, if not remove entirely, any access to the internet that they can access through these devices. And my second point I wanted to make is I wanted to thank Beth and Colleen for voting against renewing iReady earlier this year. I really don't see why that was something that we would want to move forward with, given the abundance of evidence that we're seeing today. Parents don't want it, educators don't want it. We want our teachers teaching our children. We don't want iPads teaching them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks.
Brandy Vesco, Andrew Jorgensen, Andrew Yasso, Elizabeth Burrell.
Hi, Brandy Vesco, parent of a rising 4th grader, constituent of Adam Mayberry and Colleen Westlake. I'm also a former EdTech reporter and the founder of the Washoe Parent Coalition, where I represent a rapidly growing group of more than 300 parents, teachers, and concerned citizens. I want to applaud Dr. LaMarca and the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission for their work on addressing the skyrocketing symptoms of heavy tech use and low amounts of physical movement, unstructured play, and decreased social interaction in our school system. Broadly, those symptoms include decreased ability to self-regulate in interpersonal situations and higher instances of mental health issues, substance abuse, and suicide. Happily, it appears that the Commission's proposed goals for 26-27 will begin to get down to the root causes of these issues. My hope is that their fourth goal, to incorporate responsibilities regarding student wellness as outlined in Board Policy 5600, means that someone will finally enforce compliance with the Nevada School Wellness Policy, which states that all children must receive at least 30 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity per day and bars withholding recess as punishment. I am equally excited by their fifth goal, which is to review best practices around student screen time. Here, I must urge every trustee and district leader to hear me now. We must add on to this goal a full audit of all the technology our students touch. Parents deserve to know how much time total their students are spending on screens at school every day and why. Exactly what apps and platforms they have access to on school devices, how each EdTech vendor is collecting, using, and safeguarding their child's data, and how much of our taxpayer dollars total are going to apps, platforms, devices, renewals, updates, and refreshes. I bet there's enough money there to pay for art and PE, two programs that are not even funded in our K-5 schools, but are both backed by decades of research as beneficial for students' mental, physical, and academic development. One more thing that must be added to this goal and agendized for formal direction, the upcoming iReady review. The caveat for voting to renew iReady bundle for 26-27, despite no student outcome evidence, was that finally, now that we're in our fourth year of use, we'll take a look at how well this is working. We want specific direction on what that analysis will entail and complete transparency, including outside oversight from the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission, as well as parent and teacher representatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vesco. Good to see you.
Andrew Jorgensen, Andrew Yasso, Elizabeth Burrell, Danielle Valancourt.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Andrew Jorgensen. I'm the father of two kids in the district in 7th and 11th grades. I've made my career in education technology and education technology. I'm currently teaching computer science and IT and cybersecurity at TMCC. Obviously, I'm not representing TMCC at the moment. When I was technology director at Story County School District in 2013, I was responsible for making iReady work, so I'm very familiar with it. I'd like to help you disentangle all of the complicated bureaucracy and stuff around all of this. Screen time is a huge issue, and I'd say what people do on screens is at least as important as the fact that they're doing it on a screen. I would also like to recommend that we make sure that iReady is evaluated separately from screen time. You know, obviously make it part of screen time, but iReady is its own thing. I want to also thank Trustees Westlake and Smith for voting against the renewal of the iReady contract with Curriculum Associates, especially Beth Smith, as she is my representative. Thank you. I really felt represented when I read about your vote. Appreciate it. So how I learned about iReady being used at Washoe was from my son. I had fought the rain and the ice and the snow to get him to school one day, and 7 minutes later, I get a message from him saying that they're having us use laptops all day today, Dad. And I asked, well, what are they having you do? And he said, iReady. And I said, oh no, I've seen that one before. And so I remembered a conversation that I had with him the year prior about a different digital learning platform and the school overusing it and him being bored out of his mind. He wanted to jump out of a window. He's a smart kid. He likes learning. But these things are incredibly tedious, and they're just workbooks on a screen. They're not high tech, okay? This isn't new technology. Like I said, 2013, Story County, okay? So I pick him up from school, I take him to work. Okay, I go talk to the principal. He tells me he doesn't know how much time they're using it. I tell him, my estimation is it's about 12% of all class time, based on what my son tells me, and I ask him if I've got anything wrong. He says it looks all fine to him, but he says this is supposed to raise our test scores. And, you know, I don't care about that. That's not I don't get up in the morning worrying about test scores. I worry about whether my kid is engaged in school, whether he wants to go to school, right? I want him to continue to go to school. So I opted him out of iReady, which you can do, by the way. Why does the district not want anyone to know that parents can opt out? That's a good question. Anyway, as you're evaluating iReady, I want to be a resource to you. I'll follow up by email to ask the right questions so that we get a good evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen.
Andrew Yasso, Elizabeth Burrell, Danielle Valancourt, Sierra Claypool.
My name is Andrew, and I'm an active member of the Verdi Elementary School community with a 6-year-old going into first grade next year, and she is directly affected by the mandatory tech usage policy. Screen time has a measurable and proven effect on brain development, and the younger the brain, the more pronounced those effects. I could summarize my whole comment by simply stating that independent reading time beats screen time pound for pound in long-term learning outcomes. That said, I would hope that if any technology and screen time were being introduced, they were backed by researched, science-based methods that have been reviewed carefully and routinely audited to ensure they are being implemented correctly, and most importantly, actually delivering results. Nothing about the mandatory screen time many of us here are concerned about seems to meet that basic evaluation standard. Expecting transparency and analysis into the efficacy of any program being paid for and mandated for our students seems like the absolute minimum, and it was a complete and disappointing shock for me when I learned the iReady program appears exempt from such fundamental scrutiny. As a quick anecdote, when my daughter took the iReady reading test at the beginning of kindergarten year, she tested well below average. When I spoke with her teacher, she said she knew my daughter could read at a much higher level, but that she didn't know how to use the tablet, so she just hit buttons. I asked the teacher to administer that same test but in analog via pen and paper, and magically my daughter tested above average. By the end of the year when she took the iReady test, her digital score now matched her analog score, which to me says that all iReady is doing is teaching her how to use a tablet, not actually improving her reading. I would much rather the mandatory tablet time be exchanged for actual reading time, or protected for art or recess or some other researched and factually beneficial activity. It may be worth mentioning that I spent the first decade of my professional life as a climbing instructor and mountain guide, far away from computers or screens, teaching people in nature. But before becoming a parent, I specifically chose to get into the tech sector, and I have spent the last decade of my life making a living on screens. I now work as the director of engineering for one of the largest cybersecurity intelligence firms in the country. To be clear, I am not anti-technology. I mean, I'm reading my comment off a screen, and that irony is not lost on me. I absolutely want my daughter to learn how to use technology when the time is right. But at her age, the fact it's mandated she use it without inspection, analysis, or investigation into the software and company that provides that technology feels foolish. I hope my thoughts urge you to scrutinize the mandatory use of tech and demand greater transparency, proof of efficacy, and seek third-party reviews of any software or tech you purchase and mandate. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Yasso.
Elizabeth Burrell, Danielle Valancourt, Sierra Claypool, Valerie Truce.
Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Borrelle. I'm currently a parent to a rising second grader and third grader, and my constituents are Diane Nicolette and Alex Woodley. In college, I performed research of neurolinguistics. I looked at how the brain processes language, what our first commentator mentioned. And so I am concerned about our screen time, like many other parents. When my child, I have a second and third grader, I don't remember if I said that. She has to go get her iPad, then her headphones, then she needs to log into Clever and not get distracted with all the apps on Clever. Then she needs to log on to iReady. On iReady, they get coins if they complete their lessons correctly. So she might get distracted and start playing some of those games with the coins that she earned. And none of this counts toward her screen time. The screen time starts when she goes back to the math portion and hits begin. Like many parents, I was confused as to what iReady actually is. And so my teacher, my daughter's teacher has allowed me to observe the iPad time. Here's what I saw in a first grade classroom. Every child has an iPad. The volume is turned up so loudly you can hear it through their headphones. No one has scrap paper to work out a math problem. My daughter watched jumping beans and backflipping dogs for 1.5 minutes before she could click on the screen where the program began counting for her. Then another minute of characters flying down tubes before she could answer a problem on her own. For a student who can easily say 11 minus 4 is 7, this is not adaptive learning. This is torture. When iPad time ended, many students resisted giving up their screens. Devices are a distraction in the classroom, whether they have education stamped on the side of it or not. At my school, when students finish 90 minutes of iReady, they can play on PBS Kids. They get computer class twice a week, YouTube to teach them anything during the day, and fun Friday movies. The literature is clear that the platform on which we learn matters. The pedagogy presented digitally and on paper affects our brains differently. What we attend to, what we retain. This is our biology. We are meant to learn from people, not screens. I call for a full audit of our student tech use. Parents need to know how much time they're spending on screens for learning and fun. And I truly thank you for all you've done for us, and I know that this will change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Borelli.
Danielle Valancourt, Sierra Claypool, Valerie Truce, Larissa Vinner.
Hello again. My name is Danielle Valancourt. I am with the Washoe County Student Attendance Advisory Committee as well as the Reno Junior League, and I used to be a cook in a past life, and I now do real estate. I have a child who is in 3rd grade this upcoming, as well as going to be in kindergarten, and I'm just really confused as well as to what iReady has to bring to the table after 15 years of being introduced to any school system. There hasn't been any statistics to prove that it genuinely helps in any way. Whether you're in California or you're in Florida, they're having lawsuits against iReady currently for selling data and data breaches. I feel like iReady really has to be looked at because every single teacher I've spoken to and every child I've spoken to doesn't understand it. When you have a teacher that's telling you how your child is being placed in the very beginning of the year and then you look at how much they've grown over the year, no, that means they've learned how to use the computer. My child gets anxiety when she does testing like every other person probably does nowadays, and they just press the button to get through it. And then when they learn that they actually have to answer the questions, they miss their recess in order to have to finish their iReady. So when you go into 3rd grade, you have only one recess, and if you don't finish your iReady in time, you get to miss that recess. Sometimes you get to stay for your lunch also. I don't think this is something that they actually had planned to go into things, but I think it's wrong. When we don't offer arts, we don't offer PE, we're given this life of AI nowadays, and they say, start your own business. That's how you're going to really make money in the future. But how is one supposed to start their own business if they don't have the creativity given to them to actually have an idea, to have the goals that are making them driven? In middle school, we don't offer any extracurriculars at all. Now we have attendance monitors and counselors to talk to people who no longer have PE, art. At Pine Middle School, you can do culinary school, which is what caused me to be a cook in the very beginning to actually make money enough to become a real estate agent. As somebody that lives in a lower tier, you can't see yourself in a community if you're not making enough to pay your bills. And currently, right now, in this type of economy that Northern Nevada is bringing in, you need 3 people living in your household to pay your bills at $85,000 a year. And kids nowadays don't see how they fit into today's society if they have to pass a test on iReady, and they're only being judged based off of that. We have a lot of money that we can bring towards the system, but we have to allocate it in a better way than software. When there's plenty of software out there. We've been using Infinite Campus for longer than I was in Washoe County School District. And my husband, I hated it. I think I did worse because I had Infinite Campus, to be fully honest. I think it's much better to just have a book, a teacher that cares about you, which seems like that's the common goal, whether it's a coach or a teacher to be there for you. It's not software, and it's not iReady. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sierra Claypool, Valerie Truce, Larissa Venner, Olivia Kyer.
Good afternoon. I respectfully ask you to approve Agenda 302 and support the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission's review of best practices for student screen time. My name is Sierra Claypool. I'm a constituent of Trustees Adam Mayberry and Colleen Westlake, and I'm a mother of two, including a son entering kindergarten this year. I've spent my career as an analyst for multiple Fortune 500 companies, helping leaders evaluate major initiatives and determine whether they're delivering the intended results. That experience has taught me two principles that consistently guide successful organizations. First, they keep their customers at the center of every decision. In education, our students are the reason we're here, and our teachers are the professionals who help them succeed. Approving Agenda Item 302 puts both students and teachers at the center of this conversation by asking a simple question: what best serves student learning? Second, successful organizations measure results and continuously improve. They define success, evaluate outcomes, and refine their approach based on what the data shows. I believe the same framework should guide how we evaluate educational technology in Washoe County. For example, Washoe County has invested approximately $8 million in iReady over the past several years. In any organization I've worked for, an investment of that size would prompt one straightforward question: what measurable outcomes have we achieved? What evidence supported its implementation? How was success defined? And after 3 years, what measurable improvements has Washoe County observed? If our district has measured the outcomes of this investment, that information should be transparent and readily available to our board, our teachers, and the families whose tax dollars funded it. If it has not been measured, then reviewing screen time best practices provides the perfect stepping stone to establish that expectation going forward. As this work continues, I ask that the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission and representatives from the Washoe Education Association be included in any future evaluation or renewal of the district's iReady contract, as well as future instructional technology purchases. Including both groups will bring together expertise in student health and classroom instruction, strengthening future technology decisions. Approving Agenda Item 302 is an opportunity to establish a lasting expectation that major instructional decisions are guided by evidence, evaluated transparently, and continually improved based on measurable student outcomes. I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Claypool. Appreciate it.
Valerie Truce, Larissa Venner, Olivia Kyer, Abigail Harper. Larissa Venner, Olivia Kyer, Abigail Harper, Casey Harding.
Good afternoon, members. I am Larissa Viner. I'm a parent of two Washoe County School District students, and I'm a registered nurse. I am a constituent of Diane, Nicolette, and Christine Hull. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am here to ask that we reduce screen time for our youngest students, especially elementary school. Technology certainly has a place in education, but it should support learning, not replace the hands-on experiences that young children need most. Children in these early grades learn best by reading physical books, writing with pencils, building with their hands, talking with their classmates, asking questions, and learning directly from their teachers. Many parents are already working to reduce screen time at home. When children spend several hours at school each day on a screen, it becomes difficult to strike that healthy balance. It is recommended they only receive 2 hours of screen time daily. Research continues to suggest that excessive screen use in young children can affect attention, language development, and opportunities for meaningful social interaction. Our classrooms should prioritize experiences that help children develop critical thinking, creativity, communication, and strong relationships with their teachers and peers. I'm not suggesting we eliminate technology. Digital tools have value when used thoughtfully and for specific purposes. But for our youngest learners, they should be the exception rather than the norm. I encourage the board to approve the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission's review of best practices around student screen time and review current classroom screen time practices, establish age limits, and invest in instructional materials and teaching methods that emphasize hands-on learning, teacher-led learning. It's most important to complete a full audit of student tech use in all of our schools. We need to know exactly what our kids have access to on devices and why. How much time are the kids spending on these screens at school? We need real evidence behind each EdTech tools used in our schools. How much are we spending on those devices, apps, platforms, licenses? Do these EdTech tools do something that a human teacher couldn't? From my child's experience, the teacher is not allowed to help with any iReady questions. They're simply forced to guess answers or try their best. Following up on what you just learned is pretty important, in my opinion. I asked the board to set clear direction for the upcoming iReady review, with oversight from the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission and reps from the Washoe County Parent Coalition and the Teachers Union. Our youngest students only have one chance to build a strong foundation they need for lifelong learning. Let's make sure that foundation is built through human connection, active engagement, and real-world experiences, not primarily through a screen. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Viner. Appreciate it.
Olivia Kyer, Abigail Harper, Casey Harding, Tanya Coleman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Olivia Sear. I'm a constituent of Adam Mayberry and Colleen Westlake. My son is going into kindergarten this upcoming school year, and I've been very concerned about what I've learned about the use of iReady in the classroom and even being assigned as homework for kindergartners. There's clear evidence that children learn better from teachers and with physical manipulatives or pen and paper than with EdTech. These technologies were put in place out of an assumption that they would help the learning process. But we're asking you to take a little bit of a more critical look at the technology. Examine, has it actually helped learning? Has it harmed learning? Just determine what the evidence is really showing. And for the upcoming iReady review, I urge you to include oversight from the SHSC and representatives from the Washoe Parent Coalition and the WEA Teachers Union. Also, in regards to iReady, there's currently a class action lawsuit against iReady for allegedly collecting student data and sharing it with third parties for commercial purposes without adequate consent from parents and students. The plaintiffs further accuse the company of unjust enrichment or wrongfully profiting off the collection and sale of student data. While Curriculum Associates denies all claims detailed in the lawsuit, their terms of service do not preclude such actions, which details that the company will collect data, including a student's race and gender, grade level, responses to iReady assessment questions, time spent answering each question, and more. The company also collects students' IP addresses, school name, disability status, and eligibility for school lunches, some of which, frankly, are none of their business. We have hit a point in this world where if a tech company does not explicitly lay out in their terms of service that they will not be selling our data, it must be assumed that they either are doing so or will be doing so in the future. We need to perform a full audit of all student tech use to find out exactly how much time students are spending on screens at schools, what our kids have access to on school devices and why, whether there's real evidence behind these EdTech tools, and how much we're spending on them, whether each EdTech tool does something a human teacher couldn't, and whether the EdTech tools are creating profiles on our children that could be sold to advertisers. I'm incredibly worried about the tech privacy aspect of these EdTech tools, and I hope you take these seriously. An EdTech tool that does not protect and anonymize our children's data has no business in the classroom. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sire.
Abigail Harper, Casey Harding, Tanya Coleman, Kristen Addis. Casey Harding, Tanya Coleman, Kristen Addis, Holly Estes.
Hello, Ms. Harding.
Hello. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'm the mother of 2 preschool-age children, looking forward to being a part of the district when we reach school age. And I'm also a member of the Washoe Parent Coalition. I'll be presenting some of the results from a recent survey that our coalition conducted among parents about screen use in our district. 106 respondents completed the survey. These respondents represent 17 unique zip codes in Washoe County, have children across all K through 12 grades, and the majority of them represent public school parents. The majority of public school parents reported that the communication of ed tech policy and screen time in schools is poorly or very poorly conducted. Only 9% reported that communication about ed tech policy was done well, and only 3% reported that communication about screen time in schools was done well. 81% of the K through 8 parents that took our survey were dissatisfied or very dissatisfied with iReady use in their children's schools. When asked if their child or family had experienced any harm or negative impacts related to school technology and screen use, 38% of all public school parents reported yes. Respondents identified benefits and concerns with the current ed tech in our district, as we've heard from many parents already today. The strongest consensus, though, was among respondents reporting that there was concern around too much screen time, that there were opportunity costs with screen time, subjects and activities that receive less attention due to ed tech. There was also a lack of transparency related to ed tech apps and screen time use in school, and there was interference with development of educational and social skills. I really commend this committee for looking at best practices of screen use. I think this is incredibly important. And based on the findings of our survey, I would urge you to go beyond simply reviewing best practices. There should be a careful audit of ed tech tools currently being used and available within the district. Our current practices on screen time across grades also needs to be evaluated, and there's an urgent investigation that needs to happen into this alarming rate of harm and negative impact on our, that screens are having related to children's health within our schools. Priority should also be placed on developing policies and guidelines around ed tech and screen time, focusing on transparency, evidence, age appropriateness, and the health and safety of our children. A central overarching theme that emerged from this survey, both related to benefits and concerns as well as policies that parents would support, is that we have a very engaged parent stakeholder group that's interested in being involved and should have a place at this table. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tanya Coleman, Kristen Addis, Holly Estes, Brendan Urquiaga.
Good afternoon, school board members, Superintendent McMaster. Best of luck, the Teacher Corps welcomes you. I am, for the record, Tanya Coleman, a teacher at Echolota Elementary, military veteran. This is my 25th year in the classroom. I am here because something is deeply perplexing. Play and movement are biological imperatives. Art is a cognitive imperative. 22 academic days annually spent on the iReady screen time compliance is not. At my elementary school, administrators spend hundreds of hours every year on compliance. 3 walkthroughs a day for 15 teachers, averaging 3 minutes each across a 150 school day. That's over 337 hours annually. On top of that, 5 grade levels meet with administrators for 30 minutes every week to again check and plan for compliance. Another 75 hours. Adult compliance time is carefully protected. We are spending an estimated $25,000 to $35,000 annually in administrator time every year on those compliance activities alone. This is real money and real hours that are carefully protected. Yet we claim we cannot find the minutes or the resources for recess breaks throughout the day, PE, and art for children. Ask yourselves what would have happened if we had never given Mozart a piano, if Serena Williams had never been handed a tennis racket. Ask if Van Gogh had never been given a paintbrush. we would never know the music, the excellence, or the art that was possible in them. Now compare that to the children in our low economic neighborhoods and those living in situational poverty. For many of them, school is the only place they will ever have consistent access to movement, outdoor time, physical activity, and creative expression. When we cut recess, PE, and art, we are taking away their piano, their racket, and their paintbrush. We are deciding in advance that their potential does not deserve the tools to develop. If we can protect hundreds of hours and thousands of dollars, quite literally, for adult compliance systems, we can protect daily minutes and resources for every child to move, play, and create. Mandate those minutes and resources, schedule them, guard them, especially for the children who have the least access outside of school. Our students' potential is not optional. Please act. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman.
Kristen Addis, Holly Estes, Brendan Urquiaga, Kristen Story.
Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Addis. I'm a parent in Washoe County with one child approaching school age and another on the way, and a constituent of Trustees Beth Smith and Diane Nicolette. I support approving this review, but I urge the board to expand it into a comprehensive audit of student technology use across the district. The evidence simply does not support the idea that more classroom technology automatically leads to better learning. Major reviews, including UNESCO's Global Review of Education Technology, have found little evidence that increasing technology by itself improves academic outcomes. At the same time, there's growing evidence that excessive screen use can contribute to distraction and reduced attention, especially in younger children. As a parent, I'm concerned that our district has embraced technology like iReady without first demonstrating that it is improving student outcomes. How much time are students actually spending on screens? We want transparency. Which programs are improving learning and which aren't? And are there safeguards in place to ensure technology is used only when it clearly benefits students and their data is not being stolen? Are we measuring the trade-offs with attention, literacy, handwriting, and opportunities for face-to-face learning? I'll be honest, these decisions are impacting whether we choose to put our children in the school district. Unfortunately, most of my friends with children of a similar age have already made the choice to opt out. I spent last week touring private schools to see what other options we have. I'm still standing here because we want to support our neighborhood schools, but we need confidence that decisions are being driven by evidence and what's best for children, not simply by the availability of technology. Please approve this review, expand it into a full audit of student technology use, and ensure that the upcoming iReady analysis includes independent oversight. Our children deserve policies grounded in evidence, transparency, and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Holly Estes, Brendan Urquiaga, Kristen Story, Tressa Turk.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Holly Estes. I'm a Washoe County School District graduate. I went to Hug High School. I'm an attorney, I'm a business owner, and I have a son who's approaching school age. We're currently at the Waldorf School. I really appreciate their no technology K through 8 approach to schooling. It's more of a Norwegian approach, tried and true traditional educational principles. Teaching students, teaching them to write, teaching them how to think, how to learn, time outside in nature, moving their bodies and in a way outside so that when they come into the classroom, they can sit with their legs in front of them, their bottom planted in the seat, that they can understand maintaining their attention throughout the teaching of the day. My concern, and I appreciate the commission and Ms. Sanchez and her colleague being here and undertaking this study of what's best for these students. I think what we're seeing is social emotional use or social emotional issues in children who use technology. All one needs to do if you've seen a student or a child with an iPad is try and take that iPad away, and you see sort of the emotional dysregulation that occurs when that happens. As you noted earlier before this started, you said, you know, people aren't just using this at school, they're using it at home.
I don't allow my child to use an iPad or that type of technology in our home. The last thing I want is for him to go to school and be using that at school. I'm an advocate of no tech in K through 8. I think by the time someone gets to 9th grade, if they know how to read, write, think, sit patiently, advocate for themselves, that they'll be well equipped to push a button to turn on a computer and manage a keyboard to write a paper if need be. Otherwise, they can write a personalized note. They can write a paper and organize their thoughts. That's what I would like to see. Like the last parent, who's also a Waldorf parent, I am deciding whether or not we'll be sending our child to Washoe County School this coming year. He's not going to be 5 until September 1, so it will be the 27-28 school year. I'm here speaking up because this matters to me, this matters for my neighbors, this matters for our future leaders. We need to see that these people can be productive citizens and are prepared for life. So I appreciate the commission stepping forward and making sure these children are learning how to think, socially, emotionally regulate, and that as a district, we're really looking into policies and not putting our children in the seat of a social experiment. That's troublesome to me, that we're saying, well, let's evaluate it at the cost of a K through 8 child. That's absurd to me. Those aren't the children that we should be testing on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brendan Urquiaga, Kristen Story, Tressa Turk, Stacy Stosich, Donald Gallimore.
Good afternoon.
My name is Brendan Urquiaga. I'm a Washoe County student and now a Washoe County parent, and I work in software engineering. In my job, we do not ship anything without a plan to measure whether or not it is working. Real metrics tracked against real goals, and we do this before we spend the money. Otherwise, we're just lighting it on fire and hoping it works. This commission has a plan. First and foremost, I ask you to approve this plan. But I would also ask you to go further. Do not use this as just a research exercise. The screen time review shouldn't just sit on shelf. It should become the yardstick. This is backwards, and I think everyone knows. You're supposed to build the measures first and then buy the thing. Not buy the thing and then say, oh, I think it's working. I'm asking to use this screen time review as that yardstick. Don't just approve it and then say we did our job. Once this is done and you publish a report on some ed tech software or some ed tech tool, look at the best practice and say, is this actually meeting the goals and the best practices? And if it's not, then that's not something like, oh, we should review it. That's a, we shouldn't use this anymore. It's not doing what we want it to do. Right now, we buy tools, we hope they help, we rarely go back and check. I'm asking you to close the loop, approve the review, then commit publicly that its findings will actually be applied, not just for future purchases, to purchases that have already happened for classrooms today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kristen Story, Tressa Turk, Stacy Stosich, Donald Gallimore.
Hello, Ms. Story.
Hello. It's been a pleasure to be here. This is my first time experiencing this format, and I really, I think it's powerful. I'm really enjoying the voices and the experience of collaborative listening. I have a different concern I'm going to raise, and it's around, is it 3.02, the bathroom concern. Yeah, this is, okay. So I'd like to raise a student health concern that I hope the district will reconsider as it continues to create safe schools. Why do we have bathrooms at schools? Recently, I learned from a pediatric cardiologist that I took one of my children to that my child, and actually many middle schoolers, are chronically dehydrated because they do not want to go to the bathroom. They get to school at 7:30. They leave their day at 2. We already know these are terrible times for the middle school body. The district has decided that this is the only way to get the bus system to work. But we also make it so hard to go to the bathroom. The way that we ask kids to do that is very public, and you know how private middle schoolers are about everything.
You're doing fine. Take your time.
I'm always the one getting handed tissues. Thank you so much. It's very grounding, actually. My mom was a public educator. And I've done every kind of education. I've done homeschooling, charter schooling, public schooling. I want to be a public school parent. Because I feel like there are children, not just my child, but it can be really hard to support the public school when my child can't go to the bathroom. At her school, they're closed. They're closed. If I say, where can you go to the bathroom, the doors are closed.
Thank you for that. We appreciate it very much.
So just the drug safety is one thing, but so is just going to the bathroom. Like, they have to be open and they have to be safe.
Okay, thank you.
Tressa Turk, Stacy Stosich, Donald Gallimore.
Hello, my name
Good
is
afternoon.
Tressa Turk, and my son will be entering kindergarten this year. I'm here today to express my concerns over the use and safety of screen time and iReady. A lot of my sentiments have been discussed already. But while I don't have firsthand knowledge of this program, I've read many articles and studies. I've talked to so many parents and friends of mine who have children in the school system and who've also decided to homeschool their children because of many of the issues that were discussed. Just in my reading and interests, what I've gathered is iReady. It's a screen-based adaptive learning system, and instead of the child receiving direct instruction from the teacher, they log into their device, put their headphones on, and essentially go through a series of gamified multiple choice questions, often narrated by a character of some sort. One, for example, is Yoop Yooply. I've heard many of the students don't even take the time to really assess the questions. They're just clicking through the program to get to the end reward, some type of reward at the end. I've also heard firsthand through friends whose children are in school, they're facing various signs of distress, anxiety, stomach aches, when it's specifically time for their iReady program use. Additionally, what I've learned is teachers don't see the answers the child selected. They have rather a mere synopsis of what the child has answered. And so there's no proper identification of any issues, learning issues that the child may be facing through the program. The program has not been proven to teach. Also, throughout this process, iReady collects academic and behavioral data, we know, through our children. I have 2 young kids with me today, so I'm like, anyways, they're gathering this information, right? And they're building a profile of our children. And then from what I've understand maybe they're not selling it directly, but they're sharing this with third-party companies. And that really struck me because my child is not a commodity. It just seems like this is a mere data grab. And we all know that they're also in federal court for the security and data issues. So my question is this program really worth the illusion of eyes in the classroom, or are funds better allocated elsewhere? And I just want to remind everybody you are elected for this position.
Yeah.
You're the voice
Thank
of parents and students.
Thank you, Ms. Turk. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stacy Stosich, Donald Gallimore.
Yeah, I like the silent clapping back there, by the way. That's a nice performance. Good to see you, Ms. Stosich. It's been a while.
Yes, it has been a while. Good afternoon, trustees. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Stacy Stosich, and I am here today as both a teacher and a parent of a soon-to-be fifth grader and sophomore student for Washoe County School District. I urge you, get these kids off screens. When COVID hit, schools had no choice but to move to one-on-one technology. It was necessary, but COVID is over, and somehow we've continued adding more screen time instead of returning to the instructional practices we know work. Teachers teaching, students reading books, writing, discussing ideas, and solving problems together. National and international research tells us that excessive screen time during instructional does not automatically improve learning. In fact, the OECD found that students who experience frequent digital distractions perform worse academically, and that more educational screen time does not necessarily lead to better outcomes. My own daughter completed 4th grade this year. She is above grade level reader, yet throughout the entire 25-26 school year, she passed no more than 25 reading lessons at 100%, and similar into math, where they should be passing about 80 to 100 lessons. So my question is, what is she doing on the computer the whole year? As a parent, I ask that question, and as a teacher, I ask it again today. How many instructional minutes were spent clicking through iReady lessons instead of reading authentic literature? Reading, meeting with teachers, small groups, or having meaningful classroom discussions. Technology is a tool, not the centerpiece of it. Our students do not need more time staring at a screen. They need opportunities to think critically, wrestle with challenges, challenging ideas, collaborate with classmates. Years from now, our children, they're not going to remember how many hours they spent staring on the screen. What they are going to remember are the teachers who inspired them, the friends they laughed with, the books they held in their hands, and the moments they felt truly seen. Let's not allow screens to become the center of our childhood. Let's put the human connection back where it belongs. Our kids are watching, and they are counting on us to get this right. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you guys have a great night.
Thank you, Ms. Stosich, and thanks for teaching.
Donald Gallimore.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gallimore.
Hi, trustees again. Yeah, I was not going to testify again, but some of the things that were said, we've been saying for years, decades, and I hope that one day this board can listen. We've had a good school district in Washoe County School District compared to everyone else in the state and everyone else in the country. We're at the median. We don't want to go down any more than we have. And our kids are the center of all of this. And so we have to have them reading at grade level 3. We have to have them having ideas and creativity and the ability to make friends and you know, the parents, family members, making friends. We're in a small community. We have to be in this all together. And the money is the one thing that I think that everyone behind me has been talking about, all the people who are testifying, is that we're getting in more money from places that are detrimental to our teaching process, our educational process. Reading, writing, and arithmetic. I've been saying that for 15 years now in front of this board, and that's all we need to do. That's what it was a proven success in the past in any educational system that has ever been. And we've been, our school system has been at the forefront of a lot of things that have been the first. Brian Sandoval is the governor, brought us into what really is the dark ages. But for the most part, we need to overcome that, and this is the time that we have to do that right now. The information behind us, as I said earlier, all science has said that reading a book, having something in your hand, tangible, they can refer back to it with ease, and instead of the digital fleeting information that's on there. All science has pointed to more intelligent children and their learning process. And so I hope that one day this board maybe can go ahead and understand that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
The board received emails from Max Alcantar, Lindsay Gillette, Maggie Babb, Michaela Leggett, Allison Conway, Malika Bordenonji, Christian Thayer, Kim Bell, Dan Kirk with the Washoe School Principals Association, Jennifer Jameson, Christina Johnson, Megan Cohey, Zoe Bray, Brittany Avila, Dr. Abigail Harper, Lindsay Rojas, and Angela Lynch.
Okay. Thank you, Gigi. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment on item 3.02. I know Tiffany, our superintendent, has some comments to make, follow-up comments.
Yes, thank you, President Mayberry. I just truly appreciate all of the feedback and engagement today. It is clear that progress forward will require some collaboration. I think the first step of that today is just listening to the voice of so many, so thank you for that. The voice of our families, the staff, our community members truly matters, and we appreciate this feedback that we received today. I want to thank Chair Sanchez and Dr. Lamarca for their engagement and support as we work together to elevate stakeholder voice, review our data in the coming months, vet the research, and provide feedback around best practices relative to screen time. I appreciate the goal that was brought forward today because I think it signals a shared commitment to collaboration moving forward, so I thank you for that. Washoe County School District has already begun the work of conducting an audit of all screen time by grade level, and so we look forward to bringing our findings to the commission as we work together to determine the best approach to move forward. I know that those recommendations are going to consider a lot of different factors, not only our findings, but the physical and emotional and mental well-being of our students. We're going to need to balance that with ensuring we still meet the computer science standards with the state of Nevada. Looking at developmentally appropriate by grade level will be some good work ahead. And then just also ensuring that we make sure our students are productive members of society in an ever-changing world. So I look forward to working with you as things progress and as we look to find answers moving forward. The work of this commission really elevates the essential voice of some experts within our community, which I think will be essential. And I appreciate you for that engagement moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Any other further questions, comments? If not, I'm ready to entertain a motion.
Thank you,
Trustee Smith, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, folks, my colleagues up here, I've been listening, and I have a draft to suggest. This is just a starting point, but I'd love to hear. This is based on what everyone was saying. As an idea, we've got the entire motion exactly the way that it is. And actually, I should start by saying thank you. Thank you to both of you. Thank you for everybody here. This was such a brave and important conversation done with positive advocacy, okay? I love that. Positive advocacy brings us together, and I think that that is really impressive. So I hear universal agreement from my colleagues for all the original goals, which is why I think the entire original motion that we have is totally good the way that it is. And what we have done in the past, if Mr. President and the board is interested, we have taken in the past an entire motion that is good the way that it is, and then we've added on some specificity so that they have clear direction from us. So this is just a draft, but the first part captures Vice President Woodley's advocacy on athlete mental health, and then I kind of delve into some of the specificity for like an inventory and an audit. I'll go ahead and I'll read it, and then I'll explain some of the thoughts behind the structure of it. But obviously, I want to hear from you because this is your motion. I'm just trying to help scribe it. So, because I'm not going to read it, we've got the entire motion exactly the way that it is, which approves all the goals as they are, including the best practices work. But then it would go on to say, and don't worry, JJ, I have this queued up in Teams, so I'm sending it to you. You don't have to worry. To include exploring student-athlete mental health training for coaches and inventorying and auditing all PK-12 technology, including but not limited to, use, minutes, and whether or not there is peer-reviewed independent efficacy studies on apps, digital curriculum, state and district assessments, programs, and websites. So I want everybody else's lights to come on and let me know what you think. The reason why I started at this point is because having been on a committee for 4 years, of which Clerk Hall was also on too, there's things that are appropriate to ask a committee for, and then there are things much more appropriate for staff, very similar to how we did bathrooms, okay? We gave you the goal, we told you to compile all the stuff, the district team processed it, and then you've made recommendations from there. So the reason why I structured this the way that I did is just for you to gather the information with staff, but it's not necessarily your job to tell us which of the programs are okay. It's just to help gather the information. That's the work of our superintendent, that's the work of our chiefs, and everyone. But it creates like an information gathering place. You'll do your own best practices work from there, but it solidifies that that's the baseline that we're looking for, but it's not asking you to take the role of an IT professional or, of course, the work of Chief Lamarca or anyone else. So that to me felt for a starting point like a respectful line, but I want to hear from the 5 of you. And I can read it again if you want. Okay. So to include exploring student-athlete mental health training for coaches and inventorying and auditing all PK-12 technology, to include, but not limited to, and by the way, that's so that you have some room here, okay? Use, minutes, and whether or not there is peer-reviewed independent efficacy studies on apps, digital curriculum, state and district assessments, programs, and websites.
Well, so 2 things. Yeah, I think generally support all that. The student-athlete piece, I mean, is that, do you have the bandwidth to tackle that?
We do.
Okay. And then on the other piece, Superintendent McMaster, you talked about that we are doing an audit, so I just don't want to make sure there's any duplication being done.
Yeah, I think there's already work being done, and we would obviously want to bring those findings forward to the commission for their review. That would be an initial first step. So, yes.
Thank you, Chairman, if I may. I agree with Trustee Smith on that, and that was going to be my only comment and question was to check with the superintendent, so thank you for that.
And just for me, again, going back to when people ask you to do something, you know, can you actually do it? You know, we can ask for the world, we can do all kinds of stuff, and we wish we could, but we just don't have the capacity or the time or all these other things that really kind of you know, step in front of those good ideas. So I just want to make sure, asking you, some of the things that are asked, even of what we have right here, is this something that you like, the word I think was bandwidth, so to speak, to be able to do?
I believe we do.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think
So-
that's all attainable. I mean, and even we're doing it now, so I don't think there's any problem in reinforcing that.
Yeah, just to continue on though, with that, so
Oh,
just
I'm
making
sorry,
sure,
I'm
just
sorry,
making
I
sure,
didn't-
I got that part of it there. And then again, we're not duplicating the efforts that are already, that we already are moving forward on. And just making sure, again, just closing some of that gap of what you're asking for, that's my input, is that we're squeezing that down to specify specifically, if you want to get into the weeds, what it is that we are asking of you to do. And, so where you say have it narrowed down. Does that kind of make sense or no?
I think we can get it done, and I think we'll work together with Superintendent McMaster, Deputy Superintendent Angotti. We have 3 meetings in the fall. I'm assuming our time frame is prior to budget discussions, so I think we'll be okay. It's ambitious, and I think it's important for our students.
And then finally, just going back to your experience, bringing it out, when you're talking about, you're kind of laying it out specifically what you're asking. I think that is a good thing so that, we know the expectation of what that is. Because generally, a lot of times we go into, we get that general idea. I saw you all taking notes. I know you got the content of what we all been talking about, all this public comment. I got it, I saw you, and I know you heard them. And I just want to make sure that when we do ask it, it is specific that we're asking and that you can have that as a deliverable. That's something you can do. That's just my comment out there before we start doing things.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate all that. I'm going to revise something I said when I said the 5 of you. I should have said the 6 of you. I was trying to do the math in my head really fast because Trustee Westlake's not here, so I wanted to address that. And then also, absolutely, Trustee Phoenix, because it is our responsibility as a board to make sure that they know the work that we're looking for, because the worst possible outcome is to have wonderful intent and then deliver something that does not quite match what we're looking for. And that is our responsibility as a governing body. So I really do appreciate your support on the specificity. It is not at all to rein you in, but rather to be clear so that you guys can hit the mark and give you space to deliver, whatever else you think is appropriate there. So with that said, I did deliver this already. Oh, and I will add that the reason why I dropped in auditing is because I was listening to Superintendent McMaster. So that's how that word went in there too. So, clerk call. I want to make sure.
I was going to second when you read it.
Okay.
So.
Okay. So with that, if there's no other lights on, I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendations from the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission, SHSC, regarding bathroom safety and substance use prevention, and approves the proposed 2026-27 SHSC goals, directing the superintendent and staff to implement changes as possible within the constraints of the district's adopted fiscal year 2027 budget to include exploring student-athlete mental health training for coaches, and inventorying and auditing all PK-12 technology, including but not limited to use, minutes, and whether or not there is peer-reviewed independent efficacy studies on apps, digital curriculum, state and district assessments, programs, and websites.
Second.
Okay, excellent. Got a motion on the floor from Trustee Smith to approve item 3.02 as stated, with a second from Trustee Hall. Any further discussion, comments? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. I too want to give a shout out to all the public that came out. I really appreciate the civil discourse. I love the silent clapping as well. I do. And speaking of bathrooms, I think we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll take a short recess and be back here momentarily, about 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, thanks, everybody. We're going to bring the meeting back to order. I'm going to take something just out of order real quick. We're going to hear item 3.05. This is a presentation and discussion and possible action to approve the sanctioning of high school lacrosse. We're going to hear that first, and then we will go back to 3.03 and 3.04 respectively. So I apologize, and I appreciate the flexibility from staff. 3.05 should be a fairly short item for us. So.
And Mr. President, I have a disclosure with 3.05.
Okay, please.
Okay. Before we get started, this is for item 3.05. For the record, I would like to disclose that my son played club lacrosse at his Washoe County School District High School the previous school year, and he is expected to participate in lacrosse as a sanctioned sport this upcoming spring 2027 season. The NIAA's decision to sanction lacrosse as a sport occurred prior to my son taking up the sport, and his potential participation in the program will give him no benefit greater than that of any other student. I conclude that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this, and because this is not a clear case of a disqualifying conflict of interest, I am going to be participating in and voting on this matter.
Okay, thank you for that disclosure, Trustee Smith. With that, we'll turn it to item 3.05. Our presenters are Lauren Ford, Area Superintendent, and Mr. Chad Hartley, our new Director of Athletics and Activities. Welcome to you both.
Thank you for having us. President Mayberry, Superintendent McMaster, and trustees. For the record, Lauren Ford, Area Superintendent, and we are here to talk with you and present about the sanctioning of lacrosse.
Good afternoon, President Mayberry, Superintendent McMaster, and trustees. Chad Hartley, the proud and new Director of Athletics and Student Activities for the record. Coming out of the 2025 legislative session, the NIAA action to sanction lacrosse came in August of 2025. According to Nevada Administrative Code, the next step to allow lacrosse to take place in the Washoe County School District is for our district to sanction it, and that's our purpose here today. A little background on lacrosse in Northern Nevada, and I'm grateful for some assistance on this from the folks at High Sierra Lacrosse. We'll hear more about them in a little bit. But organized youth lacrosse in our area came about in the early 2000s, around 2003, with an operation in Truckee. In 2005, Galena High School fielded the first club team in our area. Shortly after that, we saw club teams develop at Reno High, Damani Ranch, Wooster High School, Bishop Manogue, and Truckee High School. High Sierra Lacrosse has been administering the sport in Northern Nevada since 2007, and their vision on achieving sanctioned status has been there from the beginning. They've aligned their program with recognized high school rules and regulations. They've followed NIAA procedures and scheduling models along the way. In 2018, working with my predecessor, Roland Stallworth, they earned district-recognized athletic status, which allowed for varsity letters and field use fees.
High Sierra Lacrosse also continued to build programs within the high schools. They began in the fall of 2024. They started providing demonstrations. They partnered to hold clinics, provided equipment to PE classes, and held interest meetings in order to expand the high school programs. We have interest at 6 high schools, and I don't have the clicker. There we go. We have interest at 6 of our high schools for both boys and girls lacrosse. Interest expands not just varsity, but we have enough athletes for JV programs as well. The Board of Trustees did, part of your budgetary process, approve funding for lacrosse. High Sierra Lacrosse continues to support the Washoe County School District with lacrosse. Their board has offered to offset initial costs for sanctioning lacrosse in Washoe County School District.
So there you see the 6 schools that are expected to have varsity programs upon the approval and the sanctioning of this sport. High Sierra Lacrosse is willing to expand on this partnership as interest grows. So if our other high schools, if we do see interest develop at those schools, there is the potential for expanding those programs. The board approval today will allow our schools to move forward with hiring coaches, acquiring additional equipment, and building schedules.
And President Mayberry, you'll see here our superintendent's recommendation.
Okay. Thank you. Short and sweet. Any questions from the board? Yes, Clerk Cole.
Thank you. I just want to clarify. So you mentioned that there was interest for both a boys and a girls team. So is that at all 6 schools, there'll be a boys and a girls team so that we're following Title IX?
That's correct.
Thank you. Also, welcome, Chad.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations on your new position. And we're really excited to work with you in this capacity. And then, so just to clarify, so High Sierra Lacrosse is willing to help to offset some of the initial expenses, but will they continue to offer those clinics at the schools that aren't having lacrosse to maybe gain some interest at those schools? Is that what you meant by that?
They've already run interest clinics
Oh,
and
okay.
done things like that since 2024.
Oh, great.
And they've been growing it for quite a while, but they are willing to keep expanding
Wonderful.
and supporting us.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
And let me ask, what does the interest potentially look like at some of the other schools? Hug, McQueen, Worcester, Sparks?
So some of the schools had 2 or 3 students, some had 5 students. It wasn't enough to field a team or even begin that process. High Sierra did allow for athletes at other high schools when they were club related to gain time playing. That'll change with the high school athletic part, but we'll follow NIA guidance on that.
Trustee Nicolette.
You know, today in our consent agenda, we, as typical and need to, provided refereeing money for the school year. Will we be doing the same thing for lacrosse?
We will. There is a Lacrosse Officials Association that is being formed in accordance with the NIAA rules. High Sierra Lacrosse's donation to the district will include some funds to offset the cost of those officials in the first year.
Good question. Trustee Smith.
I just want to say thank you so much for this item. Being a family that just walked into lacrosse this past season, it can feel really overwhelming to walk into a new sport. And High Sierra Lacrosse and the high school club team that my son was involved with really made this really, really easy. And I had no idea that they were even teeing up this much support until I saw it. And I think that this is such a beautiful example of a community partnership to make a new activity happen. So thank you so much.
Okay, Trustee Phoenix.
Just a quick question there. Didn't see any cost in there. What's the cost? How are we going to do this?
So the budget process was already approved during our budgetary process. I believe that you guys, off the top of my head, set aside money to cover all of that as presented by our finance department.
All right. So you're looking pretty good in other
Yep.
words. All right. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions? If that, I will go to public comment. JJ, do we have any public comment on item 3.05?
Justin Cutler.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cutler.
Mr. President Mary, how are you? I'm here this evening. My name is Justin Cutler. I am the president of the High Sierra Lacrosse League, and I'm here. I've been involved with lacrosse since 2012 as a volunteer, a coach, an official, and a board member. I'm here tonight to just offer my strong support for the sanctioning of lacrosse in Washoe County School District. I covered the history very, very eloquently. It's been around since the early 2000s. The first school to engage in it was Galena. We've grown from that small group of kids to over 600 high school athletes participating in 10 schools, the 6 Washoe County School District schools, and then Bishop Manogue, Truckee, Douglas, and Oasis Academy. You talked about some of the fundraising stuff. The High Sierra Lacrosse Foundation is a fundraising arm of the lacrosse community here in Reno, Tahoe. And they, over the course of their lifespan, 2007 to now, have donated over $900,000 to the support of lacrosse. And they've earmarked $90,000 to partner with Washoe County School District to help offset the cost of what you guys are talking about. And they'll continue to fundraise for lacrosse and we will continue to support the development of lacrosse, the development of new programs in the schools that don't have it, and making sure there's opportunities for all athletes, boys and girls, varsity and JV, to engage in the game of lacrosse. So we're really excited about this, excited about the opportunities it's going to provide. Our Washoe County school student athletes with. It's really interesting being on the other end of this last conversation and seeing an opportunity to add a new sport to Washoe County School District, which is such a positive thing for our kids, I think, to be out and playing athletics, having their phones in the bag, away from them, physical activity, outdoors, like it's such a positive thing. And so it's really interesting to be up here thanking you guys for supporting this effort on the heels of that last conversation. And so just in closing, I'd just like to say thank you to all the people that have been a part of this, the families that have expressed their support for lacrosse over the years. This is their time, like really excited for them all to finally get recognized as varsity athletes in the Washoe County School District. And then to my fellow board members who've worked tirelessly to make this happen, the foundation for all the fundraising efforts to financially support it and make it possible. And then I'd really like to thank all of you guys for working through this process with us. And specifically, Adam Mayberry has been engaged with me for at least 4 or 5 years and has just been a steadfast proponent of bringing a new opportunity into the school district. So I really thank all of you guys for what you're doing today.
Thank you. We appreciate your support as well.
Appreciate you guys.
Ian Anderson.
Good day, board members and superintendent. My name is Ian Anderson, and I'm a board member of the High Sierra Lacrosse League, and I've been a youth lacrosse coach in our community for the past 10 years. I'm here to express my strong support for the sanctioning of the boys and girls high school lacrosse, and to thank everyone who has worked so hard to make this opportunity possible. I've had the privilege of participating in the sanctioning process, and I want to recognize what's been an outstanding partnership between the lacrosse community and the Washoe County School District. Throughout this process, Washoe County District staff has been accessible, transparent, and collaborative. In particular, I want to thank Area Superintendent Lauren Ford, the district leadership team, and our high school athletic directors. They have consistently taken the time to answer questions, explain the process, and clearly communicate how the lacrosse community could best support this effort. Their professionalism, responsiveness, and willingness to engage have made a meaningful difference, and we are sincerely grateful for their leadership. Lacrosse is not a new sport to Washoe County. High school lacrosse has been played here at the club level for more than 20 years through the High Sierra Lacrosse League. During that time, league volunteers had the foresight to organize competition using rules and standards modeled after NIA regulations. That long-term vision has positioned our programs for a smooth transition into sanctioned high school athletics. The High Sierra Lacrosse Foundation, the fundraising partner that works alongside the league, has invested more than $900,000 into growing the game throughout Washoe County. Those dollars were raised entirely through community support and have helped provide equipment, improve fields, and expand opportunities for athletes and strengthen both youth and high school programs. More importantly, behind those numbers are thousands of volunteer hours. League board members, coaches, parents, officials, and community supporters have dedicated their time because they believe in what this sport teaches: teamwork, discipline, leadership, perseverance, accountability, and respect. Today's actions represent the culmination of more than 20 years of community effort, partnership, and shared commitment. On behalf of the High Sierra Lacrosse League, I want to thank the Board of Trustees, district leadership, school administrators, athletic directors, families, coaches, volunteers, and especially our student athletes for helping make this moment possible. For hundreds of current players and for generations of student athletes to come, this is more than sanctioning a sport. It is recognizing 2 decades of dedication by our community and opening the door for even more young people to benefit from the opportunity that high school athletics provide. Thank you for your partnership, your thoughtful consideration throughout this process, and for your commitment to providing new opportunities for students across Washoe County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. There's no further questions or comments. I'm ready to make them. Yes, Trustee Nicolai.
Comment. I watched during the 83rd legislative session, and I want to compliment the students because they were a very strong voice during the hearing. They were eloquent, they were passionate, they were kind, they were professional. And in my mind, I'll be straight with you, I wondered about how are we going to manage this with all the other athletics, and it's something else to the plate. And once those students were done testifying, I thought, this is a no-brainer. We got this, we can do this, and we should do this. So if there's any students who play lacrosse or parents listening, thank you for your testimony at the legislative sessions. It made a big difference.
Awesome. Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. I agree with us. High Sierra Cross has really done a lot of, some amazing work, a lot of heavy lifting. Thank you. Vice President Woodley.
Thank you. I just want to give props to High Sierra Lacrosse. Over at the NIAA, when we had a lot of meetings and backroom meetings, it was High Sierra that actually assisted a lot, more than the South even. I can say that, I'm up here in the North. But they were very helpful in providing a lot of information to the entire board. So, and with NIAA staff. Thank you.
Trustee Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. In light of the public comment, I wanted to make the suggestion that you make the motion. I know that that is not a typical thing of the board president, but sometimes board presidents do it.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that honor. Yes, I'm glad we got to where we were today. I don't have a lot of time left. Yeah, geez. Okay, so let's go ahead and move forward and get this done. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the sanctioning of lacrosse as an interscholastic sport in Washoe County School District. The inaugural season beginning in spring of 2027 with 6 high schools: DeMonte Ranch High School, Galena High School, Robert McQueen High School, Edward C. Reed High School, Reno High School, Spanish Springs High School, and the ability to expand 2 other high schools as NIAA requirements are met.
Second.
We got a motion on the floor from President Mayberry, a second from Clerk Hall. Seeing no lights on, no further comments. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, congratulations. Go have fun out there. Be safe. Thank you for allowing us to kind of flip the agenda. I know some folks have some limits on their time. We're going to come back to 3.02, 3.03. This is a presentation and discussion on the Washoe County School District decision process related to unexpected school day closures, to include the timeline of activities, community and staff notifications, and event cancellations and impact. Again, this is an item for presentation and discussion only with our presenters, Adam Searcy, our Chief Operating Officer, and Chris Hackbush, our Chief Academic Officer for Secondary Education. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. Superintendent McMaster, President Mayberry, and Board of Trustees, Chris Hackbush, Chief Academic Officer, for the record. I just want to thank the trustees for the opportunity to have us elevate this subject and asking us to share our continuous reflections on this process and the adjustments we make annually, as we will be sharing the systematic process that goes into unexpected school closure decisions. It's always healthy to share with our community the steps we take to come to these decisions, and we believe it is fitting to share this information in July with 100-degree weather outside, ahead of school beginning just a couple weeks. It's important to share we routinely analyze our process with clear system-wide approaches to inclement weather and emergency closures. We break this process into 3 key areas: preparation for unexpected circumstances, decision-making on how we arrived at these complex decisions, and implementation, how we communicate and adapt, understanding all this is guided by the priorities of safety and continuity of learning. First, district level preparation and reflections involve many central office departments, from emergency management, operations, transportation, academics, school police, to name just a few. We're constantly collaborating, analyzing, and revising resources, guidance, and professional development. Some examples of ongoing training and site leaders include supervisor 101 courses covering an array of topics, including emergency management, updates to our employee handbook, support to our athletic directors at the secondary level, and FAQs pertaining to these subjects on our website. Again, important that the preparation is rooted by lessons learned year to year. preparation at the department and school level become more granular through proactive measures. Evidenced by this picture here with a bus driver practicing installing chains at the school bus yard in sunny weather. Site facilitators routinely conduct school checks of equipment and facilities, clearing gutters and drains, checks of roofs, snow melt and sandbag stocks, and installing chains and plows to their vehicles and practicing that practice. Site facilitators also conduct heat and cooling checks of their school buildings. Furthermore, efforts are made to communicate site-level protocols with staff at the beginning of the school year for delayed starts with preset alternative bell schedules, supervision assignments, campus and building preparation, safety and medical protocols related to indoor recess, cold exposure training, air quality monitoring, onboarding of new hires and new staff to building are also conducted at the beginning of the year, typically in August when staff return.
Thanks, Chris. For the record, Adam Searcy, Chief Operating Officer. Now that we've gotten prepared for that weather event, and cannot be overstated how important that preparation is, right? We've got new staff, we've got new students. As much as we all feel like surprised, gee whiz, it snows in northern Nevada, have we all forgotten? We know when we come back to school, there's a degree of learning loss or just convenient amnesia. That preparation happens annually, the training across a large swath of what we do. But this next several slides are intended to publicly clarify our standard processes, information sources, and important factors that our team weighs during most typical inclement weather events to consider a delayed start or a cancellation. Every circumstance is unique, but to the degree that we can bring a standardized framework and bring in a breadth of sources of information to inform our decisions and recommendations, the goal is consistency with the process, even when conditions themselves are unpredictable and variable. So as illustrated on this slide, these decisions are not made in a single moment, but rather the process unfolds typically over the course of several days with ongoing information updates and reassessment, and throughout every phase of this evaluation and decision-making process, always leaning towards the priorities of safety and continuity of learning. So stepping through the, timeline of events, typically we are monitoring weather systems often 24 to 48 hours or more in advance. There's a variety of sources. Oftentimes these systems come on with much fanfare and anticipation and never materialize or peter out before there's much of an event. But it's during this time period when additional preparation and communication is emphasized. Ensuring that all of those training and coaching points are re-emphasized. Hey, there's a weather system likely for Thursday evening. What might we expect on Friday if. And furthermore, where are we at with our tools and our material stockpiles, et cetera? We're not making decisions yet, but we're monitoring and ensuring we're prepared for a possible storm event. And then it's really the day before. So in the early afternoon hours, when a potential weather event is forecasted, we're receiving updated information primarily from the National Weather Service based here in Reno, as well as several other sources. This time frame, particularly 2 to 3 p.m., typically represents the final hours of a normal workday for our site-based staff and our operations professionals to make important adjustments to or preparations, last-minute preparations for the day ahead. These preparations may include snow chain installation on our tires. We saw the image of the driver practicing to chain up the tires, but we want to proactively install those snow tire chains the afternoon before typically. And staff that are responsible for early pre-dawn hour assessments and snow mitigation measures need to prepare accordingly the evening before. Hey, we're going to go ahead and plan to report to work at 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. to get a jump on whatever the weather may come. We're also reminding employees what they should expect on their individual levels if delays or cancellations are announced, and to ensure that everyone is further prepared. Then the evening before represents typically the last update to the forecast. Somewhere between 4 and 6 p.m., the National Weather Service is typically giving us our last update on the forecast. And sometimes, the difference between an on-time start or a delayed start, or the difference between a delayed start and a cancellation can be relatively small. So those changes in the forecast are meaningful, but perhaps most notably, this really represents the final responsible window of opportunity that we have to make a decision the evening before. We deeply appreciate the value that our community places on advance notification and certainty. And we also weigh the value and importance of continuity of learning. So while we do have the opportunity to make those decisions the evening before within this time frame, we do so relatively infrequently because those systems, those weather events often materialize slightly differently than forecast, and it can be a very small difference that makes the difference between having a school day or not. Many other variables, of course, as things can play out, but waiting to assess the actual storm impacts the day of is most frequently our course of action. I want to highlight this graphic. This is an actual screenshot from the National Weather Service website, just really to try to emphasize the degree of the depth of information, the granularity of information with which they provide. This, of course, is largely the same information that informs some of our local traditional media forecasts, but this can be customized by exact latitude and longitude. This is hour-by-hour forecasts on not only temperature and precipitation, but relative humidity, dew points, things of that nature. That is really just our primary source of information, not our only source of information. So the next morning is really when we kick into action. If we are not able to make a responsible decision the evening before, we're typically sending staff out into the field as early as 2:30 and 3 a.m. The most valuable element of our assessment is direct in-person evaluation of the conditions on the ground by trained district staff. We supplement those observations with additional in-person evaluations from trusted agency partners. So our transportation staff begin assessing the actual roadway conditions in the areas they serve, and these are experienced bus drivers who understand roadway conditions and what they mean for our purposes. What do the sidewalks look like? What do the intersections look like? They're familiar with these areas, and they're familiar with how these conditions typically progress or devolve over the course of a morning. We also, as I mentioned, communicate with field personnel from agencies out there doing similar work, such as snowplow operators and public works administrators at the City of Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County, including NDOT. We also have a direct line of communication, sometimes on the phone with meteorologists at the National Weather Service during this time period as well. Hey, do you have any additional information that you haven't released on the website? They typically staff that office 24 hours, and particularly during these types of weather events, we have sort of a direct line of communication with them when needed. I also kind of wanted to mention when necessary, while this is more frequently and a little bit more tailored towards snow and ice events, a lesser common event is outdoor air quality, and we have a similar line of communication with the Northern Nevada Department of Public Health. But on top of the firsthand human feedback from all across our region is the ever-growing network of real-time camera information on our roadways. So that's what this screenshot is intended to represent. If many of you are hopefully familiar with this website, it's dozens and dozens of real-time camera images from across our region, also very helpful. And then beginning to understand what the forecasts or the forecasted information suggest for while we're assessing the information at 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning, what are the conditions going to be at 6 and at 8 and at 10 o'clock in the morning may be different. Are they going to worsen? Is it expected to relent? Bluebird skies open up and perhaps the roadway conditions actually improve considerably. All of this is taken then and compiled in that 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. hour. We're asking at this time several key questions. What are the actual conditions on the ground right now, as I just described? How do those conditions vary across our district? Very influential question. Galena Foothills, Spanish Springs, North Valleys can vary widely, and we all know how interdependent and connected our district is. What is the current forecast, as I just mentioned, for the ensuing hours, and how are the conditions expected to change during the school student arrival and throughout the school day? So given all of that information, given all of these questions, we then convened, the transportation team and the individuals assessing that information, develop a summary and a recommended course of action, and then the district leadership team evaluates that recommendation. And we're talking about the same departments that are represented on the screen, the same departments that helped compose this presentation, of course, operations and academics, but also school police, human resources, and others are weighing, how the conditions appear to influence our recommendation and any concerns that might be voiced. So while our judgment process is standardized, every weather event requires some degree of judgment and professional evaluation, always anchored on that safety and continuity of learning. Once a recommendation is made, we then immediately transition into a communications and implementation phase. That communication begins across multiple platforms, including ConnectEd's, district websites, social media, traditional media partners, and internal communication channels. So in a matter of minutes of this final recommendation being approved by the superintendent, we are disseminating that information to every stakeholder in our community. We know how much those decisions impact really all aspects of our community and don't make them lightly. Operational adjustments at the site level are also initiated immediately, aligned with our preparation. So I also want to acknowledge, how difficult these decisions really often are and how challenging they are to make with imperfect information. These trained transportation professionals are assessing conditions not just based off of the depth of precipitation on a particular roadway, but the temperature, the nature of the road condition beneath the snow. Is it light and fluffy and readily plowed? Is it anticipated to open up with sunlight after 6 or 7 a.m. and a 2-hour delay will suffice? Or is it hard packed? It's not a quantitative equation to determine when there's more than 3 inches of snow. It's a clear cancellation. We've talked about the regionality or the microclimates even across our district, and of course the interconnected nature of it. So, all of that said, we humbly understand that not everyone will agree with every decision every time, and that our commitment is to execute a consistent process that allows us to achieve the most predictable outcomes despite the highly unpredictable nature of the weather, and a commitment to regularly training and reevaluating our processes and outcomes of our decisions so that we can always execute consistently and seek to improve whenever new information presents itself. Last but not least, I wanted to emphasize that, if we can safely hold in-person learning on a given day, that we will do so. That honoring that, the importance of continuity of learning, even on, a less than ideal circumstances, that's our first priority alongside safety. So I wanted to mention that. Then, as I mentioned, once the decision is communicated, shifting into an execution phase, not only for our operational teams and dissemination to our community and everyone affected, but in our schools every day. really throws a big curveball to our educators and our leaders. And I want to turn it back to Chief Hackbush to describe what that typically looks like. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Adam. So implementation for the regular start scenario. There's still a lot of work going on behind the scenes. Assessments are made on the impacts of the outdoor activities like PE classes, recesses, after-school programming with communication efforts to follow. It is important to note parents always have the right to make the decision to keep their child at home. I think we got to call that out with strong efforts to establish systems of communication between families and school. We're a partnership. The state treats absences in two categories, either absent or not. So there are no unexcused absences in this instance. However, schools routinely work with students and families in these instances every day. I think that's very important for everyone to know. Monitoring of potential bus delays or late arrivals is also a factor. Relayed to staff to account for attendance coding, missed work, or non-punitive flexibility. Plans for staff coverages is also important to staff because staffs are often delayed. We have a plan for commuter staff. That's often forgotten. Members in this process and make sure these classes are covered at the start of the day. Site-level teamwork among neighborhood schools, sharing snow removal duty, elementary, middle school, and high schools are one example of the teamwork that we do every time we have these days. Air quality measures monitored throughout the day if it's a smoke situation, and we continue to monitor the weather for the following day. Okay, if we're looking schools plan, delayed start scenario. So schools plan to communicate the 2-hour delayed bill schedule to staff, families, and students. As mentioned earlier, and are provided the student handbooks and websites and social media reminders is one way of communications. Our communication departments assist in these areas as well. They help the schools. We get that out right away. And we're really proud of the improvements we've made over time on those communications with those alternative schedules, which get very confusing for families. Bus stop times also communicated in advance are available on the website. As an aside, this board just approved the new Zoom software where students and parents will be able to receive push notifications automatically for bus delays, and we are excited for that information rollout in the future. And it's one example of how we are continually researching new ways to make this process better. We again plan for staff delays and coverages as needed on delayed starts. Delayed starts provide extra time for us to clear the parking lots and walkways for our staff and students, and families and visitors. Communicate with staff any late buses or students who communicate with families for proper attendance coding, as I mentioned prior. Monitor air quality if necessary for outdoor activities like PE and recess is a constant, and communication regarding the after-school programming and athletics is needed with safety in mind. Okay. Full closure. Here we are. We've gone there. Okay. So in the event of a full closure, admin and the SFC conduct campus building checks, communication is provided to families and staff and community. Cancellation of before and after school programming athletics practices are emphasized. Again, we must monitor the day for the next day and see where we're going to be. So the process starts all over again. Okay, this one is something that might be off some people's radar, but recently we have to account for power outages, secondary impacts. Site level preparation includes flashlights in non-windowed classrooms, adjustments of class locations if needed, monitoring of temperatures, active communication with Nevada Energy for projection purposes. When we might expect power to be back on, that communication is constant. Food safety measures is key, and cold lunch planning if necessary. Use of battery-powered radios and hardline phones for communication is implemented. Staff lesson plans and class locations may shift as needed, and our principals do a wonderful job with their staffs to pivot during these circumstances. Extracurricular activities are monitored again and decision-making followed by communication as needed. If events are canceled, FFCs and districts and the district personnel collaborate to monitor the building after hours if outages are extended throughout the night. In these circumstances for many students, the school is the safest place for them. Even with the power out, we will supervise them, we will feed them, and we will keep them safe. So Adam and I had a good laugh about this this graphic, and he did a great job with it for this slide, but it really illustrates the complex efforts we take into consideration behind the scenes, a lot of teamwork involved when making these decisions. It literally takes a village, and it's a process we continuously look to improve, knowing that we're going to trip up along the way at times. It's very difficult, but we do our very best, and we analyze it annually, and we learn from our mistakes. Okay, so to conclude, with safety at our very top priority, we learn to live amongst the snow and the fire, familiar with Washoe County. While serving our students, family, and staff, our goal is to maintain standard practice across the categories of preparation, decision-making, and implementation. So to ensure the most consistent outcomes in the face of unexpected circumstances with safety and continuity of learning as our priority. We hope this presentation provides you a better perspective and appreciation for the lengths our team does go through to come to these decisions. Knowing and understand every time Mother Nature throws us a curveball, it provides us new information, new data, new experiences to learn from. We do not make these decisions lightly, and we appreciate the board elevating this topic and allowing us to share with our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hackbush and Mr. Searcy. Appreciate it. We'll go with Clerk Hall.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I know that I requested this item, and I think it was great that we are starting our school year off with just a review and a refresh. So I do have just a couple of questions. You mentioned the Zoom software, which just sounds like such a great opportunity for parents to get a lot of communication. Will it be updated with timely winter bus stops information, including the location of that winter bus stop for families who would need to be going to that? Because I know that that's been a question I've gotten in the past.
Sure, I'll take that one.
Your phone a friend is.
He knows, I'm happy to yield the floor. No, please, Scott knows far more about this than I do.
Scott started
If
coming
I
up
could
as soon as I
just
said it.
introduce the Zoom software platform that we're intending to roll out for the transportation team. We want to share much more about that later this weekend in the midst of our back-to-school communications, but is anticipated to give much more granular and personal direct information on our bus statuses
Sorry if
every
I'm
day.
totally like blowing up the exciting announcement about the Zoom software.
No, I think, share a little bit about winter bus stops in particular, and then how Zoom might help with that.
There we go. All right, Scott Lee, Director of Transportation for the record. Our current process, or how it was last year, there's basically a spreadsheet on our website that shows your bus stop and how it changes. It's not the easiest thing to figure out. Once you've kind of gone through it, it's not that big of a deal, but it's not super easy. The winter bus stops are typically lower elevation stops, so we'll have a stop at the top of a hill, but we know it gets icy and buses can get stuck, so we'll move the stop down to the bottom of the hill. How that is going to go with Zoom, first off, Zoom is going to have school access, so they're going to be able to see where their buses are and if they're on time and if students are scanning on and off. They'll also have parent access, so the parents will have that information. We'll be able to shift the time, so if we do have a 2-hour delay, we shift all the bus route times. So it won't look like we have 300 buses on the road that are all running late. It'll only show the ones that are actually running 2 hours or later than the 2-hour delay. As far as what exactly it's going to look like for displaying winter stops, I don't know yet.
Okay.
It's still in process. Luckily, we're not going to have any snow that sticks for a month or so, at least.
Yes.
So
We have time to figure that out.
It's a new
Okay.
system, so we don't have the specifics on that one at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
My other question, this came up actually just last week. I was with a group of teachers and someone had to cancel practice because of lightning after school. So I'm just curious how, is the coach responsible for that communication? Or is there sort of a district-wide process for canceling due to summer storms and fall storms, things like that?
Yeah, and I think that's a big part and big role that,
Michelle looks like she's,
oh, come on up.
sorry, all these phone a friends.
Good evening, Trustee Hall. Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications Public Relations Officer for the record. It depends on the scenario and how widespread it is. If it is something that is district-wide where we're seeing, say, lightning that's affecting the whole region, then yes, our office would be able to send that out. The issue, if it's just a certain area and it's a certain team, we don't have a way to know what students are on that team, and so then it would be the school or the coach that would be making the notifications and phone calls, and again, depends on the number of students that are on that team.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then my next question is about the air quality. I know during COVID times, which we're all happy that we're not in COVID times anymore, we had very specific ranges and they were really, really limited. Do we have an adjusted range for the air quality? And you don't have to know it off the top of your head. I'm just curious if there's kind of a scenario, let's hope we don't get that bad of air quality, but is there already a range where we say, absolutely not, we cannot be in school because it's not healthy?
So Chris maybe can elaborate on this, but I want to decouple the timing of the most recent wildfire and outdoor air quality events with the COVID era. It was coincidental and somewhat conflated, but the short answer to your question is no. The standards for outdoor recess, outdoor athletic activities, and even outdoor air quality levels that are so unhealthy so as to cause school cancellation, those thresholds, while I don't have them memorized off the top of my head, are not anticipated to be adjusted because, the same impacts would occur today as were previously.
Okay.
I have a lot of experience in this as a former principal. I mean, I played referee in a parking lot with the Minogue and Reno football coaches on not doing a football game with the AQI at 151. We're not having this game, and I had a lot of bleacher seat holding folks upset with me. But I can tell you that you can always reschedule.
Yes. Okay. Well, I love that. Obviously, outdoor activities, it's really important that we're being thoughtful. Hopefully we don't have another Davis fire situation, but I know that, like you said, was a really unique situation for us. You have till Friday, and then you're off the hook for that PR. But thank you. I appreciate that. And I know that the district and the state are working really closely with NDE about our contingency days. And so I just want to do a shout out that I really appreciate the work that the leadership team has done on that work, because I know that was a big question we got from a lot of families, was about the contingency days. And so I'm sure we will continue to get more updates about that in the future. And I know that wasn't really the intention, but I just wanted to call out that I know you guys are working on it and it's been a process. So I really appreciate it. I also want to just plug that I heard from a lot of families that when possible, calling the 2-hour delay ahead of time, even if we think we may have to cancel, was very helpful for planning. And so I just want to put that out there, that if we can, I would love to see us do that. I realize, again, microclimates, the forecast is, very difficult to predict, but when possible, if we can do that and give families that sort of just knowing that they have to make alternative plans, it just relieves the anxiety in the morning of waiting for that 5 a.m. call. So, and I think it gives us a little bit more time to really look at those microclimates and the weather conditions in the morning. So, I will end on that I hope that we can make more of those calls, because when we did this last February, when we made those couple of calls, it really seemed like it lessened the temperature, not the real temperature, but the temperature of the stress level on families. So I will end on that and let other trustees ask questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Clerk Hall. So I was the second on this item. So Clerk Hall and I were partners on this, and I really appreciate you bringing this forward. It was really thorough. And to add on to some of those questions that I have for you. So one of the number one questions I get is, what weather services and forecasters do we use specifically? Like, do we have a group chat with all of our local meteorologists? Do we get like industrial weather? So I'm not expecting an exhaustive list, but like, what does it look like? Do you work with local weather professionals? Is it all like government stuff? Like, what does that look like when you pull that information?
We do have some training and like webinars basically leading up to and sometimes even during larger scale events. They're primarily facilitated in partnership with our other agencies, but via the National Weather Service. They do have a medium-sized team in person in Reno, and really they are our primary or most detailed source of information. Really, then secondarily is that real-time in-person information. So there's other tools and sources. Of course, we're checking, all the publicly available sources, weather.com and whatnot, but that National Weather Service online resource and then our ability to connect with those meteorologists directly is our primary source of information.
All right, so my next question is around how we debrief after any school closure situations, delayed start for weather for whatever reason. Can you walk us through how the team gets together afterwards to say, okay, that worked really well, that was unexpected, it went differently than we thought? Can you talk us through how you all use self-review and then maybe evolve the way that you approach things based on feedback or experience?
I'll give that a shot from kind of the district level. It's sort of an annual cycle, just like most things with the school year. And so around the time, somewhat as we described, and as we're also pushing coat drives and that type of public awareness of winters are right around the corner, is the time in which we have and traditionally do have some sort of, maybe not a full like tabletop emergency manager type of event, but just a meeting to where we all recalibrate. Oftentimes we find ourselves in different seats on the bus. Hey, have you participated in this in years past? And at minimum, it's a refresher. That's also the time where we incorporate some of these types of lessons learned. Hey, what has worked well, or what have we learned from some of our most recent events? That's sort of an annual exercise and a continuous exercise. On an event-specific kind of timeline, oftentimes these events are multi-day events. And of course, dynamically throughout any of these given days, we are communicating very fluidly through a variety of channels. Hey, I'm getting word that there's traffic backup due to fender benders in this part of town, or this principal is reaching out to me with these types of urgent questions and things of that nature. But oftentimes it is, at the end of the school day. If it's not a multi-day event, we're reconvening in a very similar way that we convene to make the decision in the first place. The same types of same groups of district leaders. Hey, what happened today? What can we expect for tomorrow? It's very brief, but it's also very intentional. What can we learn from today? It's, again, case specific, but it's typically after the end of the school day, hey, what can we look forward to tomorrow? What did we learn from today's event? And, if there are any takeaways for future events, not necessarily tomorrow, that's the time when those are captured or discussed and captured.
Love that. I also want to shout out communications because I love the voice that we use online. I've been watching the messaging evolve and seeing the positive response with it. So I really love the way that all the teams work towards that. So I'm going to thumbs up our social media team and our comms team. I love the human approach that you're taking with it, and I've seen it do a lot of good. All right, so moving on to unexpected early releases, which could be for any reason. There's flooding. My kids go to a school where there was an unexpected early release because of a literal fire that was behind them in the middle of the day. Can you walk us through what is, supposed to happen, how we handle an unexpected early release? And then I know it's going to be debuted later, but I know Zoom, this new tool we're going to have, is also going to help close a gap with that, with communication options and alerting for families, right?
Absolutely. So, throughout all of these decisions, we're erring with a priority on safety and continuity of learning. So we talked a little bit about instances where maybe power outages is a good example. Somewhat commonplace, an example where, conditions are less than ideal, maybe even bordering on uncomfortable, but never approaching unsafe. And then weighing those conditions and our ability to execute effective teaching and learning against the stress, disruption, level of effort, and potentially unknown and potentially unsafe conditions outside of school, and erring in most instances, or whenever possible, frankly, unless an unsafe condition cannot be mitigated or maintained, in keeping students in school until their regular dismissal time. So I kind of want to highlight that. When the power goes out and people are complaining about it being a little bit hot in the classrooms, weighing that reality versus an abrupt emergency early dismissal that carries with it so many questions, concerns, and uncontrollable risks, versus if we can maintain a safe environment at school, we're going to do so and maintain that continuity of learning. In more rare events, we're engaging with our training of our site principals, our school police, and emergency management training on not only hyper-specific site, this is typically would be a site-specific instance, not a district-wide early dismissal, that, perhaps others can elaborate on the specificity or specific means that we would try to reach out to every parent or guardian through a variety of channels, and in many instances, almost an individualized dismissal. So maybe, Chris, you can elaborate.
Yeah, site leadership would work with communications and their area superintendent, and it would be very specific process, go through the reunification if need be. And so staff is trained on that. We do audits of our training on that. Again, annually, we have plans, reunification plans that schools submit annually. They're reviewing that. And that's important because you have some new staff that have these positions sometimes as we change administrators site to site. So that's all the work that goes in on our preparation pieces. And again, we hope to never be there, but we have a process that's predictable that we're able to do if need be.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, anytime we let kids out of school early, even if it's like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, I always think that's a really good idea to make sure that we have that line of communication. And then, the only other thing I had was the praise that Clerk Hall already gave, which was, calling those delayed starts in advance, and then noticing the public positive response we got for that. So I think that was an excellent evolution that I want to +1 under her. And that's all I had for this item. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll just echo, to the extent that we can get the messages out earlier at times, as both Trustee Smith and Clerk Hall noted, I think that would be a benefit. But I do know, too, that Washoe County is a very diverse, geographical, large county. You know, you can have a blizzard down in Pleasant Valley and there's not an inch of snow in Sparks, and that's got to, I'm sure, impact the fleet movement and the schedule. And you know, I'm no longer a Washoe County School District parent. It wasn't that long ago when I was, though, and I shouldn't say it. I actually love snow days. I know my girls loved them, but those days are over. I know it's a tremendous inconvenience for many families. But thank you for the work that you do. Anybody, any other questions? Yes, Trustee Phoenix.
Just a comment, and then, but you answered it, and it was on, school closure. But I was looking at that, the way that that strong informational brief that you gave everything, you laid it out. It was good to put it on record, also for us colleagues, but also for the public to really understand there's a lot that goes into this, not just, hey, willy-nilly, here we go, boom, we're gonna go ahead and cancel that. But I was listening for the decision criteria when you actually make that call and say, we're going to do it. And I thought I heard you say you use that safety, continuity, and learning. You use that as your framework where you're really kind of looking at that. I mean, there's the process you laid out, but there's always that criteria. When do I, so to speak, pull the trigger and say, boom, we're going to go ahead and make the call? And that's a really tough decision there. And so in kind of laying that out for people to understand when you have to make that big decision, that cause and effect and everything else that goes into it and all the preparation we do. But that was what I was listening for, and I like that, just maybe a little more emphasis on that criteria. Just when do we actually say that's it, and then we make the call. That's all. Go ahead, sir, if you have any comments. No? So.
I'll give it another shot. I gave a lengthy and comprehensive sort of presentation on the variety of information sources and assessment techniques and professionals who weigh in on this decision. But I want to be candid with you and everyone that ultimately this is a judgment call that is made as a singular composite decision based off of many and based with these sort of guiding priorities that is by definition imperfect, but one that is executed as consistently and as diligently as we possibly can.
And thank you for being candid and very forthcoming. Like, it is a decision, and you got to make that call. And I appreciate that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. There's a lot of information. It blows my mind because when we're out and about and you're hanging with your friends and you live in the Washoe County area, the joke is, if you don't like the weather, wait an hour. Yeah. Right? That's the joke. We all say it. But for some reason, there's this expectation of perfection for us to say the weather's going to be exactly this or exactly that. I live in Northwest Reno, close to Verdi, and I like to go play basketball in Los Altos, Sparks. So I check the weather because I don't want to drive all the way over there and then be stuck in that traffic and ice and snow. But guess what? It's happened to me a couple of times, and I'm in shorts, and I'm just like, man, this is creeping. The traffic is creeping, and it's just a reality. And I just wish that people would be more forgiving of the imperfection that we all know. We joke about it. But for some reason, and let me tell you, it doesn't matter. A snow day, no snow day, people are pissed off no matter what. That's the truth. I'm just keeping it real, and that's the reality of what we're dealing with. Because I see it on social media. If it's a snow day, people are pissed off because we're supposed to babysit their kids. If it's not, oh, you know what? I drove my GMC diesel from Los Altos to Prater and I saw no snow. So why did you have a snow day? It's like you can't win. But we appreciate that you try and you make the effort, and we do understand that it's not just one person that's making this decision. It's an army of staff that are out there trying to get all the information together, going out there, physically looking at it, talking to meteorologists, looking up NDOT, looking at cameras, sending people out on the streets to see what's there. But it's imperfect, and I just ask that people understand that. So next time when you make that joke, oh, just wait an hour, it'll change. Remember that, because that's what we work with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Woodley. Any other comments? Okay, outstanding. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your time very much. Thank you for your effort.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 3.04. Right? Yeah, this is a presentation and discussion on the allocation of instructional minutes to support student learning and achievement in Washoe County School District elementary schools. Again, this is an item for presentation and discussion only with our presenters, Don Agnotti and Gotti, sorry, our Deputy Superintendent, and Jenny Anderson is with us, Elementary Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Director. Thank you both for being here.
Good evening, President Mayberry, Superintendent McMaster, members of the board, Don Angotti, Deputy Superintendent, along with Jenny Anderson, Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment for Elementary. Today, we're privileged to be in front of you to provide you an overview of the allocation of K-5 instructional minutes.
We're going to kick it off by looking at instructional minutes across the country and across other districts in our state. And you'll notice here that most districts are living in about 180 days of instruction for students, but you can also notice that the approximate minutes per day vary and are differing across all of these. We are on the lower end of instructional minutes per day. And I think it's interesting to point out also that when our state allocates these, our minutes, they don't look at, you see that, that difference between districts because they give us a guideline to go by. So for our K2 students, the guidelines we're given is 240 minutes per day, where 3 through 5 is 300 minutes per day. There's a variation by K2 and 3-5, and when you look at that even school by school across districts, you can see there's a variation also. So I think that's really important to note. Also, when you look at data connected to these schools and achievement, oftentimes you'll see higher achievement in some of these districts that have longer school days. So it creates a challenging comparison. Something neat that we have started doing in our district, or something that's useful, is we're always looking at how we can improve. So a task that was taken on by our chiefs and our area superintendents was to collect all of those schedules when we look at ensuring that our allocated minutes do match for every single elementary school across our district, that those minimum numbers are being met, that all the content that is denoted is being met. And for those schools that maybe needed an opportunity to refresh or retry, those are being sent back or have been sent back to those schools to be completed and done correctly, so we can ensure we have true master schedules to support instruction across our buildings. There's a few different places that we vet our information through. So one that we started a couple of years ago that I'm super proud of is our capacity builders. Now, these are amazing teacher leaders in every single one of our elementary schools. They are taking extra time outside of their instructional day, and they come and meet with our team at Curriculum Instruction and Assessment. They're learning new ways to deliver instruction. They're really refreshing and understanding. We had a hyper focus this year around math. Because it was a new adoption year. They review materials that we put out to the system. They give us all sorts of great, honest feedback. We'll have them take information back to their schools and pull information directly from their colleagues. But we engage in monthly meetings with them. And they are really a big part of pacing decisions. And any changes we make, we vet it through this group. When we make adjustments, as you're going to hear about, when we made adjustments to the instructional minutes for elementary, it was vetted through this group to make sure that aligned with what they felt and they lived in their schools. We do a similar approach with another great group. We call it our CIA Administrative Steering Committee. And this is a group of a couple of principals from each area. We've got directors from other academic departments. We meet quarterly, and we go through a similar process of talking about what's working, what's not working. You know, on my agenda to start the year coming up, how are things working with the first week of kindergarten? How are things working with the new rollout of the way we're doing content day? You know, anything that is a shift that we're making, I'm running through that team to make sure that they feel think we're moving in the right direction, and to give me and our team guidance to steer in a different way if we need to. So again, instructional minutes we brought directly to them. We're going to talk about the structured literacy block, and some of the adjustments that you see or differences you see within that came directly from that team of leaders to help make sure that we are doing right by our schools. So then we jump into the structured literacy approach. Now, you've heard a lot about the work that we've done with letters, and that comes from a company called Lexia, very, very well respected across our nation. When we started looking at how to break down the times allotted for elementary literacy, the guidance we get is 90 to 120 minutes. So we pushed a little further and we said, well, what does that actually look like? And they gave us some suggestions. We brought those suggestions back to our committees and said, does this work? And so when you really get into the weeds of it, you might see some variations in how many minutes they're working on phonics versus how many minutes they're working on writing. And some of those adjustments come from the reality of what it looks like in a third grade classroom versus a second grade classroom. But the big thing with structured literacy is it has to include the 5 components of literacy, the pillars that we talk about: phonemic awareness, phonics, comprehension, vocabulary, fluency. And then we also include writing in that. So we've added an extra piece to make sure our students have a really robust understanding, and our teachers a framework to support that. We included on this graphic also Scarborough's reading rope, and this is important because it's something that anyone, the over 600 educators who've now engaged in or have completed letters, they're very familiar with this tool and the components within it. So they're seeing it, they're recognizing it, they're making sure those pieces are in place. But for Washoe County, our structured literacy is 120 minutes in K2 and 90 minutes in 3-5. One of the big differences in K2 is phonological awareness. So that's an important component that we have standards for our youngest learners. Those standards ideally have been met by the time those students reach 3rd grade. So that's where you see some variations in the amount of time. I think that was kind of the big points there. Going into math. So again, thank you so much to our board for giving us this adoption that we had this year, bringing Reveal Math forward, getting high quality instructional materials in the hands of our students and our teachers. We have something that's very uniform across our district now. And one of the great things here is we started out with the vendor suggestion around a 60-minute block for our math. And it includes the 5 components you see on the screen: launch, explore and develop. We've got practice and reflection, an assessment piece, and a differentiation piece. And some of the teacher adjustments can be, many of them move differentiation to kick off the day because they'll use that assessment at the end of the day, look over those results, and then start their day with some differentiation for those students. So those are some variations. But talking to teachers, going into classrooms, they were feeling really crunched with that 60-minute block of time. And so while our guidance and suggestions still says we can do this within that 60 minutes, from their feedback, we extended it a bit more, and now it is a 75-minute block of time for teaching math. That makes sure that that important piece of our lesson plan where we differentiate doesn't get dropped off, because we know that our students need direction and explicit instruction at different levels. And if we all of a sudden just no longer focus on those different levels within that time, then we run into some big problems. So we've added that 15 minutes back in, and it's been well received so far. Then we move into science. So again, science is aligned to really hands-on, low-tech, no-tech kind of learning. And a learning that we had was last school year, we'd rolled this out saying minutes per day. There's no way that you can do a high-quality 35-minute science lesson by the time you bring out all the materials and you pack them all up, and our teachers were not feeling really excited about it. And so again, listening what they had to say, listening to our administrators, we adjusted it back to minutes per week. The number of minutes per week didn't change. We just are wanting that flexibility of when you take the time to set up the investigations. We want you to truly have time to have your students dig into it, to be able to write and respond to it, to be able to engage and really think at higher levels so that they're better prepared as we move forward. So that's the shift that we made with science. And again, I believe it will be welcomed. Our capacity builders were very happy to see that that was a change that we had made. Specials. The interesting thing around specials is historically specials schedules, I believe, came from music schedules. So the recommendations for music are given at least 60 minutes per week. And so that broken down into two 30-minute chunks seemed to have dictated why we have 30 minutes for library and why we often have 30 minutes for computer science or our ed tech specialists in our schools. We also would expect that the standards for PE, health, and visual arts are being addressed, and that oftentimes comes through our classroom teachers. There are some schools who may have some special help who's able to deliver that content, but I do think it's important to acknowledge all of the academic standards, all of the standards for each grade level are the responsibility of the classroom teacher, and they own it. And they do such a beautiful job of having great art activities as part of learning and instruction, of getting activities around PE in place. Is it a big lift? It is. Being an elementary teacher, having that experience, it's not easy. You are a master of so many things or have to have expertise in so many things, and you are being challenged in so many ways. And I credit our elementary teachers hugely because every day they come to work, they have to know a lot about a lot of things, and they do it with a big smile on their face and bring so much joy to our students. So, thank you to all of our teachers across our district. And then now is the great time where I get to step back and let Deputy Superintendent Ngati take over.
Thank you, Jenny, for that wonderful intro. So now moving into social emotional learning, we really emphasize this, across all of our classrooms. It's important that we're taking time throughout all of our classroom instruction to really embed these foundational skills, which we attribute to academic success and behavior support. These support transitions, engagement, readiness for learning for all of our students. It builds predictable routines that help students feel safe and understand what's the next step in terms of that process. And it's happening in classrooms with that intentionality that our teachers are bringing to the forefront. Again, making sure that our students feel safe, comfortable, and setting them up for success with those transitions through that. Next piece is our student success. Student success are where we tie in our Tier 1 supports with our Tier 2, Tier 3 interventions. As noted here, class-wide academic support should be embedded within Tier 1. That's all of our students exposed to Tier 1 instruction. Targeted Tier 2, Tier 3 intervention of no more than 30 minutes. Again, that's more of a skill-based type of intervention. It aligns to our work around Read by Grade 3 requirements that we have to provide research-based interventions in literacy, notify parents as well, and document progress for those Read by 3 requirements. And again, it calls out no more than 30 minutes a day, which allows teachers to directly work with students while they're providing that intervention or that enrichment opportunity. Whoops, sorry about that. Then our last slide basically just summarizes where at the state and local level, Jenny talked a little bit about this at the beginning. Kindergarten is that minimum daily period of 120 minutes per day, my apologies. 240 minutes a day, first and second, 300 minutes a day, third through sixth. And again, on the right-hand side, you can see the areas that are broken down with structured literacy being 120 and 90 minutes there. Social studies is embedded in the structured literacy piece. Mathematics, the 75 minutes. Science, 180 minutes with the 225 at the 3 through 5 level. Student success, I talked about that, no more than 30 minutes. We have our recess and lunch, recess 30 minutes a day, lunch 20 minutes a day. Specials, which Jenny hit on with music, library, and computer science. And then we have our allocated minutes, which amount to 340 a day and 320. And note the unallocated minutes. Anytime you transition, we have a lot of transitions that take place in schools. So naturally, when you're coming in from recess, that takes time. That takes a few minutes of getting students drinks of water, restrooms, putting away their coats. We just heard about the inclement weather presentation. Coats and boots and whatnot. Teachers doing some restorative practice in terms of student conflict resolutions of what took place on the playground and working through that. So when we have transition time, so there are some natural unallocated minutes even in the classroom, not just outside but even inside. When you have teachers, okay, let's put away our math and let's get out our science materials and set up with that. So naturally you have some unallocated minutes that just get eaten up. as a result of transitions that occur on a daily basis within classrooms and again with specials and whatnot too. It takes time to get your class from the music room back to your classroom, get them settled down and move forward with that. So again, some of those unallocated minutes are eaten up a little bit by those transition times that occur throughout a school day. And on that note, we will be happy to take any questions that you might have for us.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start, then I'm sure there'll be some questions here. These are pretty much rudimentary questions I'm sure that you'll be able to answer. So on slide 2, Washoe County, 360 minutes. That's a 6-hour day. So why do we have 360 minutes contrast Douglas County or Carson City in the state, and Clark County has 371? I'm just curious what the discrepancy is there.
Thank you so much
Yeah.
for the question. The reason for that is because they allocate us the minimum, and each district makes those choices about how many minutes they want to do. So that last slide where it really spoke to, here's the minimum that we have to allow or have accountable for each day. Districts can decide how long their day is, but they can't go under the minimum that NDE sets.
And again, the minimum is 360?
No, 360. We're over the minimum.
That's what I thought. Okay.
And I think it would be important to also say any teacher you ever talk to anywhere would likely say the one thing they need more of is time.
Yeah.
And so, where we're under that,
So can I clarify what is the minimum?
I'm
again?
pulling
I
it,
should
I'm going
probably
back
know
to that
this,
last
but
slide real quick.
I plan my day in hours, not minutes.
120 minutes per day is kindergarten's requirement. So
Okay.
you're looking at 2 hours. And then if you go to first and second grade, 240 minutes, so 4 hours. And then third through sixth grade is 360 minutes.
Okay.
So we're, 60 minutes over the minimum of our highest grade level, K-5.
And then on the very last slide, unallocated minutes. I mean, this slide looks to me like the bottom line. I mean, these are requirements we exceed, but very little time left. The unallocated minutes are the times that you have for specials.
No, specials are included. Thank you so much again for the question.
Yeah. Oh, I see
Specials
that.
are
Okay,
included
gotcha.
in there at that 30 minutes. The unallocated minutes would be things at teacher's discretion.
Right,
So they
okay.
might be at that time doing an explicit art lesson that they feel like falls within that window of time. They might also be using that time because maybe their literacy block, they know they're going to be really engaging in something amazing. It's a great project, and they're going to extend that time by X number of minutes. It could be a celebration they're having. It could be a reader's theater that they're inviting people in for. There's so many different ways that teachers make use of that, but it's unallocated because we're not calling out what needs to be done. What I will tell you is prior to this version, every second and more than every second was accounted for. And so you couldn't teach what needed to be done. As an elementary principal at that time and even a teacher, you would look at the allocations and be like, how, that doesn't even fit into a day. There's no way I can, it was over 360 minutes what was allocated for that time. So we were very happy when we were able to come to an agreement of something that would work and fit with all of the minutes that we needed to. I think it's also important to note that our state doesn't designate how much time we need to spend on any given content area. That's at the discretion of the school district.
Okay.
So they give us the number of minutes per day, period. And then we work within our departments and our vetting to make decisions about how that's going to fit together.
And all that time is included with, the students shuffling in and coming back, taking their,
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to take some time for our students to calm down, and so there's some lost learning there, I suspect. But I'm just trying to kind of understand what the pie is and how we can divide that pie up, and so that's a good discussion. So thank you for that overview. I appreciate it.
Can I add in one more piece, if you don't mind? 'cause I know where
Please,
you're
yeah,
gonna
go ahead, and then we'll go to Trustee.
I was excited when I was doing the slide around literacy, and I omitted talking about how we've embedded or done some really good work to embed social studies into our literacy block. And what that looks like is there are many standards that are able to be achieved at each grade level through SEL and through our benchmark advanced curriculum. For those, every single unit within benchmark, we have what we call benchmark connections that align using additional resources to ensure that students are getting the social studies standards. But it's not the same text that they grab their benchmark advanced and open up and go, okay, right here, it's right there for me. They would have to go into the teacher communities and be able to click on the materials that we have in there that align to those social studies standards. But I just wanted to make sure that everyone hears it's expected that teachers are teaching social studies and ensuring students have access to those social studies standards at every single grade level, and that we do have materials available for them that we have to check through each year, because a lot of them are open resources that links are no longer available and things no longer exist. We also use Discovery Ed because the state has a fantastic partnership with Discovery Ed, and they have a lot of resources right within there. But I did omit that, and my apologies. I was rushing as I was getting excited.
Well, that's a good segue to Clerk Hulls.
Thank you. Jenny, I just want to say thank you for answering my giant list of questions. I know that was a lot. I think everybody here knows that I am also a social studies educator, so it is something that is incredibly important to me. And I just spent 2 weeks at with 4 different summer institutes of social studies educators, amongst many others, and many of them were elementary school teachers. And I think I don't think I'm alone in the concern that when we don't have explicit social studies instruction in our K-5 schools, they don't come prepared to be in social studies classes in the middle school and high school. And so I will continue to advocate that it is absolutely not okay that it's not listed. It's a core subject and it should be listed separately. And I totally appreciate that we don't have a curriculum for it, and that has to be prioritized. Like, that's just not even a question. Statewide, we've got to make that a priority. Civil discourse, our community connections, the literacy that is learned and practiced in social studies, in science, in music, in art, in PE, that's all practiced. They learn it in their ELA class, they learn it in their math lesson, but they practice it in those other subject areas. And we're delegating those to an asterisk, and that's not okay. And I appreciate that you haven't been given the resources, and so if that's something that we need to look at, let us be advocates for that, whether it's at the legislature or it's through our budget process, whatever it is. What is being shared with me regularly by teachers in both the secondary and the elementary level is that they don't feel that they have the resources to do that teaching. And so I just want to say that I truly appreciate how much time you spent on all of my serious litany of questions. But we have to do better. Our kids deserve better, and they deserve to learn those standards in a way that is the process. And I think one thing. So my real question is, what is our plan? And maybe we don't have one to ensure that some of these are being taught and are being given actual minutes, so that we can have better data on what's being accomplished. So, I mean, honestly, I have the PE standards right here. They're not that intense. And I know that because I wrote them. When I was at the Department of Ed, I was in charge of PE standards. And these are the standards that I helped write. And they're not that intense for K through 5. But they're important things, like demonstrating basic strategies in physical activities. That's a skill that we want kids to have, so that when they go on the playground for lunch and recess, that they're able to do that. But if we're not giving schools the resources, so I guess my question is, what do we need in order to do that? Is it legislation? Is it budget, which I know we don't have? But I mean, what is it that we need in order to do this so that we can help you be able to create a day that allows us to do all of the subject areas and not just delegate them to be an asterisk?
Did you want to take that one? Oh, okay. All right. What do we need? Time and money.
Okay.
I think that's the reality. Is we always need more time. We need opportunities to provide professional learning for teachers to be able to understand what that can and does look like. I think that there are many classrooms that are achieving this. That you walk through and you see it. But I think we would not be being honest if we said that everyone is doing it consistently. I think that there is, when we talk about, you're talking specifically about specials, we've talked also about social studies.
Right.
We're working towards an ELA adoption. And part of, even though I know that there's question or wondering or hope for an explicit social studies adoption, but as we're working through this ELA adoption, one of our final approaches when we get into our semifinalists will be looking at all of the social studies standards by every single grade level to ensure that we have fidelity to that.
Yeah.
And then being able to look at, okay, now what are the supplemental materials that are going to allow for explicit social studies in those areas that don't have an alignment in place. Fourth grade is going to be an issue, no matter what, because it's a very Nevada-specific set of standards. The state does not have materials for that specifically that are adopted around Nevada. So we're going to continue to look at what those opportunities are. And I hate to say we've got to get through this ELA adoption, but we've got to get to and through an ELA adoption to see where that leaves those remaining standards. And I think that provides access, opportunity, training for reinvigorating what ELA standards and social studies standards and science of reading looks like in Washoe County. We've been able to do such great work through those capacity builders of having monthly PL in every single one of our elementary schools to allow for learning to continue, not just by students, but by teachers. And so when we shift over to ELA after we've completed an adoption and those capacity builders are working in the same lens, social studies, while we're popping it into our monthly PLs and our PowerPoints and trying to make sure that there's attention brought to it, having another educator standing in front of you and really having you dig in deeper is going to give us a better opportunity for that. So I think that will help us with where we need to go with ELA and social studies. But being real on the visual arts and on the PE side, it is probably a reality of the amount of time during the day and the amount of resources we have within schools to be able to support that.
Well, since you brought up the capacity builders, that was going to be my next question. So, is that group able to give feedback on non-tested subjects, and are they receiving training on those non-tested subjects? So things like PE and visual arts, because in the majority of our schools, they're not lucky enough to be able to hire a parent or have a parent volunteer or hire a PTO paid PE instructor. So the teachers are responsible for that. And I think that's really important that we do teachers have access to that, and is that group able to provide that sort of big picture feedback on those non-tested subjects?
We haven't used them in that way specifically around visual arts or PE. However, if directed to do so, we could look in that area.
Okay.
We've had them look at other non-academic things. Those are, those are definitely part of our academic world. Around, again, resources within our teacher communities or pacings or things of that nature. We have tried to hyper-focus them on academics.
Sure.
But I don't think they're such an amazing group of people and educators that I can't see them putting their hackles up in any way around getting more information that would further what we need to do to support our students.
Yeah, I mean, and NRS 389 does list out all of these subject areas as being academically required. We have standards for them all. So we are responsible. So our board is responsible to make sure that these are being implemented in our schools. And I understand that we have a limitation on our day. We only have so many minutes. And I truly appreciate every single elementary school teacher in this district, in this nation. They are fighting the good fight and doing an incredible amount of work. Like you said, they have to be experts on multiple subject areas. I chose to be a social studies teacher because I absolutely love history. I can't even imagine trying to teach math and science and reading and all the things in one day. They are truly miracle workers. So I think where I'm going with this is I want to make sure that we are providing them the resources so that they can make this happen, because realistically, structured literacy includes all of those things. They're doing literacy through that. And so I just want to make sure that we're providing them the resources in order to do that. And just one last piece, and I could, Jenny, I could talk to you all day about this, so I won't. But I really, really think that the unallocated minutes is a really, it's just not the right terminology for it. And I think that we need to adjust that so that, especially parents who this to them, they're like, what does any of this even mean? I think we need to be really clear at what our schools are really doing in those unallocated minutes. And that is, they are zipping up jackets. They're helping kids make sure they get to the bathroom. That realistically, that 20 minutes and that 40 minutes is really going towards transitions, and like you said, maybe a guest speaker, or there's a special thing happening in the cafeteria and they have to take the kids to it, right? There's a lot of special things that happen, and I feel like that's almost like lessening what that's for. That is for kind of those special opportunities that we provide for kids, and I want to make sure that we're giving it the title that it deserves, because unallocated makes it sound like we're just sitting around in 5th grade for 40 minutes, and we're absolutely not. I mean, my understanding, and every elementary classroom I've ever been in, they are like running out the door and the teacher's still talking and teaching because they prioritize every single minute. And I just want to make sure that we're being really clear on that. And I think the last thing that I will say is we've heard from a lot of parents about the holding kids back at recess. And so I just want to reiterate one more time that has to be something, a practice that we stop district-wide. That is so important for kids. Kids need that time. Again, that's when they practice what they've learned in school. That's how they practice their civil discourse. That's how they practice these PE standards that they're learning. That's where they practice that and cement it into their own selves, right? And that's us, right? We're having civil discourse today, an incredible civil discourse. We learned all that in school, and now we're practicing it in real life, right? So those are the authentic opportunities. And so we just have to stop that practice. And I literally, truly could talk about this all day, but I'll let my colleagues go.
Quick question for me, just real quick. Thank you, Dr. Cole. What does it take? I'm not advocating for this right now. I'm just asking a question. What does it take to increase minutes for a school day? Okay, we're going here.
That increasing minutes in the school day is really a pretty complex question. It requires multiple factors. We have employee associations, and so we have negotiated agreements that are aligned with our current instructional minutes. It would have impacts on busing, had impacts on athletics potentially. There would obviously be some fiscal challenges with that, impacts on clubs and activities. So it would require a thoughtful analysis to really answer that question.
Okay, good enough. Sorry I asked, but we'll go. Trustee Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad you asked. I think that's a good question. How can anyone look at that slide about all the different districts and states and not wonder that? So I'm glad you asked that. I think this is a great topic. I will ask Superintendent McMaster, President Mayberry, do you guys know how this item came about? Yeah? No?
I think you asked for it.
I did.
Yes.
And I did, but I did it in collaboration. So sometimes we put things on the agenda by having a couple trustees kind of partner up, and then sometimes we talk with our superintendent and we say, you know what? We're getting this question a lot, and I don't know how to answer it. And I'm very, very grateful for former Superintendent Joe Ernst for honoring that, because I was getting a lot of questions about minutes and I did not know the answer. And I know enough to be dangerous around here to answer a lot of questions, but I had no idea what was going on with minutes. So that leads me to my first question, because I have heard over the past school year a lot of principals who, I see we've got 30 minutes of recess here. Some schools used to have more. I heard a lot of my principals saying, well, the minutes, squeezing me. So my question is, and this might be one of my phone friends, what does a principal decide and what does the district decide? Because if you look at all these puzzle pieces, some of these things don't fit when you look at your unallocated minutes, but some schools have art, some schools have PE, everybody's got computer science, library, music. Where's the loose tight, as former Superintendent Kristen McNeil used to refer to it as? So I don't know who is the right person, but if somebody could take that, that would be great.
So it's a big question. You know, where does that time fit? And I'm kind of hearing you on the, I don't know if I love the unallocated minutes term now, but that's where some of that fits. I would say that the variations do differ school by school in those, how they're being spent. And sometimes it is site directed. It just depends on the leadership and their style in the building. This is the tight. So when we go with that idea of what are the non-negotiables, this is the non-negotiable. You have to ensure that these minimum numbers are met for all of your teachers in all of your classrooms. The loose becomes, how do you use that other time? And while, yes, at the beginning of the year, a lot of that transition time, a lot of the routines are needing to be established, and those unallocated minutes, as noted, are drawn into that. Our kindergarten classrooms are well-oiled machines midway through the year at the very latest. I mean, like, teachers get into the rhythm, students get into those rhythms, and then you see that those transition times tighten up beautifully in most classrooms. Now, there are still classrooms that may be struggling with management, and they might be working on that throughout the year, and their day may look a little different. That's the reality, and our administrators are doing great work trying to support in those roles or in those classrooms. But yeah, the loose and the tight is the numbers you see up there, and the loose is whether or not the administrator is designing what that looks like for every minute of time, or whether they're giving that autonomy to their teachers.
I appreciate that. So with the 30 minutes of recess, are we like really good? Now, I understand Wednesday might be different because that's an early release day. But are we feeling really good about that as like a solid target for school year 26-27?
I think at this time we're going off of the guidance of the wellness policy from the state. And so that's, again, minimum number of minutes that we are required to allow for that. That also is taking into account during the regular school day. So that's within that 6-hour day. Mm-hmm. There are some schools who offer a recess before school starts. That's not counted into these minutes. So those schools that are offering that kind of an opportunity, it isn't taken away from students. It doesn't play into the way we factor that 30 minutes. If things go in a different direction, of course, we'll listen to our superintendent if she's giving us a different set of rules to start working through.
Thank you. All right, so computer science these days. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
Oh.
I just wanted to add on to that too. Basically, we talked about that audit slide. So when before transitioning to this position, asked area superintendents to look at master schedules to ensure that we had that minimum of 30 minutes there and that we were aligned with our instructional minutes too. So that was a step that we took even further to make sure that we had that per that wellness policy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. As a full-grown adult that is going on nearly a full school day with just about as much recess as our kids get, I can relate to how they feel about, being in that seat. So computer science class these days, I've gotten questions about that. Is that typing? What do kids get these days in computer sciences?
So again, that great question. Thank you so much for that. That might look different in different spaces. What we have provided for all of our ETSs, or our educational technology support personnel in elementary schools, is access to the computer science materials through code.org. And they are able to guide students through activities that allow them to meet those computer science standards. So that's just one piece and one place that they do. Many classroom teachers would also potentially be supporting that work, but we wanted to make sure that every student in every school had that access regardless. So that's been provided for that staff. There may be or likely is typing activities that are taking place, and this is just speaking from my experience working in a school. We would have typing taking place. There may be opportunities where students are taking work from their classroom and extending it into their time with the computers, if they're doing a project, if they need to do research, if they're creating a PowerPoint for a presentation, those types of activities could be done there with support from that ETS. So it varies, but the expectation is, again, those standards are what are expected to be taught at every single grade level, so that's just one avenue where those can be met.
I appreciate that. Is there ever any internet safety or how to determine information? So there's a great group in the community that's gotten started, and it's like Truth Decay, and they've been talking all about that. Do we ever integrate anything like that, like online literacy?
Yep. The curriculum is provided for that as well in that same
great.
space for those staff members.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a different take on some of Clerk Hall's questions. She focused on social studies. I am curious about the layering that's happening with SEL. Do school counselors not go into the classroom anymore to teach these lessons? Because it said it was embedded into ELA, I think. And so we're asking, so there's a lot of layering happening in ELA. So I know at some point in my kids' education, counselors used to go in and teach these were special lessons, but I see it embedded in the ELA now.
So the way we set it up is that the SEL is embedded throughout all content. What you might have seen, especially right after coming back through COVID, was people would have what we might designate as SEL time. So there was a block of time throughout the day. It could have been that 20 minutes of time every day that they were only focusing in on that. And the learning and the conversations really became, wait, these are standards and skills that they need in everything they're doing throughout the day. So it wasn't just ELA, it is in everything. What you're referring to is classroom guidance that comes from our counselors, and that is still in place. There are certain lessons and that are grade level or age appropriate that they're expected to deliver directly to those classrooms, and that happens throughout the year.
That is great. So that is not the SEL. Okay,
No.
That is really good to know because knowing, so Clerk Hall and I both serve along with Chief Owen, who I don't know where he is, he's out there. We serve on the Nevada Commission on the recruitment and retention of public educators. And student behavior is a really big topic in educator recruitment and retention. So I wanted to make sure that that stayed in focus as well too. It was literally the number one thing outside of compensation. Okay, so now more like a broader view, and this might be more for the superintendent. What research do we rely on to set these minutes? Because I am, of course, not an educator. I'm a supporter of educators. But have we ever thought about shaking this up? I know we need money for arts and PE. There is a huge discrepancy of access to arts and PE across the district. But so I've done a bunch of research. My major in college, it's the entire basis of Aristotle's peripatetic schools, walking and learning. We know when we move our body. The greatest minds of our time were also artists. So what I wonder is are we reaching an inflection point where we maybe shake this up a bit? Because children who are exposed to art are also often much better in math and science. I see all the minutes and I understand why we do this, but I feel like maybe we're ready for a shakeup to really understand what the research is, because you reach a diminishing value of your minutes the more you're in a seat. And I know we all want to do what's great for kids. I understand that's a very esoteric question, so hopefully I'm translating that well. Like, have we ever thought about really shaking it up? Like, does math need to be 75 minutes every day? Could it be more of a block schedule? Could we reimagine what this looked like a little bit more like the 80s, if I would? I'm not saying I want to go all the way back to that, but my point is that there's a diminishing return on concentration the longer you stay in a seat. I'm an adult, I know it. So what are we expecting our 5-year-olds to do?
So I think one of the things I would want to just make sure that we acknowledge is that in many of our schools, in many of our classrooms, regardless of whether they have otherwise designated staff, there is likely art and PE activities taking place through some of our fantastic educators. So I just want to make sure we acknowledge that. When we look at the number of minutes around what I presented with math and science and ELA, research-based, you know, it either is coming directly from current research around science of reading, for instance, or a vendor recommendation based on the materials that they created in the format that they created them. So when you take us further into thinking about how do we shake things up, how do we adjust the minutes of the day, again, we haven't explored that. I think that it would be a topic that if given direction, we could go down that road and look further into it. But again, I want to make sure that we're acknowledging we've got some brilliant teachers out there who are making sure that if they're doing a science activity, the students are doing art right there. They are engaging in, you know, creation around the learning that's going on, and they're doing interrelated and interconnected art and sometimes dance and music and just really brilliant instruction that drives the students forward. And so, those are our favorite classrooms to go visit. I mean, go sit in any kindergarten classroom and you see it all magically happen at once. Again, as a principal, like that's sometimes your safe space is you go sit in a kindergarten classroom and you see the beauty and the gift of integrating so many things together and getting kids up and getting kids down. And that doesn't mean it can't be done in a 4th or 5th grade classroom, and it doesn't mean it's not happening. We see brain breaks all the time. We see them having kids adjust in different ways. We see them go out into the open space, out on the playground. They're side-by-side reading together. They're getting those opportunities, because we've got some really skilled teachers across our district.
I just want to add one comment to that beautiful description, and the teacher's having a good time too. Everyone's having fun.
And just for me, everybody else, what they said was great. Now, thank you for taking the time to really kind of educate me a little bit more on the minutes and how it all works out, laying that out like that. And we're meeting the standard, and there's no doubt that we have to do that. So thank you for doing that. One of the questions I was thinking about is this schedule that we have, that we're doing. Is it working? I think it kind of leads towards, do we need to shape that, or do we need to change it, or how can we still meeting the minimum standards and trying to do that? I heard that we're going above and beyond, doing 75 minutes rather than 60. So we're adjusting that a little bit. But I was wondering if there was any evidence-based support that with the minutes allocation, and we are seeing that we are achieving stronger literacy in math and science and social wellness and emotional wellness. Is that something that you have, like you have some information that kind of really say that what we're doing is working? And I kind of go back to that, and I just wanted to, I don't mean to hammer you on that, but I'm just wondering how's that really looking for us?
I think I don't want to say that's a loaded question, but I think it's a loaded question. There are so many layers to that. Across Washoe County and elementary, we have 68 schools with all sorts of different demographics, different, makeups, different teachers. And so I think when you go school by school, we can see what's happening in the growth that's happening in the areas that need additional support. We can look at it as a district as a whole and be able to say, okay, this is moving this direction, this needs an extra emphasis. But because we're such a large district, I think that's where the challenge of that question is. 68 elementary schools.
Right.
That's huge. And they go from Cold Springs, I was out at Natchez today, we go out to, Gerlach is part of that, up to Incline. I mean, there are so many different communities within our community that, is it working? Can I say, for ELA, we're seeing success in ELA. Is it because we have so much science of reading training going on? I don't know. Is it because we put a structured literacy in place? I don't know. There's so many factors that play into it that it would be so much easier if we could say, this is the one thing. You know, math is going to soar because we brought Reveal Math in and everything's going to change. I'd love to be able to say that. You guys would look really good. My department would look really good. But we don't know because there's so many other factors. You know, when we look at absenteeism rates, if students aren't in school for them to learn what we're trying to expose them to, they can't learn. And so, you know, there's just so many different factors. And so it's kind of a, like I said, it's kind of a loaded question, but are we making improvements? Yes, I would say with ELA, again, we have over 600 teachers who've engaged in science of reading training. And it's not a low-level training. This is a couple year, you know, 160 hours over 2 years of them engaging in because of the money you've approved through grants for us to bring that forward. And we're starting 3 more new cohorts, and I've got teachers emailing me continually saying, oh, did I miss the boat? Am I able to get in? Where are we at? So, I mean, it's just, we've got some amazing energy from our educators in a lot of ways. And they go to work, and it's a hard, hard job. And they're still working, you know, and coming back and doing it. So,
No, just thank you for answering that and just responding and adding that that dialogue a little bit more. You know what I mean? Just answering the question. It kind of gives that insight, what the reality that we face. You know, that we're trying to get there and that we are working hard at it. So thanks.
we are working hard.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Thank you, Mr. Angadi and Ms. Anderson. Appreciate your time and energy that you brought forward to this. Speaking of recess, let's just take about 3 to 5 minutes if we can, then we'll come back and for the final approach, okay? So, thank you.
Okay, we'll bring this meeting back to order. Thank you for the break that was supposed to be 5 minutes. How about now? Is that better? Can you hear me if I talk this far back? Okay, I just feel like I need to enunciate. All right, we're going to go to item 3.06. This is presentation, discussion, possible action to review the administrative facilities plan, study, and approve the AFMP as a guiding framework for the consolidation of the Washoe County School District's central administrative operations. This is an item for possible action with presenters Adam Searcy, who's our Chief Operating Officer, and Mr. Zachary Melnick with Blue Cottage is with us. Nice to see you, sir.
Good evening, President Mayberry, Superintendent McMaster, Board of Trustees. Again, my name is Adam Searcy. I'm the Chief Operating Officer, and I'll allow Zach to introduce himself in just a moment. But today, as the agenda item describes, represents the potential approval of a plan to modernize our facilities and the environment in which our non-site based, our central administrative staff members deliver services to our community and to our schools. This represents the culmination of more than a year's worth of work contributed to by many, and also represents perhaps the closest that we have ever come to addressing this significant need for our district and our community. It hasn't been that long, though, since we were together, just actually our last meeting, technically, talking about our progress on this effort. This was the literal recommended motion, which was approved, and in summary, as it describes there, talked about the validity of the 9th Street property, analyzed and recommended alternative routes to success in terms of acquiring other existing buildings or properties, and then, of course, as we recall, removing the Wooster property from future consideration. That's what we did about a month ago, and since then, and in leading up to today, we developed this extensive plan and associated appendix that are found in your attachments B and C here this evening. This went through extensive review by many on our executive leadership team, of course, in partnership with many from our consultant partners, as well as the superintendent, of course. So really here today is a brief presentation and overview of this report, but as Zach and I are going to describe, really a bit of an introduction as to what the true implementation of this plan will likely entail, and the path forward, what it looks like for our organization. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Melnick to take us a few more steps forward. Thanks.
Perfect. And again, I'm Zachary Melnick. I'm with Blue Cottage. I'm an architect and planner, and I just want to start off by extending a thank you to everyone, the trustee members, members of the staff, students, central office staff, the members of the AMP team, and the cabinet as well. This has been an honor and a privilege to work with you all over the last year plus, as Adam stated. And this is really a culmination not just of my team's findings, but a collaborative effort between us and your organization. And so these findings are really based on the realities of how you work. So we're going to walk through a couple of these findings. These are high-level findings and takeaways from a very extensive report, which is available in depth with a complete appendix to really dig into where we got with all of these. And so the first finding is really about fragmentation. So this is something I know all of us are aware of here at WCSD. Currently, departments that need to work close together are spread across multiple sites. Often departments are split, where you have part of the department in one area and part of the department somewhere else. And this causes issues with collaboration, communication, and the quality of service delivered both to schools, students, and staff, as well as the community. Often there are multiple locations the community needs to go to receive services. And this creates a little bit of friction and runs into issues of delivering the high quality of service that you're aiming to do. So what emerged from this was really an idea to reunify these departments. And what you can see here on the screen is the core departments and how they might be conceptually grouped together in what we were referring to as program clusters. These clusters are inclusive of not just the desks where you work, but associated meeting spaces, wellness spaces, spaces to host public gatherings, and community rooms. The next key takeaway here is about consolidating these key department groupings, these clusters, into meaningful and purpose-driven locations. So here on the screen you can see we have a consolidated headquarters and some dedicated satellites. And really those satellites are about distinctive needs of different space types. So for instance, facilities management or maintenance and housekeeping, where maintenance and housekeeping maintains a large fleet, it maintains piles of mulch and dirt, which aren't best served at a central administrative space. The next is really that we need to provide several pathways to success here, right? We have seen that there are many different things that change here at the district and with all school districts, whether it's funding or timelines or kind of political climate. But it's important to create a plan that we can hand to you, that you can make meaningful steps forward at every kind of step along the way. So rather than a plan that builds only if everything works out perfectly, we've striven to give you an opportunity to make incremental steps. So here we're looking at both a recommendation of consolidation, so 150,000 square feet, and also a minimum viable, things that will bring the benefits of this administrative facilities master plan, regardless of getting every single thing we hope and dream for, but really about providing the next steps towards excellence. And so what this looks like is a series of pathways. So we have 4 pathways outlined in our report in depth, and they provide you with a dynamic roadmap to make those decisions. And so at each step, there's an inflection question, which opens up options, starting with pathway A and ending with pathway D, and provides a structured way for the district to evaluate these different options as you move forward and as the timeline makes itself available. And Adam will dig into the specifics of these different inflection points and the pathways in a minute. And really, finally, leaving an idea about what to do next, right? So this is a master plan. This is the first step on a longer process. The culmination of a master plan is not a building that we walk into tomorrow, but moves on to a couple of other phases. And it's really important that along those phases, we take 4 kind of key areas into account in order to see success, right? If we just build a building and move into it, we're not going to see the outcomes that we want to get from the AFMP, right? Really, changing the way that we work, not changing where we work. And so those are kind of broadly described as technological, spatial, operational, and cultural. And I'll be back in a minute to discuss exactly what I mean by all of this. But for now, we'll dig into the implementation of this master plan.
Thanks, Zach. Just a few slides on these individual pathways. So this slide says, that the plan, the AFMP, provides a decision-making framework so that we can take action within a dynamic context. These pathways are very intentionally crafted to be fairly specific. Like, we've done a lot of work to bring some degree of focus to a path forward, but yet still leaving it at a plan level of precision, knowing that circumstances change and that we need to have guardrails, but still a level of specificity that will allow us to progress in this challenging but necessary work. These next several slides, I will just paraphrase these pathways. They are detailed in quite a bit of depth in the plan itself and in the appendices. But again, ultimately, it's a framework or pathways that will allow us to progress within the optionality that the board has guided us towards through this last meeting. So starting with the option A, or pathway A rather, this one talks about acquiring existing commercial office building or buildings on nearby properties to address the needs of the AFMP. Okay, this one we talked about last month as well. Of course, as you can imagine, a high degree of dependency on market availability. Finding the right building or buildings in the appropriate location and proximity to one another is a challenge with this option, but it also would represent likely the fastest path to a permanent solution and likely the most the least costly path towards a solution. That's pathway A. Similar to pathway A is pathway B, really a hybrid solution where we would acquire one or more existing commercial properties and also build something from the ground up to suit our needs in combination. So with this option, it also has the benefit of reducing the total project costs in comparison to building from scratch entirely to suit our needs, that acquisition of an existing commercial property. But it does limit the dependency on the market. Our ability to construct new in this option provides an opportunity for us to create customized spaces and designs to suit our unique organization's needs while pairing it with a nearby existing facility to optimize the total use of our resources. These are options A and B. Again, hearkening back to the motion last month, pursuing existing commercial real estate options, and if none are found to be suitably available, reverting back to a solution that manifests on this current 425 East 9th Street site. That's what pathway C and D really discuss. They're very similar in nature. I'll let the plan go into more detail on those, but some version of preserving existing infrastructure on this property and or constructing new in its entirety on this property is what options C and D represent. To the extent that we're able to preserve our existing infrastructure and limit our project costs, C has some advantages. Pathway D, these are not listed necessarily in priority order, but logically one could suppose that option D, which represents essentially new construction to suit the entirety of our AFMP needs, would result in the largest upfront capital commitment. So there are some real challenges with that, but in real estate property, perhaps in combination with a lesser scale new construction solution, it's really options pathways A and B. Pathways C and D are some hybrid versions of a solution on the existing 425 East 9th Street site. That is a way too brief summary of what will inevitably be a very complex path forward towards identifying and bringing to life these new facilities. This plan does, I think, just the right job of giving us that guidance while not allowing us to stray into the universe of possible pathways, but rather presenting a manageable spectrum of pathways and still giving us the flexibility that we certainly will need to get from where we are today to where we will ultimately be. That, however, as Zach alluded to, is just a fraction of what we hope to achieve with this work, with this AFMP. Identifying, designing, constructing a new office building is exciting and very visceral and something we're all eager to speculate about. Again, that is only a fraction of the solution, and I'm really proud, honestly, of what this plan hopes to do for us and those of us who will execute on this plan in terms of utilizing this as a catalyst for organizational change to result in the greatest possible impact. Zach, we'll take the mic back for a little bit more about what that successful implementation looks like.
Right, so I touched on this a little bit earlier, but really talking about what comes next, right? What are the next steps and what's important to think about as your team moves through that? And really what it breaks down to are, as I discussed, these 4 different initiatives. So the technological, the spatial, the operational, and the cultural. And so the first one I'll dig into, all of these again are laid out in depth in the report, which has been made available. The first one is really where this vision becomes kind of physical, right? We're talking about kind of long-range planning right now. And where that changes is before really any design happens, we need to do something called programming. And programming is where we take this master plan, which basically says how big of what where, and asks, well, how many enclosed offices do you need? How do we support wellness? Where do we provide those rooms? What does the boardroom look like, and how many seats does it need to hold? And how does it help engage the public and produce more kind of amazing events like today, right? Where we get public comment. And so it's really about what kinds of space different teams need and how a building functions day to day. And the outcome then is a facility that improves collaboration, not just a space, again, that people work. The next one is cultural. And so the cultural aspect here is preparing all of these different teams that have spent, a fairly long time working in different locations and have different ways of operating in an office and ways of engaging each other collaboratively, and getting them ready to come and work in a new way, in a new place, more effectively. And so I think a lot of us we can think back to experiences that we've had where maybe we moved into new space and the culture wasn't really thought about, right? And that reflects itself in not knowing how to use the new space you've moved into, right? Not knowing how to set up a presentation or turn on a projector or how to even get into the building. We've also seen it play out in shared spaces, right? When we're all coming from different ways of operating, now we all have to share one kitchen, and that starts to build friction. And so this really allows us to take into account all of these different personalities and different ways of working and come together so that when you move into the new building, you can immediately start seeing the benefits of the new space and the new collaboration and start delivering to the community more effective services. The next one is operational. And so the operational aspect here is really about how teams do their work in the space. And this is really looking at existing workflows, and that includes looking at how district systems, including your kind of ERP systems, can be better supported through co-location, collaboration, and professional development before moving into this building, while moving into this building, and then afterwards. And so the goal is really to create benchmarks and measurements for success, right? We want to be able to ask ourselves, what are we trying to achieve here operationally by moving into a new space, and then show that we've achieved those goals. And lastly, it's about leveraging digital systems and infrastructure in that new connected workspace. And this means refining essential district-wide technical requirements and integrated IT, security, and data systems so that the technology serves the way that different organizational units need to work, not the other way around. So unifying around common ways to schedule, to manage logistics, to manage warehouse supply and delivery, and simplifying all of these to make, again, a more effective workplace moving forward. And I'll bring it back to Adam to discuss a little bit about how these impacts will change the district.
So the pathways and that description of successful implementation is really the bulk of our summary of this final report. I want to conclude with some of these affirmative statements and action-oriented statements, lifting up the critical need for these types of investments in our district, not only because of the obvious and well-documented and well-known needs, but the never-ending headwinds that our organization is facing. This, coupled with a opportunity or resource opportunity, is being met by this plan today in terms of realizing these benefits. These benefits are well understood and well documented in this plan, but it is all in service to our students. It is important to end on this note, really, that all of the work that we do day in, day out, and any investments that we make to help us improve our ability to serve our students, to serve our site-based staff, and to serve our community is absolutely in service to our community in this district, and that's really why we are advancing this AFMP. There's also a lengthy list of acknowledgements and thank yous that are appropriate with the conclusion of any report. There's many names at the entries of the report, but I, of course, want to acknowledge our superintendent, our emeritus superintendent, as Mr. Joe Ernst has noted in the document itself, our executive leaders, our chiefs and department heads, but so many teachers and site-based staff who participated in various conversations, small, medium, and large, throughout this process. Individual students and student voice participants, small, medium, and large engagement efforts, and of course our trustees who have endured these presentations on multiple occasions, as well as participated individually as stakeholders. We feel strongly about the breadth and manner in which we've developed this plan, and of course ending with our why. This is the recommended motion, which recommends that we adopt this plan as the guiding framework. I want to also just imply or suggest that this motion, should it be approved, will enable us to continue to serve and proceed and aspire towards this vision and all that it hopes to achieve for our organization through its successful implementation. So I'll leave it with that and any discussions or questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Searcy. Questions?
Yes, thank you. I will first start by saying I appreciate this work. It is definitely a well-developed deep dive. I read I have a couple questions, and I'm going to start with the most uncomfortable one, but it's the one that I brought up a year plus ago when we started this adventure, and I very specifically asked, the contract was for 1 year. So have we extended the contract?
Yes, we executed a zero-cost amendment to extend the duration of time utilizing the remaining balance of funds, unexpended funds within the original contract. So,
And when will the renewed contract, or revised, however we want to call it, see its end? And I ask the question because these things can go on and on. It's like a dissertation. You're never done. And finally, your chair says, you need to complete this. I'm the chair. Well, I'm not, but we need to complete this and move on and get things going. And so, your best guess, Adam.
Oh, so we're here today recommending the approval of the full and final deliverable associated with this engagement.
Okay.
The term of the amended agreement, I believe, ends on July 31st, 2026.
Thank you.
And, I think it's fair, just, for context, to recall the interplay between our 5-year CIP and the evolving options that were being considered for the AFMP that caused some pacing to be adjusted and brought us here to where we are today. So I appreciate the urgency and the origins of your questions here. And not only are we being diligent contractually, but I think also with the spirit of where you're coming from. Not only are we concluding the plan, but I'm intending or implying that this is an action forward type of motion.
Wonderful.
That we can build on the recommendations in this plan immediately.
Thank you. And it's, please know it's not a trust issue, and I appreciate Blue Cottage hanging in there with us. Thank you, because I'm very excited about this. But I have one quick question. In the larger plan on page 54, why is Pathway C, it is the phased development of 425 East 9th Street. Why is that not applicable? Because I kind of liked that. But there's something I don't know. Well, there's a lot I don't know.
So if I may,
Please.
Trustee Nicolette. So the plan outlines first starting with option A, which provides kind of the quickest turnaround. You don't have to build a building, you do some kind of light refreshes to a space, and you start seeing the benefits of moving into that space and bringing everyone together very quickly. Option B provides kind of the next best thing, right? A much smaller construction project. There's no impact on this site, right? You have You have teachers coming here to receive documents. You have, board meetings occurring on this site. You have, hundreds of staff members coming here every day. As we all know, parking can get very tight on this site, even when nothing is happening on it. And so Pathway C would look at putting a building where the current large parking lot is on site and start disrupting ongoing operations on site in a mitigatable way. But we really strove to look at options first that mitigated any disruption to the activities of WCSD and therefore to students and the schools. So.
I appreciate that. And given the weather and how things change, even in these kinds of well-developed plans, it could become applicable depending on, thank you. I appreciate, and I'm really very excited about this. I believe this is long overdue, and I think it's been a thorough approach, and let's start the party.
Trustee Smith.
Thank you, President Mayberry. So a couple questions. This first one is a question I've gotten, and I have lived experience with this format, but the administrative FMP, we're not going to be doing open format offices, right? Where like nobody has any walls and we're just all like freely roaming, like free range sitting, all of that. By the way, where I worked for 16 and a half years, tried to do that, and it was remarkably unsuccessful. I feel like somebody got some issue of, like Wired or Fast Company or something from the early 2000s, and it became this huge fad.
Yeah, hospitals did it too.
So I will say, again, so kind of taking a step back in some perspective on this, our approach to this project from the get-go has always been to understand your organization and how you work and the necessities of your work, and build our assumptions of this report on that, and then base it on, what are models that we're seeing that are successful in support of those goals. And a lot of what we've heard from staff at various office sites is, there is a need for privacy. We are dealing with really sensitive topics about students' well-being and health in education, and there's a definite need for privacy. So I don't think our report is specifically calling out the type of workspace, but it does outline that a variety of workspaces need to be provided. There may be some departments that benefit in some ways from open office, and there may be some departments that don't. But really, the ability of the district to design a building that serves those needs specifically, rather than kind of filling up whatever available space we happen to have. And I think that's an essential next step as you enter programming before you really head into design.
I really appreciate that. So my next question is, we talk a lot about wellness in the report, which I think is wonderful because we all need wellness. So if this is along those same lines, again, I know you're talking about the design features, but something, I heard the word wellness, but something that I didn't really see called out was employee health rooms. So having, private medical and general health space is integral to moms who are pumping breast milk, employees that might need to administer insulin or medication. So while I know we're not looking at a floor plan, I do believe that employee health spaces that are not bathrooms, not unused offices, are thoughtfully considered, because as we focus on indoor and outdoor health for our employees, I just want to call that out, that I didn't see those like breastfeeding spaces, but generally they're called employee health rooms because they can and should be used for multiple reasons. And this is, by the way, not just a room. It's a room that has a chair. It's got a sink. It's got power outlets. These are thoughtfully designed spaces for employees to be able to use this space for their personal wellness in a variety of ways.
So I do believe in the report we discuss wellness as kind of a general topic that's essential to a high-performing office space, both for your staff and also for the community. Because I think as you move into the programming phase, really digging into providing enough of that kind of space, and of course like dedicated whether that's lactation room or a mother's room or a variety of spaces, sensory spaces as well. A lot of times staff in your organization are dealing with very, very difficult topics. And currently there is little to no space for them to decompress after that. Often it's, a shady tree in a parking lot. And so thinking about how that's all integrated into the building is an essential part of your next step. I would also push that wellness extends not just to staff, but to the community. This is an organization that serves kids, right? And we're asking for people to spend some time today and creating spaces that are thoughtfully designed, not just for the staff and not just for the adults that attend the meeting, but also for the children that may need to accompany an adult, or also for the teaching staff that may need to come to a specific site for training, for professional development. So thinking about wellness, not just in its kind of immediate form for staff, but as it extends throughout the building. And I think that's a really great opportunity of moving to a new building, is that you can really think about how these are integrated.
I really appreciate that. The greenhouse or the central office doesn't really have that, and the closest thing to it was a little coffee shop that used to be across the way that isn't there anymore. So I appreciate that. And you also perfectly teed up my next question. I loved the family spaces that were identified in the report. And I also wanted to give some thought to family space in terms of the lobby. So we had a mom come and speak, and she mentioned that she had kids out there, and I'd love to see like a family area where they've got a TV, they can see, they can bring their kids, but they don't have to worry, like, is my kid gonna make a sound? This is a school board, and we are a school district, and we want families and kids to come here. So could you talk us through a little bit about those family spaces in the public-facing areas so that we can really welcome families and make sure that we have an area where they can be attached to what's happening in the main room, but they can also be in a space that's purposely built for them?
So I think that's an excellent point. So thinking about public spaces of an administrative admin building for a school district, right? It has to juggle a number of different things. It has to juggle security and access, right? It becomes the point of entry. It's the welcome space for every potential employee, every potential student, every kind of someone needing help or assistance or just coming in for their kind of daily activities. But it also does need to support those activities for the community. And I think that extends to both kind of child spaces as well as a boardroom that has overflow capabilities that are robust and that don't have to be kind of set up. They can just work. I also think extending that notion into, community meeting rooms, right, aside from just the boardroom, where you can have smaller conversations with community members and not have to meet them in a cafe or in a Taco Bell or something, right? But I think the notion of building, really dedicating this to the service of children, into the service of parents, into the service of teachers and all of the staff that support them, is really the exciting part of the next step that you'll launch into.
I appreciate that. And also just quickly going back to the lactation rooms, I think that would help us bring us better in line with legislation that was passed in 2017, making accommodations for that in Nevada. I'm really excited about that space that's contemplated for the Board of Trustees because we meet people in coffee shops, which is a great place. I would love for future trustees to be able to have a place where they could welcome the community in, have meetings, so that this isn't a place where you just come to either be, recognized or come to advocate for things, but rather it's a place where we meet, and I think it brings down the walls and the barriers about the way people feel when they come to the central office. So thank you for that. The last thing that I had is I noticed in the head counts you were kind of estimating out, and a little bug that I wanted to place is to think about interns, space for interns. We're a learning organization. This is a great place for young adults to get work experience, to have internships and externships. So just think about how we, as we always look at growing our own, bringing in the next generation of school leaders, having space for them to also work here as well too. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board?
Okay. We will call for public comment. As a reminder, comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to the agenda item. If you have comments not on the topic, just want to remind you, you can't provide general public comment at the end of the meeting. I say that because we have some written public comments that have aligned this particular item to recess. This is not an item about recess, so I need to keep your comments to this particular item. We value everything that is brought forward to us. We want to hear what's on your mind, but please stick to the topic at hand. Thank you.
Nathaniel Hansen.
Greetings.
Hello, Mr. Hansen.
Hi there. Greetings to the board and my fellow Washoe County members of our community. Excuse me. This particular question about the development of buildings, it's not a new discussion. It's been going on for a while. I would call to your mind, it's interesting in this motion, the financial element of this decision is not really being discussed at the moment. I just wanted to quickly mention the Washoe County sales tax that was increased, I think 2016 into 2017. Specifically for the building of the buildings for Washoe County School District. It was a very precise law that was meant for the buildings. There's been a number of controversies about the money that was spent on Worcester or not spent on Worcester, or textbooks that were bought with some of that money. Overall, I'd just like to encourage you to keep in mind the taxpayer. And I'm here as someone who's owned businesses and paid payroll and helped people to just make ends meet. When Washoe County sales tax increased by, I think it was 0.54%, that's a considerable increase. And as we consider the income of the general population of the people in this community, we've been paying into this fund, essentially, is the way I look at it, to pay for building a building since 2016. I don't know the exact figures, but it's somewhere close to approaching $500 million has been collected just by that one tax increase, all of it earmarked for buildings. This particular question, it's interesting to me, this whole presentation, there's nowhere mentioning what the dollar allotment could be for this particular project. I've seen in the paperwork, somewhere along the lines of my research, it's somewhere in the range of $100 to $108 million. It's a huge chunk of that money that our county's been paying in since 2016. And of course, I appreciate those in leadership who point out that this is about the student. And I would urge all of you with great caution to please take careful account for these dollars that are spent on administration buildings. When we have students with leaky roofs and ants in the building, and I could give you anecdotal evidence of all varieties, that yes, it makes sense that the administration needs a safe place to operate, and the convenience that's mentioned of having the departments together and things like that, it's important. But the students with the leaky roofs in the other parts of the district could probably use some of that money. And the way the money was allotted for Worcester changed dramatically. I think a lot of you were involved in that. It's not that many years ago. So just overall, please, 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 we trust you. We want you to make good decisions on our behalf. The reason so many of us are here with this Washoe Parents Coalition, it's frustrating to hear the questions and the answers are things like, well, I don't know. I don't know how the minutes are being used. People are asking me about the minutes and nobody knows. People are asking, can we measure? Trustee Phoenix asked about, do we know if these allotments of minutes in the classroom are working? This is a dollars question. The individuals might not know all the details of all the dollars due, but it's your responsibility to know that. And we trust you to do that. So I would urge you to be very cautious with these district dollars, and I thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we will answer public comments.
Jennifer Campbell.
Hello, thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. Just once again, I'm an accountant and a concerned parent and a taxpayer. And although this presentation was beautiful, I am deeply concerned about the well-being of our students. And to be completely honest, after sitting through that presentation, I am not thoroughly convinced on how a fancy, nice new administration building is helping our kids. And when I come home from work and hear stories from my kids about bathroom doors being locked and not being able to use the restroom, and yeah, leaky roofs, all of the problems, right? It makes me sad. I am a sad parent. As a business owner, I've had to make hard decisions on how to allocate funds and how to meet goals and how to meet my priorities, and I don't feel like that's happening. This is coming from my sales tax, it's coming from my property tax, WC1. All of us taxpayers are paying for this, and it honestly makes me sad. It makes me totally sad that our kids are not winning, they're not happy, they're not succeeding, and to sit here and listen to this, it makes me sad. So as a parent, I am begging you to please just think about these decisions, especially these budget decisions, and how it actually affects all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brandy Vesco.
Hi, Brandy Vesco, parent of a rising fourth grader and founder of the Washoe Parent Coalition, where I represent a rapidly expanding group of more than 300 parents, teachers, and concerned citizens. I'm also a constituent of Adam Mayberry and Colleen Westlake. I want to applaud the district administrative staff for recognizing on page 22 of this proposed plan the importance of access to nature and breaks for mental health. To quote the plan, there is a significant disparity in access to daylight, which research shows to enhance wellness and mood. Furthermore, many individuals have a strong desire to spend more time outdoors during the day. This lets me know that you must understand how important it is for the children in our school districts to receive protected, dedicated time for recess during each day, and to have grass, trees, and shade on their playgrounds, and to have working playground equipment. And while I hope you will someday be able to build a $100 million facility with plenty of access to nature for restorative breaks, as a parent, I believe our children come first. Once all our playgrounds have adequate grass, trees, and shade, and there's a system in place for quickly repairing and maintaining broken playground equipment, and once you've found a way to track and enforce compliance with the Nevada School Wellness Policy, which mandates at least 30 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity per school day and bars schools from withholding recess as punishment, I think it will then be time to discuss plans for new administrative facilities. Thank you.
Elizabeth Barile.
That was great. Hi, my name is Elizabeth Barile, and I am an active part of the PTA at our school, which is Peavine Elementary School, and that's a Title I school. So for those in the audience who might not know, a Title I school has a student population where at least 40% of those students come from households at or around the federal poverty level. That's making about $43,000 a year for a family of 4. And mind you, the cost of living in Reno is substantially higher than the national average. Most of our families are scraping by. Our PTA funds the PE program and the grass on the playground. The grass, the sprinklers, the mowing are all funded by these parents. We are not fortunate enough to have wealthy casino donors or huge local businesses to sponsor us. The parents are paying these costs. Many families at Title I schools throughout the district live in apartment buildings, and these kids don't have a green space of their own to go home to. I looked at Google Maps satellite images of Title I elementary schools, and here's a list of the schools that have no green space. Bennett Elementary, Desert Heights, Drake, Elmcrest, Green Bay, Lemon Valley, Palmer, Silver Lake, Alice Smith, Smithridge, Sierra Nevada, and Stead. Okay, so that's 12 Title I schools where kids go outside and there's nothing green. So I agree that wellness is very important for all of us. That is so true. Our principal told us that the Washoe County School District won't cover the cost of our grass. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not. Perhaps there's a pot of money somewhere that the principal of Collin Ranch knows about that Peavine doesn't. I'm referring to agenda item 2.25.
it feels hypocritical to pay $217,283 for Collin Ranch Elementary School to improve its landscaping, where all of those kids have a huge play space at home, and for administrators to have wellness and mood increased with access to nature, when the poorest of our poor students in our county are denied these luxuries. I call for prioritizing green space in Title I schools first, then elementary schools in general, then middle and high schools, and finally, administrative buildings should get what remains in the budget for landscaping. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The board received emails from Lindsay Gillette, Christian Thayer, Brittany Avella, Zoe Bray, Angela Lynch, and Casey Harding related to this item.
Thank you, JJ. Mrs. Searcy, can you clarify the costs and where the cost is coming from and the last action we took on this item?
Sure. Appreciate the opportunity. Again, Adam Searcy, Chief Operating Officer. So as the board well knows, we develop a 5-year capital improvement program that we've discussed publicly, not only with our Capital Funding Protection Committee, but also the Board of Trustees for months leading up to tonight's item. Specifically, the funds identified in that long-term financial plan associated with this project are on the order of $108 million in total, but also specifically are proposed to be taken from the existing property tax revenue streams associated with our capital program, not the sales tax revenues of WC1. And that is all a part of our entire capital program, inclusive of the construction of new schools, renovation of existing schools, and of course, replacement of roofs, air conditioning systems, playground equipment, et cetera.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other further questions, comments from the board? Okay. I'm ready to hear a motion.
I'll go ahead and do that.
Yeah, please, Trustee Phoenix.
All right, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the Administrative Facilities Master Plan as the guiding framework for the consolidation of Washoe County School District Central Administrative Operations.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor to approve item 3.06 from Trustee Phoenix with a second from Trustee Nicolette. There's no further discussion. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to move on to item 3.07. This is discussion, possible action pursuant to board policies 9110, section 5, subsection C, and 9070, section 1, subsection B, I2, for the Board of Trustees to approve review of amending board policy 9085, delegation to the superintendent. This is a possible action item. This is an item that will permit us to open Board Policy 9085, which is item 3.08. We have to take action on this before we decide to discuss and make any revisions to 9085. This was an item that we discussed back in January. It was an item that Trustee Nicolette brought forward and that Trustee Smith seconded. It's on today's agenda for possible action. And again, before we can have any further dialogue on 3.08, we need to take action as a board to discuss and possibly approve opening board policy 9085.
Before we get started, Mr. President, can I just read a very short statement? Sure. Okay. So when I agreed to be the second, it was solely to have the board consider whether to reopen the policy. My co-requester and I agreed that we would discuss it further before anything moved forward. So after that initial request, I had heard nothing further, and I was unaware that the policy review had been placed on today's agenda until last week, and specifically placed on this day. I had no knowledge of or involvement in the pre-work that was publicly posted. None of the proposed changes reflect my work, views, requests, or recommendation, despite staff listing me as the second. So because I had no notice or involvement in developing anything that's before the board or in preparation for today, I withdrew my second via email for agenda item 3.07 on Saturday, July 25th, and the full record of those emails has been submitted as supplemental information for the public record. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Smith.
I think it appropriate for me to respond. I clearly remember the passing of a note during a meeting saying I will second, because I had mentioned that I wanted to review 9085. I was troubled by some of the things in there. And basically, my intent is to be more efficient and effective. These governance policies have been around for a while, and they need a thorough review. They're stale. And like most policies and codes and regulations, they need to be regularly reviewed to bring them into the future. I never, ever said I would discuss with you, because to me, that's against open meeting law, NRS 241. What can happen is you can create serial communication. And I know that that happens. And I never, ever agreed, and I have got to make this clear, to discuss this with you and decide before our colleagues have an opportunity to share their ideas what it should be. I worked with legal because that's their job. They wrote it, and I never agreed to discuss this because I would not have discussed it. So your expectation, I'm sorry if I let you down, that's a personal failing. So I guess right now what I want to do is I want to make a motion, since I'm really the one who brought this up. I move that the Board of Trustees approves.
No, wait,
Oh, I'm very sorry, public
and
comment.
I think we need to have discussion on this. When we discussed opening the policy, for example, in March 11th, 2025, we had a discussion, for example, about zoning, about what it was our intention was. I don't know what you meant by personal failing, but my statement was really clear to not include anyone's names. I have a different recollection of me saying, would we talk about what the ideas are, just to talk about it, and you said, of course, or certainly, but I don't want to relitigate what had happened. It's fine that you have a memory of it, I have a different memory of it, I still pulled the second. There are a few things that I'd like to bring up here as we consider this, and I know we'll have some public comment. The two most important is that this is our superintendent's very first meeting. And this is, I will be generous with using the word bizarre way to welcome her. I just don't think that this is appropriate to be talking about significant changes like this on her very first meeting, when I am unaware of any issues that would create the need for something as substantive as what's being proposed. Additionally, and second most important, is that our seventh colleague is not here. It has been known for a very long time that our seventh colleague would not be at this meeting, and yet this meeting is exactly the one that was asked. I don't know how we can open a policy of this magnitude and not have a full board. That does not feel respectful. I will also go on and say that it is my belief, and I know board policy very well, that this is against board policy, that the work in 3.8 even happened. The staff work shown in agenda item 3.08 is a violation of board policy 9055 5E and 9055 5FIII because the board has not voted in the majority to request the superintendent to initiate the development of a new policy or revise a current policy. We as a board only have collective power. Nobody could have directed the superintendent to have the legal department present, exactly like Dr. Nicolette just said, these proposals. We vote on this first. I do not believe that this is being appropriately done. And I say this with sincerity, and I'm not getting into the substantive part because that's 3.8, and I will be very honest, I want this to either just die, we could certainly vote no, but this is just absolutely not appropriate for the superintendent's very first meeting, where we do not have our 7th colleague, and I am very confident that this is a violation of board policy. I have no idea how staff time would have been directed to do this when we as a board did not direct it, because staff is bringing item 3.08. In the past, we've looked at things differently with policies. We, of course, have the legislative representative. Those were policy changes solely brought by now President Mayberry and me. They were not brought by staff. You can see that reflected in the staff report from item 3.03, March 11th, 2025, which was completely different than that same meeting when we had the policy discussion, when it was asked by now Clerk Hall and President Mayberry to review the zoning policy. You both did work on that, and so we had to discuss it as a board, and then that came back about 2 months later after we gave the direction. It was a vote of 4-3. We had rigorous dialogue here at the dais, and then in a vote of 4-3, we as a collective body directed the superintendent to come back with changes. Those came in May, because that's when staff was directed to do the work, and then we passed that later. It is demonstrably true that this is not being done correctly. And I still stand when I say that I have withdrawn my second prior to this, and I withdrew my second the exact moment I knew that this was happening. I could not have done it before I did it because I simply didn't know it was happening. And so I, of course, will have public comment. I would love to hear from my colleagues, but I am playing my cards completely face up here, team. And I very much look forward to hearing everyone's thought, and I am not getting into my thoughts on the policy itself because, quite frankly, I hope we do not even go to that item. And I offer this with no personal direction, which is why I am not using anyone's names except for the historical references. And I'm going about this in a very, very specific way because one of the really important things with balanced governance is bridging and bonding, and that allows us to have rigorous disagreement without making it personal or attacking or any of those things. And so while this is an important item, it is not something that I want brought to a personal level, and so I'm trying to keep it there, even though this is incredibly important to me, as I'm sure it is to everyone else.
So I appreciate the comments, and I do just want to briefly address the concern about a violation of board policies. Regarding whether or not this can even happen, I think your comment is that both of them cannot be on the board agenda at the same time. 9070, Board Policy 9070, states that a trustee may request that the agenda be placed, or excuse me, that the president place on agenda an item to adopt, repeal, or amend a board policy consistent with adding agenda items, which Trustee Nicolette did. If your second was revoked, my understanding is President Mayberry still allowed it to go on, which is consistent with the board policy that the president may allow it to continue. So that's all in line with board policy. Also, Board Policy 9165 and Board Policy 9070 both require that a board revision go through the Office of General Counsel. We did not initiate this. This was initiated by Trustee Nicolette, but she was following the board policies that require our office to review because it is a board policy. So this all is consistent with our board policies. I do not read that 9070 requires first the board to take action on whether or not to approve it, and then a separate meeting has to occur for the revisions to happen. The board is looking first at whether or not to approve it, but then the 3.08, if they decide not to make those revisions, then it'll then it will not be considered because the board did not vote in 3.07. So I think we are consistent with the board policy, but I appreciate your concern on that. I just have a different reading of that.
And I appreciate that as well. So being a trustee, we are actually the owners and the interpreters of our board policy. I very much appreciate the opinion, and I believe that I have very clearly articulated why it is not actually in alignment. If it is 100% true that President Mayberry or any other trustee could stand in as the second, 100%, which is why when I emailed on Saturday, I said, remove me as the second and anyone else can stand in, including President Mayberry. And that was absolutely denied. So if that had happened, the staff report would have been changed to reflect it, and President Mayberry even opened this item saying I was the second. So while that part is absolutely true, that is not what happened here. And then the part two to that is you are exactly right that the legal department needs to look at these after the board takes majority vote action to open the policy, have that discussion, and then bring it back. This staff time was allocated not correctly, and we've got many, many examples of why this was. I do not want to belabor the point, but I believe that my receipts are very clear on this. And us as the board and us as trustees make the decision on what our policies actually mean. That is our responsibility as the owners and authors of these policies.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, it was important for me, and I appreciate the fact that Trustee Smith, you did withdraw your second. The agenda was already posted. The item was already posted. I wanted to honor Trustee Nicolette's desire to be heard, as I would with any of you. I told her I think we have too many policies, and frankly, we have too many priorities. So this is not something that I'm thrilled to necessarily put on the agenda and talk about either. But this is where we're at. I want to give everybody equal consideration. So that's how we landed here. So that's item 3.07. I'm going to take public comment. Gigi, do you have any public comment?
Wendy Colburn.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good night.
Good night. President Mayberry and trustees, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Wendy Colborn, and I'm the Chief of Staff for the Building and Construction Trades Council of Northern Nevada. I'm here in solidarity with the Washoe Education Association to ask you not to adopt Board Policies 9085 and 9088 that pertains to this item 3.07. Each of you is elected by the public to ask questions, raise concerns, and represent the people in your district. That is the job. We believe that policies 9085 and 9088 would make it harder for individual trustees to advocate for the issues that matter to their constituents and their community. It would concentrate executive power in the hands of the superintendent and the board president to a degree that I am genuinely concerned about voters' voices being heard. And at the end of the day, these governance policies are a distraction from what should be this district's real priority, creating a high-quality learning and teaching environment in Washoe County where our community can engage constructively with their individual trustees. We stand with the Washoe Education Association in opposition to these changes to the board policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Shane Henderson.
Good evening, Mr. Henderson.
Hey, how you doing? Good evening, everybody. My name is Shane Henderson. I'm the business representative of Smart Local 26, and I urge you to reject these items and preserve a system where transparency, accountability, independent oversight remain at the center of public education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Donald Gallimore.
Okay. All right, trustees, Don Gallimore again. This is something that just came up to us, the public. I also am a member of various organizations, and we have not been consulted on anything about changing this policy to give more, and this, from what I understand, more power to the superintendents, and also detract or just less power to individual trustees. And I think that this is something that needs to be either tabled or just eliminated for later on, later discussion or something like that, so that community leaders like myself and my organizations that I represent have an opportunity to take a look at this. We are in the midst of having more or less takeover of the police departments and to centralize them. So I don't want to necessarily have to have the school board centralized also, so that everything is dominated by our autocracies where only one person, one vote counts. We need to have checks and balances that are already in place to maintain our autonomy as a school board, a functioning school board. So that's one of the things that I'm asking for for us to be able to review this as a community organizations, and in my case specifically the NACP, but other organizations that I'm a member of, I'd like to be able to see a little more of this potential takeover or consolidation, whatever you want to call it, so that we can present it to the community and they can give a better answer, or give more information on what's possibly going on here. And that would be for 9085 and 9088 in 3.09.
Okay, thank you.
Kaylin Evans.
Hi, for the record, Kaylin Evans, president of the Washoe Education Association. So I understand that there may be some legitimate governance issues that deserve discussion. My concern tonight is not simply with the policies that may follow, even though there are definitely concerns with those, but with the decision to bring them forward in this manner and what that communicates to our employees, our families, and our community. I believe that this is a huge error in judgment. As we prepare to begin a new school year with a new superintendent, our community should be seeing a board focused on students, demonstrating collaboration and moving this district forward. And instead, one of its first major conversations before the board is about the board itself. It sends the wrong message. Everyone in this room can see that this discussion already has become bigger than the policies themselves, and I think that alone should give us pause. If there are governance issues that need to be addressed, then address them. Get in a room, have difficult conversations, check your egos, work through the disagreements, find common ground where you can, and where you can't, bring those remaining issues forward. That's really what leadership requires, but this isn't the way. It elevates internal conflict into the public eye. It's weakening public confidence and shifts the focus away from where it should be, which is our students. This conversation won't end tonight, regardless if the policy goes forward. If it does go forward, it will continue in future board meetings and throughout our community, because this debate has now become bigger than the policy language. It has become a question about governance and transparency and trust. So before reopening these policies, I would just simply ask the board one question. Does this decision strengthen public confidence in this board and in our district, or does it weaken it? And if it's the latter, then we shouldn't be having these conversations right now. Our students don't benefit when the public conversation centers on how the board governs itself. They benefit when the public sees a board that is focused and collaborative and united around improving student outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, President Evans.
John Eppolito.
John Eppolito, former K-12 teacher. 35, 40 years ago when I student taught, I had a student in my third, fourth grade combination class at the Catholic school. I think I just heard my fourth grader. Her name was Margot. Was that you? Did you change your name? Exactly the same. None of the kids wanted to argue with Margot. I didn't want to argue with Margot. But that's a different story. What the first speaker had to say I agree with the union lady. I've never seen her before, but that's made a lot of sense to me. And what Kaylin Evans just had to say, that also made a lot of sense to me. One of the things that this reminds me of, for those of you that were here and remember what the board did to Jeff Church, and I know that was a different circumstance and that was a different individual, and I think a little bit of that was political, but Jeff Church went through hell because of this board. I didn't always agree with Jeff. I don't always agree with Beth. I don't always agree with anybody, but I know the board spent extra money for an attorney just for Jeff Church, and I think he had to hire an attorney. It was terrible. It was terrible for you guys. If this happens now, it could happen to anyone in here. So I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay. Item 3.07. So that's where we are. I'm going to close the public comment. Okay. What's your fancy, board?
Might I explain a little bit as to
Sure.
the impetus? I've been talking about this for quite some time. We have 141 board policies. It's ridiculous. I don't think there's anybody at this dais who could name 10 of them and describe what's in them. We have 24 in the 9,000 series that are directed basically for trustees in our balanced governance approach and how we work with our superintendent. All very important. Again, I think we have too many, it's too much. I would like to review and consolidate. This is to me, and I've said this before, it's just gotten out of hand, policy after policy. And if we have the ability to review these, we used to have a third meeting every month. We'd have 2 trustee-related meetings, and then we'd have a meeting that just concentrated on review of board policy. I am not suggesting that. Nobody wants that. That's too much time even for employees. But I think we got to get a handle on all these policies. We have too many. We don't even really know how to implement them. We're at the dais here, we're having a disagreement as to what is what. And so I am committed, maybe not tonight. I don't need to fight for this, and I do want to thank the Northern Nevada Central Labor Council, because I had no idea. I think it's fabulous that you read the agenda and you dove into the board policies. I think that's absolutely fabulous, and I wish more organizations and people would do that, because then we can come to some collective discussion. Whether we agree or not isn't the point. But so thank you, Council, for being on top of reading our agendas and digging deep into our items. It's just really about consolidation. It's about beating up some of these ideas. It's about having deep dive discussions. And I think this 9085 in particular, I think one thing that's really important as we onboard a brand new superintendent who's been around a while, that we ensure that she is given the latitude. There is an important point in balanced governance, is that as a team, we govern. There is no one trustee who has more say than another. And it's the superintendent who on a daily basis, 24/7, 12 months out of the year, has to make and implement the decisions that impact student success, the integrity of our teaching in every department, bus drivers, custodians, etc. It's not the board. We don't run the school district. It's the superintendent and the team, the other 8,000 employees who run the school district. We are stewards of the taxpayer dollar, brought up several times this evening, and that is our main job, stewards of the taxpayer dollar, not running the school district. We are incumbent upon student success and creating policy that will help define that and implement it. But I've thought for quite some time, excuse my voice, I'm kind of dry right now. We just have too much, and I'd like to see us go through them, whether it's tonight or another time. Thank you for listening.
Clerk Hall.
Thank you. I have a clarifying question for Dr. Nicolette. So what you just shared makes me look at this with a different lens. What you shared was that your intention was that there was maybe some consolidation and some cleanup language, and I'm not sure that that's what I'm seeing here. And so I guess I just want to clarify if that was the main intention of this, was cleanup and consolidation.
Through our collective discussion, yes.
Okay.
Of which we've yet to have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, President Mayberry. We have that. So I am the geek that has our WCSD policy.net bookmarked. I do know our policies. I think that that's born from the fact that I've been on the board for 5 years, and I was the president for 3. And I had the pleasure of sitting next to our chief legal counsel, who is always whipping off board policy. We actually already have it in policy that we're supposed to revisit our policies biannually. Have we gotten out of practice with that? Yes, that was our chief legal counsel who recommended we take a different approach. That was a previous chief legal counsel. I have no problem, and I don't think the community would have a problem. I'm not speaking for you, I'm just listening to your feedback, that if we had a systematic way of revisiting these in an organized way through the lens of making sure that they are modern and applicable, there's no issue with that. That is completely different than what is in front of us right now. So we have a retreat, so everyone knows. It's on our public calendars. We have a retreat as a board next Friday. If these are things we want to bring back or to talk about with getting more current with policy, then we do it in a systemic way and not necessarily what we clearly see spelled out as the purpose for this. I am all for efficiency, but I am absolutely not for arbitrarily condensing or providing latitude in that way. You should have latitude. We have very clear policies already in place that very clearly delineate what we delegate to you, and then we have a responsibility to our voters as well. So this is not the way. This is definitely not the time with the 7 of us not here. And while I think there could be consensus about recommitting ourselves to a thorough review of all of the policies, it is not today, and it is not this time, and it is not what is ahead of us in 3-8. So I don't want to take away from the fact that Trustee Nicolette said she wanted to make a motion, but I am just going to ask you right now to just let it die like we did earlier today, or to vote no. Very, very sincerely, let's please not do the next one. I mean, it's.
Okay. Thank you. You know, if I may, then.
Yes.
I appreciate the conversations, and coming back to, I think, your intent. Healthy governance requires discipline. And I do think that the intent better helps us understand that the superintendent works for the board as a whole, not for any trustee, not for any one trustee. We can't act independently. And while any individual board members that may want to attempt to oversee staff or maybe assign tasks or repeatedly influence administrative outcomes, outside of board action, it creates confusion. It undermines the superintendent's ability to lead and places the staff in an impossible position. Policy or no policy, that should be the law. I mean, whether you're a city manager or a county manager or a superintendent or the director of some other public agency that reports to an elected body, they don't run the district, the organization. The superintendent does. None of us have independent authority, period. And I think the general policy we have does state that. I think you were trying to strengthen it a little bit. I appreciate that. There were a lot of public comments that, while I appreciate you coming to the table and providing your input, I don't necessarily agree with all of them, respectfully.
but I appreciate this opportunity to have this conversation. Anybody else? And then if you want to let your motion die, if you want to continue to move forward, we need to take action. Yeah, Vice President Woodley.
All right, thank you. Notwithstanding the interaction discussion that we've had tonight, I too agree 141 policies is absurd. I'd like to see that half. As a board, we shouldn't have 141 policies. That's just ridiculous. I also do believe in board governance. No one of us should have any type of authority over the other. And that should be in plain English, in black and white, and understood that anything that we do as a board. So I do like that idea. I don't like the idea of us having tension between board members when it seems like we are trying to achieve the same goal and we want it. If we don't do this tonight, I'm telling you right now, I want to move forward to get this to 70 or less policies, period. And I do want us to acknowledge, because I've been staff, I don't like seeing one board member trying to give me direction when I was working. No one wants to do that. And we're a board, we're a democratic process. We come to these meetings, we have discussion, then we vote as a board and we give direction. I mean, it's in all the recommendations, staff's recommendation to give direction to the superintendent to do yada, 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 yada. So I do like the idea of reducing it. I'd like to see 70 or less than 70. And I do like the acknowledgement and on record that we are a board and there is no one of us. I mean, shoot, we don't know who we're going to get next year to join us. We have no idea. We want to make sure that everyone that's on here understands that anything we decide, anything that we move forward with is as a board. No one of us independently can call and make requests. I mean, that's not how it works. So that's all I have.
Yeah, Clerk Hall.
Sorry, I know we're trying to move forward with this, but I think where the tension is the approach that was handled with this. I don't think anyone is disagreeing that some language in these two policies needed some updates. I think that the tension, it feels that it was the approach to this item, and I think that I guess I feel like maybe this is an opportunity for us to reflect on the process more than anything, and that if any one of us feels that the process wasn't done in the best way, that maybe that's what we need to address first before we look at reducing all of these. That maybe the process is the thing that we need to be updating, because it is really important that we're making decisions as a whole board. And it doesn't feel like the amendments were made in that way. And so I do really hear what everyone is saying here, and I really appreciate everyone sitting for this long. But it sounds to me like we need to create a process for amending and streamlining. And I understand we have a board policy on that. I do, but it doesn't. It feels to me that maybe we don't have a clear outline of ensuring that the communication was there. It just feels like there was some steps missing, and it feels really uncomfortable and not like the best time to move forward with this. And I really appreciate, I know that a lot of people put a lot of time into this, but I'm really hearing what everyone is saying, and it feels like we need to focus on that first before we focus on just this one board policy. It feels like we need to look at the big picture, which is really more the intention of what Dr. Nicolette was saying, is like there's too many policies in this series, and it seems like the outcome that you wanted isn't even what we just got. We still have two policies, and you're saying you wanted to consolidate, and that these aren't consolidated. This is still two separate policies. So,
If I may,
sure,
let me help
thank you.
move us forward. It is exactly where I wanted to start. Having said that, I want to keep us going because I think some great points have been made. So I move that the Board of Trustees approves review of amending Board Policy 9085. Hearing no second, it dies.
I'll say that. It's, we're going back to.
Sorry.
Right, that's okay. Okay, so I apologize. You're asking to open up 3.07. You made a motion, and we.
I'm on 307
Yes.
to open up 9085.
Okay, and we did not just confirm that. No second.
No second.
Okay, yeah. So the motion dies. You're right.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for working through that. So 3.08 will not be opened up. 3.09 is discussion possible action pursuant to board policies 9110, section 5, subsection B, and 9070, section 1, subsection B, I2 for the Board of Trustees to approve reviews of amending board policy 9088, trustee superintendent relations, superintendent support of trustees. Trustee Nicolette.
I move
again.
that the Board of Trustees approves review of, we're going to hear the same thing, aren't we?
What I was going to ask you, if you wanted to provide some additional
Nope.
comments, and then
Nope.
I'll ask JJ if we have any
Enough's
public
been
comments.
said.
I have no cards for this item.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves review of amending board policy 9088. You're on.
Seeing no second for amending board policy 9088, that item dies. We will not open up item 3.10. All right, so 3.10 is effectively dies. Oh, God, thanks for making my night a little shorter. Okay, so we're going to go to items 4, reports. 4.01 are board reports. Seeing that we are pushing the 9 o'clock hour, I'd like to recommend, particularly since I suspect most of you don't have much to say, given that it was summertime, that we just forego item 4.01, if there's no objections to that. Okay, good. So we will move on to item 4.02, the superintendent report. Superintendent McMaster, good evening. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying. I hope you come back to work tomorrow.
Well, thank you. I'll try to keep this brief. I appreciate that it's been a long night, but I do want to just take a moment to say thank you. First of all, thank you to Superintendent Ernst for mentoring and supporting me as I come into this new role. Thank you to this board for welcoming me into this new role and collaborating with me and working with me over the past couple weeks. Thank you to Donna and Gotti for stepping up to the plate to be a deputy superintendent. I look forward to the work ahead with all the students and families and staff. And I just want to do one really quick shout out before I end my report. Early on, when I was first named to this role, I had a couple of community members reach out and want to meet with me. And they were the very first group that I met with. And I just want to give a quick thank you to John Perrell, Milt Stewart, and Edward Estepona, who really engaged in some really great conversations with me about workforce development and helped me dream really big before stepping into this role. And I look forward to many more conversations with them and many more conversations with a lot of other people. So thank you. I look forward to seeing students back in school on August 17th and August 10th. Teachers are coming back, administrators are coming back, excited for the energy, and thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much, Superintendent McMaster. Happy to have you to my left. So thank you. Okay, we'll move to item 5.01. This is general public comment, so you can talk about whatever you'd like to with this item.
Danielle Valancourt.
Okay.
Sierra Claypool.
Hello, Ms. Claypool.
Hi, good evening. I ask you to use agenda item 304 as an opportunity to establish protected time for recess, physical education, and art in every elementary school. My name is Sierra Claypool, and as a reminder, I'm a constituent of trustees Adam Mayberry and Colleen Westlake, I'm a mother of 2, including a son entering kindergarten this year. As a parent, I don't just want my son to succeed academically, I want him to love learning. I want him to come home excited about what he has learned, what he created, and the friendships he is building. The encouraging part is that decades of research tells us that these experiences aren't separate from learning, they help make learning possible. Children don't learn with their minds alone. They learn by moving, creating, playing, collaborating, and solving problems. A 2023 systematic review examining more than 900 studies found that regular recess improves students' focus, classroom behavior, and readiness to learn, while having no negative impact on academic achievement. Multiple systematic reviews also found that quality physical education improves attention, cognitive performance, and on-task behavior. Arts education helps develop creativity, communication, executive functioning, and problem solving, skills students rely on across every academic subject. The evidence is clear. When children have opportunities to move, create, and play, they're better prepared to learn. I urge the board to ensure every elementary school complies with Nevada's school wellness policy by providing at least 30 minutes of physical activity each school day and by protecting recess from being withheld as a punishment. I also ask you to establish protected instructional time so that every K-5 student receives at least 30 minutes of physical education and 30 minutes of art each week. Without protected instructional time, these opportunities can be reduced as schools balance competing priorities. As you make future budget decisions, I encourage you to prioritize funding so every elementary student has equitable access to these opportunities. Access to physical education and art shouldn't depend on a school's ability to fundraise. It should be a guarantee for every child. Our children deserve schools where movement, creativity, and learning work together, not compete with one another. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nathaniel Hansen.
Hello, Mr. Hansen.
Hello, President Mayberry. Nathaniel Hansen here. That's Hansen. I feel the need to point that out. I asked myself at the end of this marathon of a meeting that we're having here together, what can I say? What can I say that you need to hear? What can I say that's going to make a difference for the questions that you have before you every single day? You guys, it's your full-time gig. You're getting paid to work this position, to represent us, to represent our children. Am I wrong on that? Okay, my mistake. Here, I'm showing my ignorance. I'm showing my ignorance then. I retract that statement. I retract that statement. But even better than money, I would submit that you have a high level of trust. You're elected officials, right? You've won a popular vote in what I would refer to as a democratic organization. And it's a big job that you have. I feel a big job to come here and say something that means something. When my opportunity to speak comes just before the vote is taken, and everything that I said doesn't seem to make a lot of difference when questions of what to do with $108 million of taxpayer dollars, I didn't make any difference in that vote. You guys had already considered it. You'd already talked it through. I'm sure you have meetings together and all the communications and all the writing of the policy and everybody who prepared it here. I would hope that that's the case. Maybe we need to work on that communication process. But what I do feel to say that I think will make a difference is I'm here part of this Washoe Parent Coalition. We're in the very early stages of working to what I call the voices of Washoe County. I work in the trenches with these people every day who trust you guys to make policies that the superintendent can implement for the teachers. I've got a dozen friends that work in Washoe County School District. I'm getting to know people that represent the Washoe County School District teachers. And it seems to me that all of us together have similar concerns and similar cries. And the biggest issue that I see is the people that I work with every day, the kids that I'm coaching on the baseball field, the parents that are going to activities at the church, they all have a very similar apathetic sort of feeling that it's such a big hassle, I can't deal with it. There's so much going on, I don't have time to deal with that. We have parents here who came and sat for 4 or 5 hours just to comment in this moment at 5:01. They couldn't stay this late. because the meeting drug on so long. So my commitment to you, I don't know the details of what it's going to be yet, but we have wonderful tools of social media and everything else, and I'm kind of a geek for figuring out how to get hundreds of people to make comments in the same place about the same issues, and these lists are made public. This coalition is working already to put together a voice, and my commitment to you is as I meet these people and I cry in the streets with my friends who are mad about their kids in the school district, I will help bring their voice to you, because you deserve to hear it. And if it's social media or a Google post or whatever it ends up being, that's my commitment. You're going to get to know me because I'm going to be here and I'm going to keep talking. And I commend you for your efforts and I thank you for your time, and keep up the good work.
Okay, thank you.
Brandy Vesco.
If we can pass it out or, okay, thank you. Hi. Hi, Brandy Vesco, parent of a rising fourth grader and founder of the Washoe Parent Coalition, where I represent a rapidly growing group of more than 300 parents, teachers, and concerned citizens. I'm also a constituent of Adam Mayberry and Colleen Westlake. This comment is in regard to K-5 instructional minutes. Our teachers' schedules should never be so packed with arbitrary instructional minute mandates that students don't have time to receive research-backed recess, PE, and art. All our K-5 kids deserve dedicated, protected instructional minutes for these critical programs every day and every week. As it stands, our district does not track or enforce compliance with the Nevada School Wellness Policy, which mandates 30 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity every school day and bars withholding recess as punishment. Let me remind you that my own daughter, an AB student without a single behavioral issue, often received only 15 minutes of recess in a 6-hour school day during 2nd and 3rd grade, because she tends to work slowly and was held in to complete worksheets. Let me also remind you that our district allocates 0 dedicated protected instructional minutes for PE or art in our elementary schools. Only students who attend a school where parents have raised the money themselves for PE or art have access to these programs. What do you think that means in our Title I schools? What do you think no art, no PE, and unprotected recess means when it comes to educating the whole child? It means students often miss out on time for recess, art, and PE, which are essential to whole child education. To quote my daughter's 3rd grade teacher when I asked last year why they rarely did PE or art, instructional minutes are determined by the district for all schools to follow. PE and art are highly encouraged, but not required per instructional minutes. Any extra time in the schedule is used first to finish up academic requirements, then can be used for whole class art or PE. The amount of time for art/PE changes depending on how much academic work the class needs to complete first. Some weeks it doesn't happen because academic work needs to be completed instead. I choose to do art during that time if we have any, but occasionally we'll take the class outside for PE instead of doing an art activity, end quote. If we cut out non-evidence-based investments, such as iReady weekly computerized math and reading lessons, I believe we can find funding for art and PE teachers, so these no longer get skipped over by the classroom teacher. We may even be able to fund PE programs that meet the national standard of 150 minutes per week for elementary school kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vesco.
Olivia Sire. I know I'm saying that wrong, I'm sorry.
You know, everyone does it.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Olivia Sear. You were so close. I'm a constituent of Adam Mayberry and Colleen Westlake. My son is going into kindergarten this year. This was comment is mostly in regard to 3.04 on the allocation of instructional minutes. I have been very concerned about the lack of funding for PE and art at some of our elementary schools. All of our K through 5 kids should be receiving the bare minimum of 30 protected minutes each week for art and 30 protected minutes each week for PE. Art education and physical education are some of the most important SEL tools we can give our kids. And arts education teaches observational skills, perseverance, resilience, creative thinking, cultural awareness, emotional awareness and coping skills, dexterity and motor skills, the patience to build a skill set, and sometimes even the ability to draw or paint well, although that's obviously secondary. PE similarly teaches perseverance, resilience, coping skills, dexterity and motor skills, the patience to build a skill set, and lets our kids get some age-appropriate energy out before trying to sit still and learn. To quote directly from the website of the Nevada Department of Education, all students have a right to a well-rounded education, which includes physical education. Physical education is an academic course that allows students to learn a variety of motor skills, understand the importance of maintaining a healthy lifestyle, develop an awareness of body movement and function, learn rules and strategies from a variety of physical activities, and develop strategies to lead a physically active life. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommend that children ages 6 through 17 years engage in at least 60 minutes or more of moderate to vigorous physical activity every day. This is also why I'm urging the board to track and enforce compliance with the Nevada School Wellness Policy, which requires at least 30 minutes of physical activity each school day and bars withholding recess as punishment. Look, I know that the children in my neighborhood are not getting 60 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity. The streets and playgrounds are empty. Recess may be some of the only outside time some of the kids in our district are getting, which is why it's especially important that we protect it and encourage additional physical activity through such as PE. On another note, in my remaining like 40 seconds here, I noticed we only allocate 20 minutes for lunch. This is untenable. There's no way. Kids are not eating during that time period. I worked as a school aide while I was going through college. It takes 5 minutes to get to lunch, 5 minutes to leave lunch, at minimum. If there is a hot lunch, that's taking up time. The state of Nevada requires employers to provide 30 minutes for adults. Kids eat much slower than adults. And the CDC recommends 20 minutes of sit-down time for lunch. That sit-down time does not include time spent in line or time on the way there or time on the way back to class. So the way minutes are currently allocated, that's not even possible. Thank you so much for your time. Hope you guys have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Sayre.
Larissa Vinner.
Hello again, good evening. My name is Larissa Viner, parent of 2 Washoe County School District students, and I'm a registered school nurse. And I want to speak about something that is fundamental to student success, and this is regarding 3.04 on your agenda. And that is that we give every child access to physical education, art, and daily movement. Nevada's wellness school policy already requires schools to provide at least 30 minutes of physical activity every day and prohibits withholding recess as punishment. However, policies only matter if they are followed. I urge the board to actively track compliance and ensure every school is meeting these requirements consistently. I also ask that the board to prioritize funding for both physical education and art at every elementary school. If difficult budget decisions must be made, I encourage you to first look at reducing unnecessary it's getting late, tools or programs before cutting opportunities that directly support children's physical health, creativity, and overall well-being. Art and PE are not extras. They are essential to how children learn. Both of my kids come home every day from lunch and their lunch boxes are still full of food. And I'm like, why have you not eaten today? It's been 6 hours since you've been at school. And they both say they don't have time. They don't have time for lunch. And as a registered nurse, this concerns me deeply because children need to have time to eat and they need to have time for exercise and they need time for socialization. When students have enough time to move, play, and interact with their peers, they return to class more focused, better regulated, and more ready to learn. Research shows that regular physical activity improves attention, behavior, and academic performance. Recess is an investment in learning. It's not time taken away. As we discuss academic success, I hope we also remember that success is about more than test scores. We want students who are healthy, curious, creative, and excited to come to school. Expanding recess and protecting art and PE are practical, evidence-based ways to support those outcomes. I respectfully ask the board to make these opportunities a priority for every elementary school, middle school, and high school student here in Washoe County. Every child deserves to have more time to move, create, and play, not because they have earned it, but because it is fundamental to their healthy development and effective learning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Viner. We appreciate it.
Eva Sandoval.
Good evening, Ms. Sandoval.
Good evening, or good night. My name is Eva Sandoval, and I'm a community health educator, and my degree is in public health and kinesiology. I'm here speaking on behalf of Northern Nevada Public Health. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We appreciate your partnership between Washoe County School District and Northern Nevada Public Health. As public health professionals, we know that physical activity is more than just playing. It is a proven investment that students learning mental health and lifelong well-being. Research consistently demonstrates that when students have regular opportunities for physical activity, they return to the classroom more focused, more engaged, and better prepared to learn. Physical activity supports memory, attention, problem solving, self-regulation, and very skills that help those students succeed. For many students, schools provide the most reliable opportunity to be active each day. Protecting recess time and physical activity helps ensure that every child, regardless of their circumstance, has the opportunity to build healthy habits such as physical literacy. These habits support both their physical and mental health. The height and weight data collected from Washoe County School District students in grades 4th, 7th, and 10th between years 2018 to 2022 showed an increase of 6% of obesity rates. We can help reverse this trend by creating more opportunities for students to move throughout the day. We recognize that this is a tremendous responsibility for schools, balancing academic achievement with overall well-being for the students. Fortunately, these are not competing goals. The evidence tells us that when students have opportunities to move throughout the day, they're more engaged in learning, better equipped to manage stress, their anxiety, and achieve academically. I encourage Washoe County School District to ensure at least 30 minutes of daily recess is provided to students throughout all schools to strengthen their education. As a partner in building healthier communities, Northern Nevada Public Health encourages continued support for policies and practices to protect recess and provide meaningful opportunities for physical education for students kindergarten through 12th. When we invest in movement, we're investing in stronger learners, healthier minds, brighter futures for every child in Washoe County. Thank you for your time and your partnership and continued commitment to our students.
Thank you.
Stacy Stosich. Bruce Foster.
Well, I'd like to have each one so they can follow along. Well, you can give one to each. I need for you to, so they can follow along.
She'll provide the documents. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Foster.
It would be helpful.
Okay.
You know, if you were able to hand it out so you could follow along. That was the whole purpose of me putting these together.
Okay. Can we do that? Yeah, sure. You want to just pass them down? That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Superintendent McMaster and trustees, Bruce Foster for the record. And I just wish to let you know that 2 years ago, we brought to your attention the issues of books. And I know that these parents back here are really concerned about getting the hard copy of a book rather than a lot of screen time. But it is important to note the books that are in the libraries, there are some books that are not so appropriate. And I wish to revisit that again today. And again, I question because of that, the moral compass of this board and its leadership, as well as the understanding of the First Amendment right to redress our grievances, certainly my grievance. And here we are again 2 years later, and your school libraries are still full of sexually explicit, vulgar books that are not age appropriate, and in total over 1,100. And in this binder that I put together for you, it has been by the American Library Association, which is a Marxist organization, of course, and they set out 10 of the most banned books of 2024, which I'm going to use as an example. And number 1 is All Boys Aren't Blue. That's at Galena High School, North Valley, Reno High School, Sparks High School, and then The Bluest Eye, the ACT High School, Damani, Galena, Hug, Sparks, Spanish Springs, Incline, McQueen, North Valley, Reed, Reno High School. And then you can go further on. And what I want to bring to the point is that, again, the American Library Association has brought these books to bear years ago at our taxpayers' expense. And what I've done the last 2 years in District in District B, is I submitted, book challenges through the Washoe County Book Reconsideration Form, and I submitted them to all those middle school and high schools in that district. And I got responses back from Tristan McHaney, Hug High, Sparks Middle School, Principal Peterson, Dilworth, and I just wanted to bring to note that there's a lot of information here, and I will be glad to put together, the issues that bring to bear how
Thank you,
these
sir.
need to be taken out of the schools.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Foster.
John Eppolito.
John Eppolito. I've been coming to these meetings for about 18 years. It was great to see so many parents speak up today. On 4/11/23, this board voted to spend $6.5 million for iReady. Protect Nevada Children was the only one who spoke out against it. I'll repost that video at the top of our Facebook page, Protect Nevada Children. It's unfortunate, but because Protect Nevada Children was ignored, students have been harmed. Plus, all the kids who have been harmed with the excessive district-required screen time. The SBAC and iReady exams are computer adaptive, which means not all kids are taking the same test, i.e., students who get answers wrong get easier questions and a shorter test. It's been documented that some students purposely answer questions wrong to make the test easier and shorter. None of my kids ever took the SBAC. The lawsuit against iReady claims their children's data is being used in ways parents haven't consented to. This happens with all the ed tech vendors and is a battle Protect Nevada Children has been fighting in Carson City for maybe 16 years. Edmodo, the largest free ed tech vendor where students could do all their subjects, plus it had an embedded social media platform. Edmodo had the richest student profiles and the most student data of any ed tech vendor. Edmodo had a data breach where WCSD students' most personal data was placed for sale on the dark web. About a year later, the Chinese bought Edmodo along with all the student data, including those rich student profiles. The district required students to use Edmodo for about another 7 months after it was Chinese owned. Eventually, the Chinese shut down Edmodo. We don't know how, when the student data the Chinese still hold on our children will come back to haunt our graduates. The worst student data mining tool by far used today in Washoe County School District is Infinite Campus. It's where incriminating student data is stored forever and sometimes shared with others. Data like discipline, minor discipline, counseling, MTSS, medical, and psychiatric. At protectnevadachildren.org, there is a link that takes parents directly to the district's page to request a copy of all Infinite Campus data that will be stored forever and sometimes shared with ever about their kids. Again, that's protectnevadachildren.org.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
Andrew Jorgensen.
Good evening.
Good morning. Good evening. Thanks for taking a fresh look at how instructional minutes are allocated in our elementary schools. I'm referring to that discussion item hours ago, 304. I'd like to offer 3 thoughts. First, not all instructional minutes are equal. And I'll remind you, I'm a teacher, tech guy. Okay. More minutes does not equal more learning. It seems to me like a kind of a central misunderstanding when we talk about minutes for this and that. You don't get more learning for spending more minutes on something. It's easy to count minutes. It's much harder to evaluate their educational value. 2 classrooms may spend the same amount of time on reading, but the learning experience can be completely different. Children learn through relationships, discussion, movement, creativity, and guidance from skilled teachers. We shouldn't assume that every minute spent sitting at a screen with headphones on provides the same educational value as every minute spent with a teacher or classmates. Second, please protect recess and remember that these allocations should be viewed as minimums, not goals or prescriptions. When my son, who is now in 11th grade, was in kindergarten, he suddenly began struggling with math. I was surprised because he had always loved math and even discovered multiplication on his own before I ever sent him into the system. I later learned that the school had, I talked to him. Imagine that, talking to your kids, Wow, you can learn a lot. A lot of this data you're looking for, all you need to do is talk to kids. Talk to the kids in your family, talk to the teachers in your family. They took away recess. Okay, they took away the afternoon recess to create more instructional minutes. When I met with the teacher first and then the principal, it was clear that the intention was to improve academic performance, test scores. It was an understandable decision, but it produced counterproductive consequences. When I brought it to the school, my concern was embraced by the teacher and dismissed by the principal. Children, especially young children, need opportunities to move, and especially boys, play, and then they return ready to learn. More minutes at a desk do not produce more learning. Children only get one childhood. We should be very careful before replacing movement, exploration, and human interaction with additional screen time. Finally, I'd ask you to think carefully about how these instructional minutes are used. The allocation document that was attached to that item there, it includes recommended weekly minutes for iReady embedded within literacy and mathematics, but iReady is not a subject. It is a curriculum and assessment platform. If the district recommends an optimal range of minutes for iReady, what mechanism exists to ensure schools are not routinely exceeding those recommendations? I asked this years ago when they first started doing iReady, and I was assured that someone would look at it. Never heard back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Natha Anderson.
Natha Anderson, I believe you're a teacher and a state legislator for the state of Nevada.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for sticking through this meeting with us.
Of course. I wouldn't say my pleasure, but of course. So good evening, President Mayberry, Superintendent. McMasters, I almost called you by your first name. Very rude of me to have done so. And trustees. I was not going to say anything, but then I have been not quite in your shoes, but I have had the opportunity to sit through a few long meetings as well. And so I just wanted to make a very quick comment of how much I do appreciate it. And I know that this job is not always easy. But again, as was already pointed out by President Mayberry, I am a teacher, and I'm also a second generation Washoe County School District teacher. Believe it or not, my first time in a classroom, I was only a few months old. My father was doing a student teaching at Trainer Middle School, go Vikings, and the child development teacher was like, I need a baby. I need a baby to show something. And my dad's like, I got a baby. It's just keeping me up all night. So the next day, I was in the classroom, and I have never really left. As trustees, the choices you're making, and as staff members, the choices you're making have a huge impact on the role that I can do in my classroom. I just want to thank you for the amount of time that you're taking, for the amount of discussion you're having, and also for the dissent that you are engaged in. I know it's tough. A few of you I know outside of this world, and I saw a few of your faces and how hard it was when you have to disagree with each other as peers. However, I do just want to, I'm going to embrace my both parents in this case, and I'm just going to use Dwight Eisenhower's statement, may we never confuse honest dissent with disloyal subversion. Embrace that Kennedy idea as well. We have to disagree with each other to get to a point where we can agree. Your disagreements right now will hopefully make us a stronger school district and will make a stronger policy process. Thank you, and I just want to end with welcome to the new role, Superintendent. I'm sure I'll see you a lot in the other world as well as in the world that I'm currently in. Thank you so much for this much time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Assemblywoman Anderson, pardon me. Superintendent McMaster just told me you could take the rest of the week off.
Stephen Shane.
Good evening, Dr. Shane.
I am, for the record, I'm Dr. Stephen Shane, pediatrician in Reno. I work at Renown. For this comment, I'm representing the Nevada chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I am the obesity prevention champion, and I'm here to express my strong support for protecting and prioritizing recess and physical activity in general for all children during the school day as per the American Academy of Pediatrics policy, which recognizes recess as a crucial component of a child's educational experience and overall well-being. Recess promotes creativity, problem solving, emotional regulation, conflict resolution skills. It also facilitates improved attention, concentration, behavior, and academic performance. Because of these many benefits, the AAP emphasizes that recess should not be withheld as punishment or a means for addressing academic deficiencies. It must attend to the inclusion of all students, irrespective of their physical, mental, or behavioral challenges. On a more personal and professional note, my daily practice involves caring for children with severe obesity and the complications that arise from it. Approximately half of the Washoe County School District students have excess weight. As an example, my patient, Jesus, a 10-year-old who is a student in the district, is a typical patient that I see. He has struggled with weight for several years and now has prediabetes, metabolic liver disease, elevated cholesterol, sleep apnea, ADHD, and anxiety disorder. Yes, I said he's only 10 years old. I see many Jesuses every day in my clinic. He will be at increased risk for cardiovascular disease, diabetes, cancer, a shorter, less productive, and lower quality of life than his peers without obesity. His parents are working 2 jobs each, and he does not have a safe space to play outside. His greatest and maybe his only opportunity to meet the daily recommended 1 hour or more of moderately vigorous physical activity is at school. We know very well that daily physical activity can help prevent and treat obesity and all the ailments that Jesus struggles with it. Kids are meant to move. We need to look at the whole child while they are present in our schools. The benefits of active play and physical activity may be the most cost-effective medicine at our disposal. I'm asking you to please protect recess and, better yet, provide high-quality physical education for all of our students in the Washoe County School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shane. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Danielle Valancourt. Did she come back? No. The board received emails from Colby Reardon, Megan Manguso, Max Alcanter, Mariah Smith, Lindsay Gillette, Richard Peterson, Lee McAllister with the Nevada chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, Elisa Caffaretta, Children's Advocacy Alliance, Michaela Leggett, Allison Conway, Amy Canner, Tara Thompson, Christian Thayer, Renata Keller, Catherine Loeffler, Kim Bell, Jennifer Jameson, Krista Johnson, Dr. Megan Dory, Zoe Bray, Angela Lynch, Lindsay Rojas, Casey Harding, and Michael Palmer.
Okay, thank you, JJ. All right, our next meeting announcement, item 5.02. Our next meeting will be on August 11th, same time, same place. Couple quick items from the heart. Appreciate everybody's attendance today. There was, I think, a speaker that asked or assumed that this was a full-time job for us and that, we're paid big money for it, and the reality is, I think, well, we get about $9,000 a year, and that's just enough to cover our time and gas. And so this is essentially a volunteer job where today we've been here going on 10 hours now. Our staff has been here as well, and grateful for our legal counsel, our new superintendent, those in the audience, our deputy, our communications team. And I appreciate the remarks that Assemblywoman Anderson provided as well. And I'm proud to serve with all of you. It's what we do in public service. It is a glorious burden, and that's what it is. And but I think at times, our community members need to recognize that their public servants do care for them and listen to what they're saying, and we value what they're saying. And these are conversations that we'll have, and conversely, we need the space and time to address them. So thank you all for coming. Those conclude my remarks. I'll adjourn the meeting at 9:20 p.m. Thank you.